Modern romance lives in authentic emotion and chemistry. Let attraction sound real. Rafe. The music pulses, the lights are low, the packed club radiates vibrant energy. I've danced my ass off for hours with my friend Teresa and 100 of our new closest mates. I may not know their names, but I know them. They might be strangers on paper, but I can tell you what anyone here at Edge tonight would look very good in. Take that all-American guy out there. He'd turn heads in a pair of my tight, white, and bright designs, all boy next door in the front, confident and bold in the back. The bearded man in the corner wearing the snappy, bright red tank top, he'd give that lucky man something to admire in my over-the-rainbow briefs. It's a private party game I play as I ask for a martini at the second-floor bar where I catch my breath, running a hand through my hair. It's been a perfect Saturday night, and perfectly inspirational. My mind swims with ideas as I wait for my drink and once more scan the crowd at the San Francisco club. Revelers fill the dance floor, bodies move closely, hands slide along arms, and legs intertwine. Lips meet, and I can't look away. My greedy imagination gobbles up the sounds and the motion, and most of all, the close interactions. There's a tap on my shoulder, and I turn to see Teresa, her skin aglow and flushed from dancing. She's my very good friend, as well as my executive VP. I know that look, she shouts into my ear in her familiar English accent. You're thinking of men's underwear. I laugh aloud, though it's drowned by the music. Guilty as charged. Teresa shakes her head, always conjuring the newest line of very attractive designs. That's true. Men flock to my designs, buying them in droves because of how they enhance their physique. Body confidence is a beautiful thing, and I'm a proud purveyor of it. Some might say lucky me, but I've worked hard for this luck, and my brain never stops turning. Teresa casts her knowing brown gaze toward the dance floor. Don't work the whole time, look around. Maybe you'll find some handsome hottie to go home with. But I'm only here for inspiration, I say. Maybe you'll find some inspiring romance, Teresa says. She's always going on about how the world needs more connection. She's probably not wrong, and I certainly wouldn't object. It's been a while. Late nights, early mornings, employees to look out for, work makes it hard to find time for anything more than the daily grind. Besides, business doesn't break your heart. I'll keep my eyes peeled, I say dryly. Then I take the martini the bartender left for me and make my way to the railing overlooking the dance floor. And holy, really, inspiration! There are some perfect models for my designs. Sweaty, muscular bodies, Greek god physiques, mythically attractive men. Teresa joins me to ogle the crowd below. Happy sigh. Don't you just love a fit athlete? She gestures to one pack of sturdy men, laughing and dancing, clearly having a blast. I make a low noise of approval under the cover of the music, so Teresa won't think I'm staring shamelessly. But I totally really am. It's very attractive, the way they're enjoying themselves. Maybe that's the inspiration I'm after, a fantastic new line of radically fun underwear. Teresa points to the dance floor below. I'll be heading there. Be sure to take notes, I tease. She taps her temple. I'm always working, just like you. Birds of a feather, I say, and I'm going to fly now, she says, and departs with a wink. I sip my martini, soaking in the colors, the lights, the sounds, imagining how they would come together in a design. Then my gaze catches on a strong, muscular man dancing with a group of friends. He dances closely with a woman, then switches to the man flanking his opposite side. I watch as he switches back and forth, engaging with each in turn. With him so far away and the lights low, I can't tell what color his eyes are, but his hair is dark blonde and wavy, his lips full, and his chest broad. A tight white t-shirt hugs his muscular pecs, and his jeans snuggle up against sturdy thighs. But it's his smile that hooks me most of all. It's crooked and electric, attractive and playful. When he looks up to the second floor, his eyes find mine. Our gazes lock, and a simmering heat whooshes down my chest, stirring a deep sensation. Something in his eyes says approach. They never leave mine as he swivels its hips, lifts his arms, and moves his body with captivating allure. I watch, hypnotized, as the woman in the triangle pulls him close, then pushes him toward the other man. She's the orchestrator of this captivating dance show, and by all appearances, the guy in the white t-shirt loves it. And maybe, just maybe, that's what he's looking for. Someone else to be in control. The back of my neck pricks with possibility, with scenes of intense connection. I have the feeling he might want that kind of interaction. So what if I didn't come here to find a companion? Maybe I will, after all. I knock back the rest of my drink without breaking eye contact, turn around to set it down on the marble bar top, then flash the man a sly grin. He licks his lips. As quickly as possible, I ask for my tab, hoping the man in the white t-shirt will be there, waiting for me. But settling the check takes a frustrating amount of time, and when I head downstairs, he's gone. There's no sign of my captivating dancer anywhere. My shoulders sag. We didn't even talk, yet I felt such a strong pull toward him. But pulls are dangerous. Attraction can be risky, so this is for the best. I should shove the man out of my mind. As I get into my limo and head home, I ignore the subtle sense of disappointment, the unusual bit of longing that tugs at my chest. Doesn't matter. I won't see him again. And by tomorrow, this intense craving will have disappeared. Let's do it again. Gunnar Boom, 1 million followers. In the locker room after a game against the Seattle Storm Chasers, I flash my phone at my teammates, Zane and Declan. Between us, we kill it on the San Francisco Dragons lineup and on the field. Check this out. You wish you had my following, I tell them. Declan rolls his eyes as he grabs his bag from his stall. Yes, that's exactly what I want, a massive social media following. Not the 30 home runs I already have this season, the shortstop says. Zane echoes the dismissal. Or the sponsorship deal I just got. I scoff, grabbing my shirt from the stall. But then, really, why do I need a picture with a shirt on? We just won the game. I clobbered in a 3-run homer. Fans like pictures of me with my shirt off, so I snap a selfie in front of my stall, grinning a little wickedly. Bet I get a really lot of likes on this, I say, admiring it like the cocky jerk I am. And what are you going to do with all of those likes? Zane asks. Hello? Pretty sure Seductive Cologne doesn't mind the shirtless pics. Nor does my bathing suit sponsor, I say, pulling on my shirt. Probably crazy to think the guy I danced for at the club could be one of those likes, but you never know. Has anyone ever told you you're kind of a showboat? Declan asks, making his way to the locker room exit. All the time. And I love it. And the fans love it too, I say. But I don't just do it for the fans. I have my reasons, personal ones. Zane shrugs, following Declan. He's not wrong. The fans eat it up. The ladies and the dudes. I stuff my phone in my pocket and head out into the corridor after them. And, speaking of ladies and dudes, I think I might head back to that club early tomorrow night. Are you in? Something sparked for me there. The start of something new, something alluring, a sense of what I want after hours, a possibility of how I might want to spend my time. The night before a game? Declan asks in faux horror. I said early for some good old-fashioned fun. I roll my eyes. I'm not suggesting we dance till dawn and drink the bar dry. Declan shudders. You won't find me in a club again. I only went once for Grant. Modern romance lives in authentic emotion and chemistry. Let attraction sound real. And that was a couple years ago, he says as we head down the corridor. But he gets it. Aw, you were such a good boyfriend then, I say. And I'm a great husband now, he says, waggling his ring finger. Laughing, I shudder. No lady or dude is tying this guy down. Zane claps my shoulder. It's gonna be so fun when you eat your words. No way. You'll see. I'll still be single as really by the end of the season because I plan to enjoy the off-season very much. The guys stop in their tracks like they'd rehearsed it, and they exchange a look. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Declan asks Zane. Zane nods knowingly. Time for a bet. Declan turns to me. Guys like you always fall the hardest. If you're still single as really by the end of the season, I'll donate 100 grand to the charity of your choice. And if you fall, you'll donate that to our picks. I blink. Someone throws down big. But then I square my shoulders. You think I'll have someone locking me down by then? It'll never happen. We bet on it. These guys have no idea. A memory of a certain hottie and his intensely desiring eyes rushes to mind and turns my skin hot. I only want intimacy, and I want it with the guy from the club. I round up a crew of friends early the next night. Zane and his boyfriend join me, and so do Lila and her girlfriend. It's a motley crew of gals and guys, straight and queer. We're decked out in our club finest, tight and sexy and seductive duds. And so it begins, Zane says, as we turn onto the block where Edge resides. I've decided your donation will go to that new cat shelter. His dude, Maddox, chimes in with, "You always have a plan, Zane." "You know me so well," Zane says to him with an insider grin. I snort laugh. Oh, ye of little faith. You have no idea who you're dealing with. They really don't. When you figure out at 24 you like dudes as well as gals, the last thing you want is to settle down. I want to explore this side of my sexuality, to go beyond the rudimentary kissing, well beyond it. But that's not all. Another kind of craving tugs something in my chest. I don't entirely understand this nascent desire, but I want to. And I think the key might be with that man who watched me dance and ignited a new kind of lust in me. Come and get me, Gunnar. Inside the club, I stay alert for a glimpse of my watcher. He was tall and trim and dripping with elegance. Dark hair, smoldering eyes, tailored shirt, custom-fitted slacks that hugged his legs, and the exact right amount of stubble. That was all I saw from the dance floor in the dark. What are the chances of running into the same guy at a club 5 nights later and recognizing him? No idea, but I'm taking them. This ache inside me is getting more insistent. As the music thumps and the drinks flow, I move to the beat, swaying and grinding with my friends on the dance floor. My eyes drift around the club, and there, right there, my pulse surges. Possibilities spin wildly in my head. He's above, like before, his elbows resting casually on the balcony, his eyes surveying the place. Land on me, hottie, land on me. I will him to check me out, because I look very good tonight. I chose this tight black shirt that shows off my arms and reveals the nooks and crannies of my chest muscles. His dark eyes laser in on me, and for one hot minute, it feels as if he's thinking about the shirt too, how it would be his civic responsibility to rip it off me. Yes, please. I wink at him, in case he needs the encouragement, then lick my lips. Yeah, I might not know the ins and outs of the bedroom, but I can flirt a lot. This is when it helps to be a confident person, and I put that innate talent to work for me. Like I'd summoned him, he peels away from the railing and heads to the stairs. Oh yes, the Gunnar charm is working overtime. I keep moving, my body grooving to the beat of the music. A minute later, the man comes up behind me, his voice soft and sultry in my ear beneath the driving dance beat. In the mood to dance? My fantasies just get better and better. I'm a sucker for a British accent. "If you've got the moves," I say to the man, now that he's right where I want him. "Well, I guess we'll find out," he says, all rasp. I spin around to face him, and gosh, he is too hot, too gorgeous, too smoldering. But I am willing to take on his too much. Those lush lips, those carved cheekbones, and those brown eyes that have deep, dirty deeds within them. "Hello, handsome devil," I say. I'm getting a just shy of dangerous vibe from him. The man laughs. Yes, I do have a little bit of the devil in me. Our thighs touch and we move together. A spark sizzles down my spine. Play it cool, Gunnar. Don't let him know you came here for him. The Brit steps closer. A whisper of space flirts between our bodies as he moves his hips in a motion that suggests a deep connection. Yes, he's exactly what I want. The kind of man who can show me things, who can handle all this pent-up desire. I hope it's not just a little devil, I tease. He spins me around, sets his hands on my biceps, pulling me closer. A strong presence. Perhaps it's a rather large devil, he whispers, all commanding and powerful. Oh yes, I like that. Maybe this is why I waited. Once I knew I was attracted to men, I didn't jump in bed with anyone right away. Gosh, as a pro ball player, it's not like I have a ton of free time to date. And I want the right man, someone who can make me forget the world. That's a tall order, and it would be a rare man who could fill it. I like a lot of the devil, I say, pressing closer, savoring the feel of him, already aroused. Then that's what you should have. He runs his nose along my neck, inhaling me. I shudder under his touch, his clear need for possession. I think I saw you the other night, he whispers in my ear as he presses against me again, giving me an idea of what he might do. I think you did too, I say, a little breathy. The preview lights up all my senses. Kept hoping I might run into you again, if I'm being honest, he adds. And why would you be anything but honest? I ask, sliding my hands along the fabric of the slacks covering his muscular thighs. Especially when it comes to desire. Then tell me something that's true right now, he says, and lust pulses through me as well as an intense longing to taste those lips. I turn to look into his eyes, then say, not gonna lie, I want to feel your lips against mine right now. Then, far be it from me to deny you. He threads his hands through my hair, keeps our gazes locked, and slowly, deliciously, inches closer until his lips cover mine, and his taste floods my senses. His hands rope through my hair, and his mouth crushes mine. His lips are incredible, pillowy and lush, commanding and intense. He sweeps them over mine, making me groan. Thank God the music is blaring. The sounds I'm making are dangerously loud as he takes my mouth in a punishing kind of kiss. This is a new type of kissing. The man radiates possession, ownership, want. Is that what I've been looking for? I spend so much of my days running hard, fielding on high alert, clobbering fastballs. Lift harder, run farther, do better. My world consists of pinpoint moments of precision, speed, and intensity. At night, I imagine letting go. Right now, I am not in charge, and I think I like it. He breaks the kiss, runs his lips along my jaw, travels to my ear. You taste so really good, like I've been fantasizing about. This guy has been dreaming of me? I'm vibrating with want. I'm wound up with need. Tell me what you pictured, I say, opening the door for him to share his wishes. With a hot groan, he nibbles on my earlobe, biting it. You under me? In a moment of shared intimacy. Would you like that? Lust charges through me as I pull back and stare into those brown eyes, dark pools of shimmering lust. This man has my number already, so very much. He jerks me closer. I want to toss you on my bed, get close to you, make you forget the day, he says, painting a seductive scene. Modern romance lives in authentic emotion and chemistry. Let attraction sound real. Do I want that? It's both terrifying and thrilling, but forget fear. Why don't you start that tonight? I ask, urging him on. But a blur of red silk and black hair interrupts. A woman puts her hand on his arm. Worry paints her eyes, and it's such a contrast to these flirty, intense feelings that I pause my dance with this handsome stranger of mine. Rafe, she says, her tone wobbly and her face pinched with anxiety. She speaks into his ear, and I catch the word emergency. Rafe answers her, concern in his eyes. Of course, Teresa. Well, take my car. Then he turns back to me, saying, I've got to take her home. Her father had a fall. I wave toward the exit. Of course, go. He reaches out and runs a thumb along my jaw. I'll be here this weekend, Saturday night. If you want to see me, show up. I'm dying to see Rafe anytime. What a perfect name. He's so very commanding, he must be a Rafe. But before I can say, "I'd be here tomorrow if you told me to," he brushes a kiss on my cheek, then weaves through the crowd with the woman. I watch him go, admiring his form, the strength of his back, the wave of his hair. Then I'm standing on the dance floor, utterly aroused. I'm hot and restless, more than I've ever been before. I examine this kernel of lust inside me. There's something about Rafe that sparks not only my desire for men, but a new, wicked hunger in me. Something I haven't explored, something I desperately want to experience. As I take a lift home alone, I check the calendar on my phone. I have a night game on Saturday. Really? But as I replay the evening's highlights, I have a growing suspicion who my sexy Brit might be and where I've seen his name before. Perhaps I even know the name intimately. When I get home and shed my shirt and jeans, I flip over the band of my tight boxer briefs, running my thumb along the designer label. Rafe Rodman. I turn to the mirror, studying my reflection and the way I look in these midnight blue briefs, which fit snugly and make my form look high and tight. Are Rafe of the club and Rafe the designer of my boxer briefs the same man? Is he the billionaire Brit who made a mint on Wall Street before turning to his passion, making men's clothes even sexier? And now he rakes in the dough, peddling the kind of underwear I want to remove for the right guy. For my British mystery man. A minute later, Google gives me the answer. Yep, that's my man. Rafe Rodman. Eat your heart out. This guy knows how to play ball, and I intend to throw him a pitch he can't lay off. The next morning, I get out of the shower, wrap a towel around my waist, and head to the bedroom to consider my choices. I lay out the options on my king-sized bed, a vast array of temptations. I consider the briefs with the cute cartoon hearts. Nah, I don't feel cutesy today, though I do like the cheek. My gaze drifts to the next pair, bright pink and sporting a flamingo down the front. I laugh. I dig an animal print, but flamingos are too pretty. I pick up a purple pair. How about a dragon? But that's the team I play third base for, so maybe that's a little too on the nose. I want something that could tell a man what was on my mind and in my libido. Something to reel him in before the weekend. Even if I'm wildly inexperienced in bed, I know how to play games. Flirting is my second best skill after playing baseball. I grab a pair of fire engine red boxer briefs, pull them on, then check out my reflection in the mirror. Very. I whistle. I make these look fine. I park myself in a leather chair, lean back, and spread my legs, all relaxed and casual and inviting. Then I snap a pic. On Instagram, I add a sticker over the outline of my form. It's a rooster. I pause. Am I pursuing that sexy man on social media? Rafe Rodman is all man, all experience, and all hot. What would he say if he knew I'd never been with a guy? Would he want a virgin? Deep breath. In, out. Another one. I look at the image. My finger hovers over it. There's only one way to find out. Forget these nerves. I post the pic, tagging him and adding a throwdown. How about a new design, Rafe? Here you go. Come and get me, Rafe Rodman. The first move in the game. Rafe. In the morning at the gym, I run through my workday agenda. When it comes to business, I'm usually a one-track-minded machine. So while I lift weights, I focus on the pressing things I need to do, not the man I saw once. Well, technically it was twice. But who's counting? I can't let distractions get the better of me. I have too much to accomplish and too many people who rely on me, like those I work with. After my workout, I settle in at my desk and review the new fabric samples that have come in. One is a pure but simple turquoise color, and the other has little pictures of a devil on it. So much for not thinking of the man I danced with last night. Chuckling, I email the manufacturer and request he run with the Lucifer design, so long as he can make it bigger. I'm about to move on to some phone calls when Teresa knocks at my open office door. She seems relaxed, but I frown upon seeing her. I thought I told you not to come in today. Yes, but Dad's fine now. The fall looked worse than it was, and the staff thought it better to be cautious. Are you sure? Do you need anything? I ask, still concerned. I'm positive, Rafe. He's bruised but unbroken. She nears the desk and sinks into the leather chair opposite me, with a contrite sigh but a playful smile. And I feel absolutely awful for pulling you away from that delicious man. Don't think twice about it, I say, waving off her unspoken apology. But I do. She leans in and says in a quieter voice, "It was the most relaxed I've seen you in a long time." I laugh, reclining in my leather chair. Relaxed? Is that the word you'd use? She laughs. Fine, you weren't relaxed. More like energized? The way she says the word is flirty and coy, but she's not flirting with me. It's more like she's acknowledging the flirt potential she observed last night. I admit nothing. It was more important to me to make sure you were okay. I told him where I'd be tomorrow, and I'll see him if he chooses to show up. It comes out casual and cool, but that's not how I feel. I feel hungry. I feel pent up. I have no time for relationships for so many reasons. Work is my one true romance, and I won't ever be sidetracked by love again. Love only hurts. But desire, that's a different story. Desire winds me up, and I want to race the clock till tomorrow night, then discover him waiting for me at Edge, dancing for me, seducing me with that rock-hard body. Teresa and I return to work, and after meeting with the PR team, I close the door to my office so I can focus on those new design plans in private. I give them my undivided attention because that's what my business deserves. That's what these people who work with me deserve, because they rely on my company's success to pay their bills. 3 hours later, Teresa rings through from her own office. "What's going on, love?" I ask. Sales for the last few hours are through the roof, a huge uptick, even for a Friday morning. That's interesting. We're not having a promo on the site that would drive it, but every now and then, a prominent celebrity will post a sexy video while wearing a pair of Rafe Rodmans, and sales will jump. I'm certainly not complaining. I simply like to keep my finger on the pulse of social media. Is it a TikTok video? Sort of, she says playfully. It seems that your Prince Charming is a bit of a showboat. I sit up, my interest piqued. Is that so? Your secret admirer is the third baseman for the San Francisco Dragons. I blink in surprise. I don't follow baseball. I had no idea he was a ball player, I tell Teresa. Well, I do, and lots of other people follow the players on social. He posted a picture this morning on Instagram of him wearing one of your designs. My fingers tingle. I did say the business would get my undivided attention, but this I have to see. And it's work-related, in a way. Modern romance lives in authentic emotion and chemistry. Let attraction sound real. I click over to Instagram and scroll through our mentions to find the shot. There's no missing it. But this image I need to enjoy alone. I have to go, I tell Teresa, then hang up. Need a minute to myself with this shot. I stare at the screen, taking it all in from his confident smile to his intensely alluring eyes. The man is stunning, and judging by his caption, he seems to like a game of cat and mouse. How about a new design, Rafe? Here you go. Well, Gunnar, two can play. If he's going to throw down publicly, I'll do the same. Let the intimate games begin. Your first order, Rafe. I swivel in my leather chair, surveying my office as I fashion a reply to Gunnar's throwdown on Instagram. The walls feature framed designs and awards, alongside black and white images of my hometown, the River Thames, Cecil Court, Notting Hill. London is scarcely a village, but it's part of who I am. I'm a visual man, and I briefly picture Gunnar strutting into my office and stalking to my desk. The intimate images that flicker in my imagination spur me on, and I hit reply on his post. Rafe, thanks for the design tip. I do wonder one thing, though. Gunnar, I'm listening. Rafe, if I could just move that sticker around a bit, imagine how the rooster might look in other areas. Gunnar, well, if you ask nicely, I might be able to help you with that. But I'd like to ask you a question in return. Rafe, such as? Gunnar, where do you want the rooster exactly? I have many ideas, but I won't say that publicly. In fact, this playful exchange has already veered into terrain too dangerous for public media. Still, I take one more risk, tapping a final comment. Rafe, I have some ideas. The post is at the threshold of too risque for social media. While I peddle sexy underwear, the world doesn't need to witness my flirtations, and I would like to take this flirtation a lot further. Gunnar must recognize the invitation because a few seconds later, my DMs light up. Gunnar, I wonder if your ideas might match mine. Rafe, hard to say unless you tell me yours. Gunnar, I could tell you, or I could show you. Dear God, this man is going to stir my desire more than should be legal. At my desk, I felt a surge of attraction. How far am I going to take this? My body responded, and there's my answer. As far as I possibly can. I was ready to take Gunnar home from the club. I'm sure as hell going to indulge right now. This is my game, my rules. Rafe, show me your look without a sticker. I suspect, no, I know from the way he danced with me that he likes taking orders. It's clear in the way he moved close to me and in the way he texts. A few minutes later, my phone pings with a DM, an image. It takes a few seconds to load, and when it does, I groan so loudly, it's obscene. Gunnar has sent a new close-up photo of those tight red briefs. He's in his... Is that his car? My temperature spikes. He's parked, and he's in the driver's seat of a sports car. Jeans on, unzipped, the fabric stretched across his form, and he's pushed the waistband down to give me a mouth-watering peek at what lay beneath. That's all. Just an enticing, tantalizing view. Gunnar is the biggest, sexiest, most intense flirt around. I entered this game with an innuendo, albeit a quite overt one. Do I want to indulge in a risque online tryst? Trysts are exactly the sort of distraction that can steal my focus from what matters. But I crave more of this game. From the safety of my office, with the door locked, I indulged in a moment of intense personal reflection. I picked up once more the fantasy image of Gunnar in my office, and the tension was overwhelming. I imagined a deep connection, a shared intimacy. After a moment, I composed myself. One more moment, then I composed myself and zipped up my trousers. I wasn't going to give in to such urges at work. That's out of bounds. But I know exactly what I want and what he wants. I'll give him an order. I type out a text, but schedule it to send in an hour. Delayed gratification is part of the thrill of this game. If someone saw me, Gunnar, no way can I walk like this. Through the tinted windows of my car, I spot my teammates heading into our pre-game practice by way of the player's entrance. Yeah, I'm going to need another minute or so here in the privacy of my ride. I am not about to step out of my wheels with this intense arousal. I think of unsexy things to calm my body, like math, percentages and stuff. Let's see. My batting average against left-handed pitchers this year has been, yep, that's effective. The intensity subsided already. So, how many runs have I batted in after the fifth inning? There was that one against the San Diego Devils, another against the Los Angeles Bandits. There, don't let anyone tell you math isn't useful in adult life. Now that I've settled my body down, I lock up my baby with the key fob, then head through the lot, meeting up with some of my buds who've just arrived too. We're gonna kill it today, I tell Declan as he slams the door on the Beamer his hubs got him. You know it. The shortstop offers me a fist and we bump. And I have a plan. You've been up studying videos and gosh like you've done before? No, my fairy godmother visited last night and told me how to hit off Hildebrand. Full of piss and vinegar, as always. As we head through the concourse, we discuss a plan of attack for the new Chicago Sharks pitcher. By the time we reach the newly remodeled locker room, which is a really joy to come to every day, Rafe and his dirty texts are out of my head, and they stay that way through my pregame workout. Back in the locker room, though, after I put on my uniform, I pick up my phone to check for messages from family. Nothing from my mom, sister, or brother, but when I see the message blinking on top, I'm suddenly holding temptation itself in my hand. It's from Rafe. A hot wave of lust tears through me just reading the man's name. He has some effect on me. I scan the locker room. My teammates are shooting the breeze in front of their spacious stalls, getting ready for batting practice. I could open this right now. Maybe Rafe sent me a private message. Ah, gosh, that does not help my focus. What does Rafe look like when he's being intimate? Bet he looks like a very attractive man, a commanding alpha businessman who could tell me what to do, how to do it, when to do it. Gunnar, we were wondering if class was starting soon. The sarcastic remark from Holden, our second baseman, breaks into my dirty daydreams, and I jerk my gaze away from the unopened message. In How to Hit Monster Home Runs, I ask, no problem, I'll be ready to teach all of you how to crush a baseball. Holden cracks up as he pulls his jersey over his head. No, the guys and I want a lesson on how to pose for a selfie, he deadpans when he reappears. My spine tingles. Gosh, did someone see me in my car? But why does the thought both worry me and also electrify me? I imagine a teammate walking by my car, busy on his phone as I snapped a pic for Rafe. A spark shoots down my chest at the prospect of getting away with it. Yeah, I was thinking lighting tips, maybe how to artfully place a sticker over your private parts, Holden says as Zane joins him in laughter. Ah, he only saw the pic I posted this morning. Luckily, I love a good ribbing. Trash talk is my native tongue. Nice to have my artistry appreciated. You're a talented artist, man, Zane says. I smack his palm. Takes one to know one? Zane straightens to attention. No higher praise than being a talented artist. I hold out my arms and take a bow in the middle of our locker room. And yes, students, there will be a session in the art of a thirst trap. I can't wait, Zane says. I turn around, tuning out the locker room talk now that the guys are finished heckling my Instagram post. I shouldn't look at Rafe's text. Really, I shouldn't. But I do it anyway. Rafe, bet you'll hit well today. If you do, there may be a reward for you. I swallow roughly, imagining what naughty rewards he might have in mind. Modern romance lives in authentic emotion and chemistry. Let attraction sound real. Gunnar, what sort of reward? Because, much to my disappointment, I will not be able to meet you back at the club tomorrow night. I've got a game. But then, because I'm nothing if not resourceful, I send another text. Gunnar, you could send me a suggestive picture? No, but if you play well, you can send me one, and you'll love it. In fact, I bet the thought of finding a private spot in the ballpark to take a personal picture excites you. It excites me imagining what you might pull off for me. Make it good, Gunnar, and that's an order. Yes, sir. This man is a commanding person, and I intend to fulfill all his suggestive wishes. Here's your reward. Gunnar, dig in at the plate, take a few practice swings, then get in the box. It's the 7th inning, and I'm hitless so far against the Chicago Sharks, and that is not okay. First, this is my very job, to play hard and go all out, every day. I don't aim for average, I aim for the upper deck. Baseball lets me take care of my family, but even beyond that, this sport means sanity to me. Baseball got me through the toughest of times when I was younger. Now, as a major leaguer, I want to be someone my teammates can depend on. For a long time after my dad died, I didn't have many people I could rely on. I don't want my guys to ever worry about that with me. But there's one more reason I'm annoyed about my performance, and it really bothers me that it's the one at the top of my mind. Rafe. My mind leaps to him again as I adjust my batting glove. I want him to know what I can do on the field and at the plate. I want to impress that sexy person. I wonder if he's watching me from the comfort of his office, studying my moves. And that is very distracting. Time to shove Rafe out of my head. I zone in on the pitcher. Hildebrand has annihilated me in the past, but I think I've got his number now. Thanks to Declan, I know how to hit his heat. Dig in at the plate. Wait for my pitch. Focus. And when I crowd the plate the slightest bit, he fires off a fastball. I swing hard, connecting with a loud crack. The ball soars down the right field line, arcing, taunting me near the foul line. And it's fair. Oh, yes, that is how you turn a game around. I run to first, joy ringing in my ears and mixing with the cheers of the crowd. There is nothing quite like whacking a ball out of the park, and this one flies free, up, and beyond the fences. I punch the air as I round the base, smacking the first base coach's outstretched palm. As I pass second, I know how I want to celebrate. There's no way to know if Rafe is watching the game live. Is he streaming it at his office or listening to the broadcast as he works that fine body of his at a private gym? I'll take that chance. It's too perfect a way to send him a message. He might like to order me around. I might even dig his commands. But I like to play too. When my feet touch home plate, I blow a kiss to the stands, then finish it off with a wink. We win the game 2 innings later, and I high-five my teammates, then head off the field, hoping a reporter calls me over. Sure enough, as I near the dugout, Erin Madison waves a mic at me. "Gunnar, I'd love a quick post-game interview," she says from her spot at the edge of the field. "Absolutely," I say, as if this wasn't my plan all along. The blonde reporter fires off a few standard questions about the game, and I answer them all. Then she gives a professional smile, curious and inviting, but not inappropriate. And I have to ask, was the kiss for anyone in particular? Is there a special someone here in the stands today for the Dragons' third baseman? I flash her a friendly grin. Come on, Erin, that was for all the fans. They are my loves, and I'm crazy for them. I adore every Dragon fan madly. She lifts a suspicious brow. I've no doubt you do love your fans, but I'm not sure I buy that it was a kiss for everyone. What? I ask, with humor and some cheek. It seemed. Pointed, she says, then puts the mic in my face and waits. I'm quiet for a beat, indulging in a long, sensual sigh. Then I look away from her and straight into the camera. If you're watching, you know who that wink was for. I turn back to Erin. What can I say? I hit like a dragon, and I flirt like me. She laughs and wraps up, and I thank her before I take off, bounding down the steps of the dugout. My phone beeps as I make my way through the corridor to the locker room, and I check the screen, feeling smug. Rafe, no, Gunnar, you flirt like an all-star. And imagine my private thrill when I knew that kiss and wink were for me. The reward I'm getting soon is also for me. Once I receive it, perhaps I'll give you one. Gunnar, question, why don't I get the reward? I'm the one who hit the home run. Because you want to please me. That's your reward, pleasing me. I stop in my tracks, a sharp, hot bolt of pleasure shooting down my spine. Is that what I want? The thought of pleasing him gets me wildly hot, turns me on in all new ways. That's what Rafe seems to do, unlock new parts of my desire. How is that possible when all we've done is kiss and share close moments? Questions. What does he want? How far does he plan to take this? Where are we going with this? And will it mess up my bet with the guys? It won't, as long as I don't fall. I can avoid falling, but can I avoid wanting? Wicked fantasies unfurl on the tail end of those questions. Visions of Rafe doing very intimate things to my body. I want, oh gosh, do I want? My thumbs fly across the phone screen. Gunnar, how can you tell what I want? I genuinely want to know how he's figured me out already. As I near the locker room, the corridor seems unnaturally silent. My footsteps echo, and my heart pounds in my ears. I want his reply so badly. When my phone beeps, I pounce on his message. Rafe, the way you moved your body against mine, that's how I could tell. But enough questions. We had a deal. I want what I want, Gunnar, and you want it too. Your reward is arousing me. Do it, and do it really soon. I sizzle at reading his message. I close my eyes and set my palm against the concrete wall to steady myself and settle my rocketing desires. But I can't leave him hanging, so I obey. You'll get it in an hour. In the locker room, I count the seconds, one by one, minute by minute, as my teammates get dressed and trickle out for the night. When I have the place nearly to myself, I go into the shower, get in a stall, shut the door, and turn on my phone. God bless waterproof phones and covers. Rafe will get a very personal message, and then I'm going to collect a reward from him. Shameless exhibitionist, Rafe. With a glass of scotch in hand, I stride across my penthouse overlooking the city and the San Francisco Bay below. Starlight glints off the water. In a half hour, my guests will arrive for the private late-night poker game I host for friends and business associates. Normally, I would enjoy the quiet in the meantime, relish the moment to think, to read, to imagine. Tonight, though, it's hard to settle into the new thriller I've been reading. I'd love to spend 30 minutes lost in the story of a jewel heist in Amsterdam, but I mostly want my phone to beep. I want my delivery, and I want it soon. Once I open the door to the midnight stream of CEOs, entrepreneurs, and hedge fund managers, I won't have time to entertain myself with Gunnar's photos. I pace along the windows, consider meditation, maybe some music, a Mozart symphony, or better yet, some Duran Duran. The 80s did music right. Then, finally, my phone buzzes in my hand. I click open the message and groan aloud at the image on the screen. Water sluices down Gunnar's chest, sliding over the grooves of his abs, slipping just off the screen at the top of his happy trail. And that's only the thumbnail. Dear God, that sexy, daring man didn't send me a dirty picture. He shot a filthy film. Modern romance lives in authentic emotion and chemistry. Let attraction sound real. I moan as I click on it, the rumble from my throat met by his faint, needy sound coming from the video. Then a hand appears, angling the camera down. I breathe out hard and heavy. The tiles are purple, his team's color. He filmed himself in the shower at the ballpark. Were his teammates around? Did he silence his moans as the other baseball players walked past his shower stall? Was the door closed as he muffled his desire? Or does everyone know this man is a shameless exhibitionist? The video showed intimate touch, building to overwhelming tension. Oh, yes, I clutch the screen as I stand at the floor-to-ceiling windows. I groan like an animal, stare like a savage beast. The intensity grew, fast and faster still. I can make out his grunts, hot and unrelenting. Then he reached his peak. My legs shake. My neck is on fire. I am steel. My desire grew, and I can barely breathe. My guests will arrive in less than 5 minutes, and I am so attracted, so wildly turned on, I can't think like a host. I can only think like a carnal, hungry man. I hit his name on the screen and ring him. He answers immediately, like a very good lover. "Hey there," he says in a sexy drawl. "Where are you now?" I ask directly. I need the full visual. "Why? You gonna come see me?" "No, I have guests arriving any minute. I need to picture you. Need to know where you are after reaching your peak." He laughs like he's won a prize, the prize of turning me on. "I'm leaving the ballpark. I'd hoped you might come and watch me tonight." I press my fingers against the glass. I can see the ballpark from my home. I watched it on TV. You should listen on the radio. Their play-by-play is way better. Duly noted. Maybe I'll do that next time, I say, drinking in the city's darkness. The ballpark is 2 miles away, so I certainly can't see him, but I absolutely can imagine him. "You should watch me play every time. I'm highly entertaining, Rafe," he says. His footsteps echo on the concrete. I hear a door pushed open, then the hum of a car whooshing by. "Are you in the parking lot now? Got binoculars, you sexy man?" I laugh, then turn away from the window. No, I just like visuals. I like to imagine how people look. "And, did you like my visual tonight?" He sounds eager for my feedback. "It was a good start," I say, teasing him. He scoffs. "A good start? That was a very good finish." Fair point. You did complete the assignment, I say, as I head to the bar, pour more amber liquid into the glass, and give it a swirl. What are you drinking, handsome? Who's got binoculars now? Guess I have good hearing too, he says, a key fob clicking. Scotch, I answer. He hums appreciatively. I'd like to drink scotch off your body, lick it off your abs, taste it on your lips. I nearly spill the liquor. This man and his mouth will be the death of my control. But what if I want to do that to you? I counter. Well, see about that, he says with a satisfied sigh. Listen, babes, I've gotta go. Need to have a soak in the jacuzzi, loosen up my muscles, indulge in a long, hot moment of intimate touch as I think of this sultry, sexy businessman. But you go enjoy your card game, poker shark. I'm speechless. Did he just turn the tables on me? I think he did. Did I say I was playing cards? He chuckles. Nope. Good guess. Spot on, I admit. He's such a fascinating mix of cocky and submissive. But you're right. I should go. I don't like to lose. Guess we have that in common too, he says. I hear the rev of a powerful engine as he starts his car. I got a jet. Why don't you surprise me somehow? He hangs up, and soon my guests arrive and my late-night game begins. But as ideal, I keep thinking of the man who winked at me on national TV, who blew me a kiss, who shot me a video. I lose every hand, which makes me that much more determined to surprise him soon. And I know exactly how. I'll do it. All my past mistakes. Rafe. The next morning, I run along the San Francisco Bay, fog curling across the water, and try to solve the riddle of the third basement. My running partner is 30 feet in front of me, so typical of Christine. But the distance leaves me with my thoughts, and that damned video, it plays on a loop in my head now. I'm addicted. I first saw Gunnar at Edge a week ago. My reaction to him was instant and primal, pure chemistry. Before I knew his name or his taste or his scent, I wanted one thing: passionate sex with no strings attached. But after challenging him, after he turned the tables on me, my want has shifted. I need more. I'm not planning a romantic evening at a trendy new restaurant. I've been there and done that. I've walked down the path of emotional intimacy and been led unexpectedly into the dark, nightmarish world of betrayal and deception. Love is a thief, and trust is its right-hand man, aiming a trigger at your heart. Love is off limits for me, and has been for some time. But Gunnar is too addictive to be an easy one-night stand. I liked the video he sent, certainly, but our phone call too. There's his swagger, his confidence, his way with words, his daring attitude. I haven't wanted someone like this in ages. But Gunnar is a puzzle I need to solve. He's full of contradictions to explore. I want to tease him, edge him, make him beg for me, connect with him in blissful intimacy. My heart rate has nothing to do with the run, and all to do with the intimate film playing out in my mind. I'm nearing the ferry building, and I need to clear my head, or Christine will see right through me. My pulse pounds, and my thighs shake over the final stretch, as I let myself go blank, focusing only on the burn in my lungs. Finally, I catch up with Christine, pacing in front of the terminal. Her dark hair is slicked back in a ponytail, and her face glistens. She's grinning, though, because she beat me. Glad to see you still can't catch me, she says, waving over her shoulder toward the route we just finished. Glad to know you'll never let my head get too big, I reply. She flashes a sweet smile that might fool others, but not me. I've known her since business school in London, when we bonded as two scrappy, come-from-nothing dreamers who made something of themselves. She runs a fitness empire. Her affordable workout clothes are sold worldwide, including at her gyms, which are likewise reasonably priced. I trust I'm succeeding? My London-born friend asks. My ego remains thoroughly subjugated, I say, and she scoffs but still looks pleased to be the winner there too. We walk along the water, talking as the fog burns away. You were wretched at poker last night, Rafe, she says, arching a questioning brow. So, what's on my mind? Who says anything is on my mind? I ask, evading the question. She adjusts her ponytail. I've learned your tells. You were distracted since you didn't play at your normally ruthless best. With that, she gestures to the entrance to the terminal. Coffee? Tea. Tea, I say. We head to our regular coffee cart, and she asks, so, who is he? I turn to her with a dismissive laugh. Why would you assume a man is distracting me? Another dodge. Everything with Gunnar feels private. I don't know that I'm ready to share. I recognize that faraway look in your eyes, she says, knowing me too well. Who's the guy? I sigh, frustrated that I'm so obvious. But Christine's a true friend. She's in my inner circle, and I trust her. I met him at a club. She hums appreciatively. Wait, give me the visual first. I smile privately at the thought of Gunnar on the phone telling me I'm such a visual person. We reach the coffee cart, quickly placing orders, and I answer her while we wait. The visual: athletic, muscular, square jaw, blue eyes. The most confident, cocky person I've ever met, but still willing to be led. That may be the most intriguing part. He's also charming. Sounds delicious. As long as you don't fall in love, propose, and nearly lose your mind and heart over him, what's the problem? I sniff. Thanks for the reminder of my past mistakes. That's what friends are for, she says, squeezing my shoulder. Modern romance lives in authentic emotion and chemistry. Let attraction sound real. I won't let that happen to you again. Thank you, I say, and then regretfully add, I should have been smarter. Christine faces me, full of wrath on my behalf. Rafe, there's nothing you could have done differently. Stop beating yourself up over that difficult person, Lucas, she says, then pays for our drinks and we grab them. We head out into the morning, continuing along the bay. So, this other guy, will you see him again? I sip my Earl Grey, savoring the burn. Then I smirk. As a matter of fact, I have a plan. I just need to put it in motion. I want a report, she says, and I want to have one worth giving her. I work on my scheme over the next day, and on Monday at work, I'm about to call the Dragon's PR department and set things into motion when Teresa raps on the door. Good morning, Rafe. Do you want a debrief before the marketing meeting, or were you able to review the market reports I sent yesterday? I give her a look of exaggerated disbelief. Who do you take me for? Of course I read them. I never go into a meeting unprepared. I would never insult my employees or partners like that, even if it meant working on a weekend, which I regularly do. I like to keep you on your toes, she says with a cheeky grin. And I hope marketing can keep me on my toes too, I say. I table the phone call to the Dragons and head to the conference room where the marketing department pitches me on new concepts for our upcoming lines. Some are good, some are duds, but one intrigues me. Matthew Wong, an enthusiastic and insightful man in glasses, pitches me on what he calls the you do you concept. It's got cheek as well as confidence, and I like it a lot. Teresa and I meet with him one-on-one later to discuss what it would take to run with the idea. I'll work up some details and show them to Teresa, Matthew says, sounding excited to dive in. Perfect, I say. Then I return to my office, shut the door, breathe deeply, and click through my contacts until I find Marlo Winters. She's the new owner of the Dragons, and we met at a charity fundraiser a few months ago. I ring her up, and the executive assistant passes me right through. Well, 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 if it isn't my boyfriend's favorite underwear designer, Marlo says when she answers. Your guy wears my designs. Color me impressed, I say. You make hot briefs, Rafe. Women buy them for their men, and men buy them for their men, she says. My goal has been for men of all orientations to embrace my fashion, so that pleases me to no end. World domination in underthings has been a dream since I was a lad. She laughs. And mine was to own a baseball team. Look at us. Indeed. In any case, I have a favor to ask. Something I'd love to do at your ballpark later this week. I make my request, and Marlo sounds delighted to make it happen. My suite will be ready for you, she promises, and as we ring off, I picture how I want the next time I see Gunnar to unfold. It's an elaborate plan, but it's not a date. By no means is it a date. It's a seduction. Sex chess. Gunnar, I have the strangest feeling during Wednesday night's home game. It's an extra electric tingle when I clobber a double into left field in my first at bat. The sense there's a spotlight aimed at third base as I field a scorching line drive the next inning. A roar in my ears as I cross home plate and score another run later in the game, then find myself craning my neck to search the stands. I have the sense someone is watching me. Of course, there are a lot of people watching me. The ballpark is packed, with fans letting loose the signature dragon roar when prompted by the scoreboard. But this is different. I can feel the attention of someone out there, someone who wants me. At the top of the ninth, I scan the crowd as I take the field. It's impossible to make out individual faces, let alone expressions. But what if? Except that's freaking ridiculous. Rafe is not going to randomly show up at one of my games. Why should I think he plans to pursue this attraction? Technically, he hasn't pursued anything since the night we danced at Edge. All he's done is flirt over text and a little over the phone. Maybe he only likes games. I'm the one who said, "Why don't you surprise me?" and then hung up. There's no reason he should take me up on it. He got what he wanted, a moment of private pleasure. Gosh, maybe the video and the shoot from the hip challenge was too much, too soon. I only figured out I was bi a year or two ago, so I barely have experience with guys at all, let alone with smooth, alpha, elegant billionaires who know exactly what they're doing. I haven't heard from him since we texted a few days ago. What if I really messed it all up? The other team's batter steps up to the plate, and I narrow my focus. Because what I will mess up is our lead if I don't shove all this angst out of my mind. We send 3 batters down swinging, and the game ends with a win. My frustrations take over again as I walk off the field, and I punch my fist into my glove. How the hell did I misread the situation so badly? "What's up, Gun?" Zane asks as he catches up with me on the way to the dugout. "Did you get the wrong box score for the game?" I collect myself and make light of the question. "Just pissed about that checked swing curveball in the 6th. That was not a strike." "Yeah, I'm sure that bad call is eating at you, in a game we really won." He claps my shoulder. "Admit it, you're pining for a certain hottie." I jerk my gaze to him. "What?" Zane's laugh echoes through the corridor to the locker room. "Maddox follows you on Insta," he explains. "That's so." I waggle my brows, deflecting the real question. "Big fan of my shirtless selfies, is that it?" Zane rolls his green eyes. "Yeah, he finds you entertaining. In the way hat videos are entertaining." "Gee, thanks. Gotta keep you grounded." Anyway, he told me you and Rafe Rodman were getting a little racy in the comments of your rooster pic last week. Oh, did he? I keep my tone nonchalant, but my face burns with a flush. Good thing I'm already hot and sweaty from the game. But seriously? He's not wrong. Rafe and I did get risque in the comments. We got risque in our DMs. And then I found myself deeply affected by his texts. "He did," says Zane, and was kind enough to link it. I do love a good pair of Rodmans. He whistles in appreciation for hot underwear, then asks, "So, what's the deal with you and Mr. Badass Billionaire?" Your guess is as good as mine, buddy. I could ask Zane the rules of dirty texting. Is it like sex chess, where I wait for Rafe to make the next move? But then I'd have to admit how twisted up I am over all of this. So I shrug. I was taking a pic for social, and I couldn't resist messing with him while giving a shout out to the brand. You know how it goes. Zane gives me an "I don't buy it" look, but I don't flinch. I spoke the truth, only the shrug was a lie. "What do you think it was?" I challenge. "No idea," he says as we reach the locker room. Then his eyes widen and his jaw drops. "Gosh, I just realized something. That you're never gonna beat me in the best-looking ball player stakes." I deadpan. "No." He stops me with a hand to my chest. "I realized Rafe is the guy you were giving intense gaze at the dance club." "Hey there, Gunnar." Owen, our PR guy, calls as he heads toward Zane and me. "There's somebody here for you. Someone wants an interview?" That's logical, but it doesn't explain Owen's wry smile. "No, it seems you have a VIP guest." He holds up a folded piece of creamy parchment paper, and he left a note. My skin tingles. Holy gosh, no way. I shouldn't let on how hopeful and eager I am, but I don't have the will to be cool. I take the note and unfold it, getting a jolt of pleasure when I see the monogrammed RR. The man has his own freaking stationery. Of course he does. You asked for a surprise. Did you think I'd let you down? Leave the door unlocked. Gunnar. Freshly showered and full of speculation, I head to the private suite that overlooks the ballpark. Modern romance lives in authentic emotion and chemistry. Let attraction sound real. Is Rafe a guest of the owner? Will Marlowe be there? I hope not. I have no clue what to expect, and that has me as hot and bothered as the thought of Rafe waiting in the suite. But I never know what a picture will throw at me either. I thrive on the unexpected. Tingling with anticipation, I knock on the door. A moment later, the latch clicks, the door opens, and the sexiest man I've ever known stands in the entryway. The lights are low and the suite is empty. In the moonlight spilling through the windows over the dark field, Rafe is all carved cheekbones, stubbled jawline, and bright brown eyes. This is some kind of surprise, I say casually, covering my inexperience with bravado. You haven't even seen your gift yet, Rafe says, in that voice like whiskey and dirty dreams. I step into the suite, trying to seem cool and not like I'm a cocktail of nerves and desire. Will I like your present? That's the question, isn't it? He shuts the door behind me, his arm brushing mine. I'm curious about the answer too. Is that why you're here? I counter, heart racing at the thought of giving him what he wants. Why am I so intensely aroused at the thought of pleasing this man? Rafe runs his knuckles along my cheek and down my jaw. His touch is possessive. I came here because it's my turn. I exhale a trembling breath. What is it you want, Rafe? He inches closer. I think you know what I want. I hope he wants to devour me. I admire him unabashedly, from his snug-fitting pants to his dark brown hair. I desire every bit of him, but right now, more than anything, I want to touch him. Rafe crowds me against the door, almost caging me against the wall. Tell me, I insist, lust rasping in my voice. I want to reward you, Gunnar. The filthy way he says it makes my desire for him intensified. Do it, I urge. The moment I say it, he's on me. He really pounces and pushes me up against the door. Then he grabs my wrists, holds them at my sides, and runs his nose along my neck. I shudder everywhere. I have a kink I'm discovering, and it's a British billionaire who wants me to yield to his will. Yes, sir. I think you like tempting me, he whispers. You like taunting me. You want me to tempt you? I murmur, leaning my head back, giving him room to slide those wicked lips along my neck. Yes, and it's working, he says, sweeping hard, hungry kisses across my jaw, up to my ear. Let me just check and make sure. I sneak a hand between us and squeeze. Rafe was aroused, the intensity of his desire filling my palm fantastically. I stroke and rub him through his pants as he presses hungry kisses on my skin. He grabs my hand and pushes it tighter against him. You like that? I want to be intimate with you, I blurt out. He grins, dirty and pleased. Would you beg for my attention if I wanted that? All night long? I'll beg for you. Rafe Rodman is unlocking fantasies I didn't realize I had. Fantasies about control and giving it up, about who I am and what I want. I bet you would. I'd like you to beg right now. I'm dying to get naked with him and explore all my dirty dreams. But I want to make it good for him, so I need a minute to get myself together. Let me just find the perfect spot. I slink out of his hold and scan the suite, then head to the chairs at the window over the park. That's why you got this suite, I bet, so you could call me here after the game. The thought thrills me wickedly. He shrugs. Perhaps I did. It's the owner's suite, I point out. I know her. She's a friend, he says. Did you watch the entire game? The details seems vitally important. I hope he watched me the entire time I was on the diamond. Rafe nods. I did. The short answer stokes my curiosity. Are you a bona fide baseball fan now? You presume I wasn't before. I took a guess. Am I right? He smooths a hand down the front of his tailored shirt. Somehow, the man dresses casually enough for a ball game, but looks sharp enough to broker deals between innings. I bet that's his MO. Always be ready. You're correct, he says. I've never been much of a fan before. I flash him a winning grin. Charming fans is my MO. Bet I'm starting to turn you into one. His lips curve in a hint of a grin. You think so, Gunnar? I do. I have a gut feeling, and it hasn't been wrong today. I think it turned you on to watch me play. We stand far enough apart to each take the other in, eyes roaming up and down. Rafe comes down the steps toward me, his gaze dark, gleaming with want, and his voice smoky and powerful. Yes, I savored every second of the game. Talking to the owner, watching the players, I relished every time the third baseman came to the plate. He stops in front of a leather seat by the window. An invitation. I walk over to him. Does Marlo know one of her players is about to be intimate with you? Saying it gives me a dirty thrill. No. Rafe grabs my jaw and stares at me with hot intent. But she could walk by any minute. Anyone could. I'm not even going to lock the door. What I feel then is the dirtiest thrill of all. First time, Gunnar. That's what you want, isn't it? Rafe makes it more of a statement than a question, but he waits for my answer. The idea that anyone could walk by, stop, and open the door electrifies me. The prospect of discovery is wildly dangerous, wickedly alluring. Rafe holds my chin in his big hand, stroking his thumb possessively along my jaw, then asking, "Do you like the idea that someone might see you on your knees?" I shudder out a breath. I do. With us being intimate, he continues. Gosh, yes. Heat rushes downward and coils in my stomach. Yes. He leans in, his lips this close to my face, but not touching. I knew the night I met you that you like to be watched. It's like he can read my fantasies before I even understand them, as if he can figure them out so he can give them to me. And you like watching me, I counter, certain it's true. I do, Gunnar, because the risk turns you on. So much, I murmur, my fever for him burning higher. He grins wickedly, but his eyes are unflinching. Here's your present then. Unwrap my desire and be intimate with me. Show me how much you want to connect deeply. I shiver at the command, then undo the top button on his pants, stealing a hand just inside and teasing his happy trail. Did you watch me play from here? Rafe points to the window, over the field. I did. He turns his gaze back to me, tossing me a lascivious look. But maybe I borrowed this suite for this exact moment. When I hit that double, were you thinking about me begging to be intimate with you when the game ended? He breathes out hard. Feral. Yes. And when you scored a run, I thought about how much you'd want to pleasure me. I shake from lust. Please let us be intimate. Show me how much you want to, he says. Then he unzips his pants. My mouth waters. I do want to. He looks from me to the floor. Get on your knees so we can be intimate. I don't back away from 98 miles per hour fastballs. I am very well not going to back away from this experience. I drop to my knees, anticipating the intimacy. Oh gosh, that's good. Rafe groans in appreciation as he fists my hair, tugging me close. Yes, I knew your mouth would be fantastic. I savor the compliment and the rough grip of his fingers. It makes me feel used in the best of ways. Rafe reads me like an open book of dirty poems and tugs me closer still. I bet you'd like more of this, wouldn't you, Gunnar? I nod against him, letting the intimacy deepen. That's more challenging, especially when the bossy person tugs on my hair. Bet you'd like all of this? He urges. Gosh, I would, I know it. But I also don't know if I can manage on the first try. I don't want to let on that I'm so new, or he might stop or freak out. Improvising, I drop him from my mouth. You taste so very good. Can I just be close to you for a bit? It gets me so aroused, I say, squeezing myself for emphasis. Yes, tease me, Gunnar, but make it good, he demands. I swirl my tongue over him, tightening my grip as I move faster. Yes. Modern romance lives in authentic emotion and chemistry. Let attraction sound real. He tosses his head back as he curls his hands around my skull. You really tease. I smile, pushing myself to take him a little deeper, connecting a bit harder. My desire is intense, and I love it. Pleasure tears through me, electrifying my cells as I deepen the intimacy. I doubt there's any finesse to my actions, but I hope what I lack in skills I make up for in enthusiasm. Yes, tease me more with that wicked tongue, he instructs, losing his hold on cool and commanding. I flick my tongue along him as I connect, eliciting deep groans. You're so good at this, he murmurs. That's a shock. I didn't expect to be praiseworthy just to get the job done, but I've never wanted someone the way I want Rafe. I put all that fervor into our intimacy. I go for it. I move my hand and I deepen the connection. He loosens his grip on my hair, speaks gently. Want me to stop? I love that he asks, but I don't need an out. I shake my head, resume the pace. My mind is hazy, and a wild electric charge sizzles over my skin. He again ropes his fingers through my hair, tugging me deeper into the connection, knowing my desire and giving it to me. I moan against him. He trembles, his tight-knit control unraveling. Yes, do that, just like that, he rasps out, bordering on desperate. I lavish all my attention on his length, and when I gaze up at him, his eyes glimmer with lust. I glance at the door. Just seeing it, just knowing someone might walk in, arouses me more. He moved with intensity. I embraced it. They came together deeply. And I love it. That's so very good, he growls as I deepen the intimacy. Yes, that's it. He reached his peak. It makes me feel savage. I want it all. Then I pull off, lift my face, and meet his eyes. His are hazy with desire. His face is soft for the first time. He looks relaxed. Gunnar, you're incredible. The praise is better than hitting a home run. It unlocks me. From my knees, looking up at him, I confess, you're the first man I've ever been intimate with in this way. His eyes darken. He looks almost angry. But before he can say a word, there's a knock on the door. Do you know his story? Gunnar. I scramble to my feet. Who in the world is knocking at this hour? Who even knows we're here in the owner's suite? The ballpark is nearly empty. Fans went home a while ago. I pray it's the maintenance crew, not my manager. Even though I'm dressed, not the one in a state of undress, I straighten my clothes too. One glance at the windows, though, reveals the telltale evidence. My lips are swollen, my hair is a mess from his fingers, and my arousal is evident. Rafe takes his time, adjusting himself, tucking into his eponymous briefs. His breath still comes fast, and he looks so very satisfied. Eyes all hazy, lips still parted. I want to bask in my accomplishment, but our unexpected visitor raps again. Just a sec, I call out. Gosh, a sec. Just a sec. Rafe covers his face, chuckling into his palm. Glad I amuse you, I hiss, annoyed despite the humor. But I've got to answer that now, so maybe move it along, Mr. Monopoly. He drops his hand, stares at me as cool and debonair as Clooney in a casino heist flick. Why don't you let me handle it? No offense, dude, but your pants are undone. And I work here. I've got this. But I'm borrowing Marlowe's suite, he retorts. I should be the one to handle it. It might be her. It's only appropriate, I answer. Also, we need to talk, Gunnar. That is all kinds of foreboding. I'm sure it concerns my confession that he's the first guy I've been with, and the boardroom voice and the dark look in his eyes hint that I won't like what he has to say. I trot up the steps and open the door, sighing in massive relief to see Zane standing there. Took you long enough, he drawls. Better not be that slow on the field. I step out into the corridor. It's long and quiet, nothing but suites here, and the silence is a bit eerie. Zane peers around me into the owner's suite and spots my lover, hookup, something in between. Forget terminology. When Zayn swings his gaze back to me, he looks like one of those cat clocks with the swinging tail and huge, mischievous eyes. "Oh, so that's how it is," he says. His smirk is world-class as he tries to peer inside again. I'm not in the mood for banter. I'm in the mood to get back to Rafe, so I step farther into the hall, making Zayn back up too. "How did you know I was here?" I whisper. He gives me an "are you nuts" look. "One of the equipment guys said you headed to the suites. I took a wild guess." Then he reaches into his back pocket and hands me a phone. My phone. I take it like it's an alien artifact. "Why do you have my phone?" I believe the appropriate response to a favor is, "Thank you." Gosh, he's right. "Sorry, man." I exhale and lean against the stucco wall behind me. Framed pictures of famous baseball games hang on the opposite wall. "Thanks. Did I leave it in my stall?" "You did," he says. Well, I guess I was eager to get myself over to Rafe. I waggle it in acknowledgement and slide it into my pocket. "You're the man." There's a long pause, then Zayn clears his throat. "So, you and Rafe Rodman?" "It's not what you think," I say quickly. He rolls his eyes. "Dude, you are so transparent. I knew something was going on." "Is something going on?" Rafe wants to talk, but honestly, I'm looking for fun and games and intimacy. Intimacy with a man, finally. If this passionate game has hit the talking about feelings level, it might be time for me to tap out. Only the thought of ending our tryst feels like striking out looking. I answer Zayn with the truth. "There's nothing going on." He gives me a long stare, then an "I call nonsense" nod. "Right, tell that to the jury. Meanwhile, I'll be collecting my cool $100,000 at the end of the month. Well, technically, my charity will." Oh, I'd forgotten about that bet. The $100,000 wager that I'd still be single AF at the end of the season. But I will. Rafe doesn't seem like boyfriend material. I motion to Zayn to move away from the door, and we stop in front of a photo of Sam Shipman launching a fastball into the upper deck. I grew up watching him man third base. That dude could play. Bet he never got distracted by a hot hookup in the owner's suite. No way. Sam kept his head in the game. I ought to do the same. "Listen, thanks for bringing my phone, but nothing going on here affects the bet." Zayn tilts his head meaningfully toward the suite. "You sure about that? He came to your game. He got a suite." "So," I push back, "I'm not going to get caught up in Rafe. Don't you know he hasn't even dated since—" He breaks off, and I snap to alert. What didn't Zayn just say? "Since when?" The first baseman seems surprised. "You don't know his story?" "No. Do you?" I ask pointedly. As soon as I do, a chill rushes over me. Do I want to know about Rafe's past? Do I need anything more than the promise of pleasure? "I do," Zayn says, and his tone adds that he's willing to dish. "Two can play. Gunnar, I know what I should do. Walk away, head out to the players' lot, get in my car, and drive home. Over and out. Because really, do I need to be tangoing with guys who have stories? That's up there with need to talk on the complication scoreboard." I glance down the hall toward the suite Rafe secured to seduce me in, to surprise me with his intimate presence, a gift I really loved. Gosh, the mystery surrounding this man is as irresistible as everything else about him. Who on earth is Rafe Rodman, apart from what the public knows? British billionaire who went from Wall Street to Fashion Week. He's a man dripping with money who chose to follow his passion for making things sexier. Curiosity wins. "Talk to me," I say. I don't have to tell Zayn twice. A couple years ago, before you were traded to the team, he was engaged. "To whom?" I ask, stunned. That doesn't sound like the man I know. "You know Lucas Hansen, the model turned actor?" Zayn asks. "Of course," I say. Modern romance lives in authentic emotion and chemistry. Let attraction sound real. Hansen's been on the covers of GQ and Men's Health, but he vaulted to fame and fortune when he partnered with an Italian fragrance mogul to launch his own cologne line, Hansen. He's the face of the brand and the brains behind its success. That's the impression from the press, at least. The fashion guy? Cologne and all that? Zayn nods sagely. That's him. He was with Rafe a few years ago. Okay, so what happened? I ask. Rafe doesn't seem like a playboy, more like a man who enjoys trysts and keeps his lovers at a distance. I can't picture the enigmatic Brit so deeply in love that he'd commit to marrying somebody. But then, how well do I know him? Not so well at all. Supposedly, Zane continues, Lucas was using Rafe to open doors. Rafe's the one who knew people, and he went everywhere with Lucas. To galas, to openings, to fashion shows, all the see and be seen parties. I picture Rafe looking sharp in a tailored suit, showing off his man. Rafe in a tux, walking into a glittering gala with a gorgeous model on his arm. That does track. And it rankles. But why? It's not like I want to be his arm candy. Maybe it's that I imagine him happy and unguarded as he ventures out in public with a fiancé. The Rafe I know plays poker after midnight and arranges secret rendezvous. What happened that led to this new man? Why did they split? I ask. Zane shakes his head. I don't know. Nothing public. Just that Lucas went into business with Sergio Zucconi for the cologne line, and they're together now. My stomach twists with anger on Rafe's behalf. So Lucas used him and moved on? A shrug from my unexpected source of celebrity gossip. There might have been some overlap, based on snaps on social of Lucas and Rafe at the party where Lucas and Sergio met. What in the world is wrong with Lucas? Only a contemptible idiot would cheat on Rafe and use him that way. My hands cramp at my sides, and I force them to unclench before Zane notices. Bet or no bet, I don't want to let on that I care so much about a man who is likely. Shut down. When did you become an expert on celebrity news? I ask Zane lightly. He shrugs. Honestly, Maddox stays on top of everything, reads everything, follows everything. I try to keep up, he adds with an almost sheepish smile. Anyway, I had a feeling you might not know, so I wanted to let you in on the backstory. Thank you, I say with more bravado than certainty. I'm not sure what to make of this info. And we're not dating, so it'll be just fine. Yeah, fine. You said that. Zane is too straight-faced. We are definitely not dating at all. Cool. Not dating. Got it. He definitely smirks this time. I mean it, I insist. Rafe and I are not a thing. Of course you do. We're not. I'm not. Sure thing, Gunnar. The first baseman claps me on the shoulder. Anyway, see you tomorrow, and have fun with your not dating. Then he winks, the jerk, as he waves goodbye. No strings, babes, I call after him as he heads to the elevators that'll take him out of the ballpark. I repeat that mantra as I return to the suite. No strings, no strings, no strings. Gosh, what strings could there be? We haven't even gone on a date. Inside the suite, I find Rafe pacing by the glass window as he talks on his phone. He's as polished and put together as he was when I first arrived. My pulse kicks up as I look at him, framed by the lights of San Francisco in the midnight sky. I feel more than desire. There's still the knot of anger that formed when I learned about Lucas. But am I mad at Lucas for hurting Rafe, or annoyed at Rafe for being in love? Rafe's back is to me as he walks, allowing me to watch him. Be sure to send that to me. I want to review it myself, Matthew, he says into the phone. That'll be just fine. Send it over. I'll be working late tonight. My heart sinks with a thud, like an anchor hitting the seafloor. Disappointment squashes any remaining anger. But what did I expect? Midnight fries and milkshakes at the Burger Shack? Get over yourself, Gunnar. Gut check. Maybe I did think this hookup would turn into a date, that it would be more than a quick, intimate moment in the suite. But he's going home to work. When he turns and spots me, his dark eyes find mine and he holds up a finger, letting me know he's almost done. Yes, I'll have an answer first thing in the morning. And, Matthew, he says, adding one more thing, go to bed, enjoy yourself, and don't call me again after hours. The words are stern, but his tone is kind as he says goodbye and hangs up, still holding my gaze. Without acknowledging the phone call, Rafe strides up the steps toward me, stopping a foot away. Then he tilts his head like he's studying me, cataloging details. It's unnerving. I'd rather stare down a lefty with a wild knuckleball. So, you forgot your phone. His honey and whiskey tone says this is an opening gambit, and it's not about my cell. I dig in my heels. I did. He strokes his chin as if he's adding up clues, his irises sparkling. You were that excited to see me? I bristle at the implication that I'm more into this than he is. And you were so excited to see me that you got a suite, I counter. Rafe lifts a brow, a slight grin curving his lips. Touché. In fact, you sent me an invitation on monogrammed stationery. Maybe he's being coy, but I'm calling out his gamesmanship. So, yeah, I'm busted. I forgot my phone because I wanted to get here as soon as I really could. Then I confessed how eager I was to share intimacy with you. He says nothing as I reach out to smooth a hand along the front of his expensive shirt. You're as affected as I am. That's why you're here, Rafe. You arranged the suite. You set up this private tryst so you could seduce me with your words and your voice and your desire for me. I spread my fingers firmly over his pecs, and he shivers at my touch. We're both in this, wanting each other. He exhales hard and regards me like he's not sure what to make of me. Hell, I'm not sure what to make of me either. But I needed to tell him he can play games with my body, but not my mind. Rafe licks his lips, then speaks softly. I do want you, Gunnar. So much that I got this suite for you. I had plans for you. I wanted to spend the night with you. He inches closer, lays a hand over mine, then peels my fingers off his chest. So, why didn't you tell me the truth? Ground rules. Rafe, I detest lies. Perhaps Gunnar didn't technically lie, but he didn't tell me the truth. I have zero problems with virginity. Everyone's a virgin once, until they're not. But I would have gone easier on him. I wouldn't have been so really aggressive. I was rough, and it's eating me alive. I'm also still buzzing from what he did to me. I drink in his all-American good looks, his cocky grin, and those deep blue eyes. And I'm torn between pressing the point that lies have no place with me and the heady, delicious rush of knowing I'm special to him. When I responded to his thirst trap through all the flirting, sexting, and more, I thought I could keep it physical, keep my distance. But I can't resist learning more about him. I slide my hand along his jaw, firmly cup his face. He's an inch or two taller than I am. He's certainly broader, but he likes being manhandled. And if I'm going to handle him the way we both seem to want, we've got to establish some ground rules, starting with trust. I run my thumb across his jawline and over to those lush, full lips that shared intense intimacy with me. I have my limo. Let's go for a ride, Gunnar. The sexy baseball player inches up one brow. He turns his face into my hand and bites down on my thumb. And then he's drawn back and crossing his arms. Is it going to be an inquisition? Does it feel like one? I don't want that. Gunnar shrugs, casually, coolly. A little, to be honest. To be honest. Apt words. The night we met at the club, you said people should be honest about desire, I say. Gunnar lifts his chin defiantly. And I have been, 100%. He's made it clear that he's only giving up control in the bedroom, and his fierceness intrigues me. Modern romance lives in authentic emotion and chemistry. Let attraction sound real. Few people I've met hold their own with my sort of intensity, but his forcing me to lay my wishes on the line. And I've been honest, too, about my desire for you. So let's start with that. Are you amenable to a ride in my limo? I ask again. With his jaw set and his eyes hard, he replies, I'm amenable to getting out of here. I'm not amenable to an interrogation. The power of his statement sends a charge through me. It's also a reminder that I don't always get to make the rules. It won't be. I turn off the light in the suite and shut the door, leaving it as neat and orderly as I found it, without a hint of what went down here on a Wednesday night in September. As Gunnar and I head toward the elevator, I'm tempted to put a hand on his lower back. We're alone, but the impulse is strong. But I don't know Gunnar's rules, so I don't touch him on the way down. Not in the elevator, nor in the corridor as we pass maintenance crews cleaning up. A man in a nylon dragon sweatsuit pushes a cart full of towels, smiling when he sees the ball player. Hey, Gun, he says. Good game tonight. I'm curious how Gunnar will react to being seen with me at this hour, at his place of work. I'm not worried that he's closeted, of course. He danced with me at Edge the night I met him, and we kissed ravenously in the crowd. Before we took it to the DMs, he flirted with me on Instagram like he could teach an expert class in it. But tonight it's late, and Gunnar's not coming from the locker room as one might expect. Still, he's relaxed, casually giving the man a chin nod. "Thanks, Teddy. Appreciate you." "Anytime," the man says with a smile as we pass. There's my answer. Gunnar acts the same in public as he does in private. I file that tidbit way. My driver waits near the ballpark's main entrance. The stadium sits at the edge of the bay, on the curve in a major road. I imagine that earlier tonight, the crowd thronged past, full of excited chatter. But at this hour, our main company is the glow of a few streetlights as San Francisco shuts down for the evening. Well, some of it. I know all about After Dark San Francisco. We make our way to my limo, but before we reach it, a voice calls. "Gunnar, did you get my message?" Gunnar whips around, then his surprise clears as he recognizes the handsome man trotting up to us in his Clark Kent glasses. "Hey, O." The ball player gives the guy a fist bump. "What's up?" "I got this wild call from a dating app. Apparently, boyfriend material liked your kiss for the crowd last Friday. They want to feature the video. The info's in your email, but we can talk before the flight on Friday." Gunnar spreads his arms wide as if boasting for a crowd. "Famous for blowing a kiss after a home run. That's me, gentlemen." Then he turns to the guy in the specs. "Thanks, Owen. I'll read it over." Ah, that's Owen, the PR guy. Marlo said she'd have him bring my invitation to Gunnar. After he blows Owen a showy kiss, Gunnar turns and jogs back to me. I tilt my head and give him a look. Owen gets kisses now? Don't be jealous. You know who the kiss after the homer was for. The edge is back in his voice. So this garrulous side of him is for Owen and Teddy, people he likes. I'll have to earn my way back into his fan club. Fair enough. I'll use this time wisely. We reach the sleek black limo, and my driver gets out, coming around the front to open the passenger door for us. "Here you go, sir." "Thank you, Barrett." "Thank you so much," Gunnar tells the man who's driven me around since I moved to California. Once we're inside, the ball player slides across the soft leather seats, seeming to drink in the details. The console with scotch, champagne, tumblers and ice, the blue lights that run along the roof of the car, the plush U-shaped seats, perfect for so many of my favorite activities. Gunnar whistles approvingly. It's good to be the underwear king. I smile as I sit on the same bench a foot away, enjoying his lighter mood. It can be. The car pulls onto the road, and Gunnar stares out the window for a while at the city drifting by. Then he turns back to me, his eyes intense. "Where are you taking me as you give me the third degree? A diner? A dance hall? A sex club?" There's a hint of flirtation in that last suggestion. Would you like that? A sex club? His blue eyes flash with heat, and I know the answer is yes. You would, wouldn't you? Gunnar meets my gaze, unflinching. "I don't know, Rafe. Isn't that the issue? That I don't know?" His words come out stripped bare and vulnerable, putting me off balance again. That's what I want, though, his openness. After the lies Lucas told, I crave truth like I need air. Whatever this is, I point from Gunnar to me, it needs to be honest. Then I draw a deep breath and give a bit of myself. I don't like lies. I've experienced them in the past. You might think this is dramatic, but deceit tears away a little bit of my soul. He gives a soft laugh. That is dramatic, putting the details of my sexual inexperience on an equal level to your soul. I do, I say, not mincing words, because the kind of sex I want to have with you should be soul-shattering. He blinks, swallows roughly, and fans himself. Point to the Brit. Well played. I laugh lightly, then resume my serious tone. That's my point. What you shared tonight is something huge. It definitely wasn't a little thing, he says under his breath. I stare at him sharply. No nonsense right now. Why? He asks defiantly. Why is it such a big deal that I've never had sex? Explain it to me. Does he really not know? I'm shocked he doesn't get it. Because we shared such intense intimacy. I pushed boundaries. I hiss the words. I could have hurt you. He leans forward, getting in my face. And I liked it. So I'm not seeing the problem, Rafe. That's a fair point, but regret overwhelms me. Had I known, I would have gone easier on you. Gunnar doesn't give an inch. I don't want you to go easy on me. You don't know that, I say. You're acting like I can't possibly know what I want because I've never had sex before. He taps his temple. I know what I want. It's all up here. That's not what I mean. I try to sort through my strange feelings as the limo swings up Columbus Avenue, turning through North Beach. Where are we going? Gunnar asks. If you're just going to interrogate me, then thanks, but no thanks. This has been fun, but I'm done. I'll walk. I don't think I've ever been given an ultimatum like that before, and I have no doubt he'll follow through. For the first time in a long time, I'm unsure how to handle someone, how to handle a man. This is not what I expected when I met him at the dance club, nor when I sent him dirty directions. And this is nothing that I anticipated when I secured the owner's suite for tonight. The car slows at a light, then stops. Gunnar reaches for the handle, and I'm sure he'll leave. I have to decide how much of my past I am willing to share in order to spend more time with this man. And with his hand already on the door, I'd better decide really, really soon. A man with specific desires. Rafe. As we idle at the stoplight, I picture Gunnar exiting the limo and walking into the night, and I have my answer. It's in the spike of my pulse and the surge of my blood, instant and electric. Everything in me rebels against him leaving. Don't go. It's a plea. I can't pretend otherwise. I have to rein in my constant need for control because I don't want Gunnar to leave. Are you sure about that? He asks, making me work for it. The funny thing is, I do want to work for it. I want for him. I'm positive, I say. Gunnar holds all the cards now. He turns everything in me upside down. Good, he says. You should want me to stay. Because I really, really want to. When he juts out his chin and goes all swaggery, that feels like a true part of him, the athlete ready to step up to the plate. His confidence intoxicates me. I stay sober as best I can. Have you ever been with a man? I ask plainly. No, not until tonight. All I'd ever done before was kiss, he says with the same forthrightness as before. Modern romance lives in authentic emotion and chemistry. Let attraction sound real. Take me or leave me. I haul in a breath. Being his first is a privilege. Tell me honestly, did I hurt you? He scoffs. No, I'm a man with specific desires. To be intimate, rough, and hard. The truth, Gunnar, I implore him. He coughs a bit dramatically. I mean, I might need some throat lozenges. You were very intense. I laugh loud and deep. Then I stop. I grabbed your hair. I was very assertive. I need to know if that was okay. He shakes his head and scrubs a hand across the back of his neck. Let me tell something, Rafe. I've been nailed in the elbow with a fastball from the fiercest closer in the major leagues, pummeled in the thigh with a bat, bruised my knee sliding. I've had massive men try to plow me down on third base. Trust me, your passion didn't hurt. It hurt good, he says, ending on a sexy whisper. I let that reassure me and relieve some of my guilt. I don't ever want to hurt you. Unless you want to be hurt, I add, slow and deliberate in my meaning. I don't mind a little pain, he whispers in a smoky voice. I can handle it. Good, that's what I wanted to talk about. I don't ever want to push your limits. He tilts his head, eyes gleaming. But Rafe, don't you know I want you to push my limits? The question sends a hot spark down my body. The night we met at the club, I sensed his willingness to be taken, to be led. Then I would like to. But I want to know something. Hit me up. Is there a reason you haven't been with a man? Yeah, a good one. I didn't know I was bi until a little while ago. I'm always fascinated with how people discover their truths. Were you only into girls growing up? I liked girls. I still like women. And because I was involved in sports, I suppose I didn't want to spend too much time thinking about men like that. I saw them as teammates. Plus, I was all baseball, all the time. That was all that mattered. Then I was drafted, and when I got to the majors, I finally made enough money to take care of my brother and sister, paying for their college and stuff. But I also had a bit of breathing room where I could look around and see what I really wanted. Bodies are beautiful. I like all bodies, all people, all humans. People figure out who they are on different timelines, some when they're younger, some much later in life. But I'm really glad you figured it out before you met me, I say with a smile, then ask for the next thing I want, more of him. Can you spend more time with me tonight? He tilts his head, studying me, maybe questioning my offer. Don't you have a report that you have to get to somebody? You were so businesslike when I returned to the suite, he says, as if daring me to say I'll ditch work for him. I do need to send off a report, I tease, faux pensively, as if there's any real debate between whether I should spend the night with my laptop or this sexy man. Then I cut to the chase. I'm not done with the conversation. There's a lot more that I want to discuss. I'd love to chit-chat too, Rafe, but... With a cocky grin, he shrugs. Sometimes baseball makes me hungry, and sometimes it makes me tired. I'm going to call it a night, babes. But if you still want to have this convo tomorrow night, come by after my game ends. I'll let you take me out for a late dinner. I simmer at the way he's turned the tables, but I take it on the chin and play by his rules for now. Then I'll be outside the ballpark waiting for you when your game is over, I say. Good, you do that, he says. I take him back to the ballpark and then start the countdown to tomorrow. Highly motivated Rafe. All day, I count the hours, as I run at dawn with Christine, as I work the global expansion with Teresa, as I make business calls before lunch. I steal glances at the time, wishing evening would come sooner. Teresa and I hunker down in my office over a working lunch, reviewing potential acquisitions that would expand Rafe Rodman's worldwide reach. We need to be strategic, I tell her. There's so much opportunity right now, so many growing companies. Which means we can't get into bed too quickly. Exactly what I was thinking. Another reason why she's my right-hand woman. I know, you've taught me well, she says with a proud grin. For the next few hours, we talk pros and cons, and as we're winding down, I ask, how's your father doing? He's better, on the mend, and being a stubborn turkey again, she says with a bemused shake of her head. I smile, pleased at the news. Why don't you take off early and spend time with him? I would love that. Thank you, she says. I spend the rest of the afternoon with blinders on, but still my mind wanders to what I want to do with Gunnar and for Gunnar. I've only spent a short time with the man, and already I'm ravenous for more. That's the allure, and that's the trouble too. I work through the evening, tuning into his baseball game on the radio. I tense when his team's behind, and relax as the Dragons pull ahead in the 7th and stay ahead. I bet winning puts Gunnar in a great mood. I call my driver, and soon I'm in the limo heading to the Dragons' home ground. The fans stream out of the ballpark, so we find a side street and cut the engine while I text Gunnar and tell him where to find me. 20 minutes later, the handsome athlete walks toward my limo. Strong shoulders, chiseled jaw, cocky grin, my pulse races. The things I want to do to him. I step out of the car to lean against it and savor the view. At the same time, his eyes travel up and down my body, taking in my tailored shirt and trousers, my loosened tie, my cuffs rolled up. He whistles when he reaches me. Well, aren't you quite attractive in a suit? I laugh. I don't have on a suit. Bet you did earlier, though. Bet you took your jacket off for me. I fight a grin to no avail. I left it at the office. I knew it. He licks his lips. You gonna kiss me, or is it up to me to make out with you in public? I close the distance between us, grab his head, and press a possessive kiss to his lips. He murmurs as I nibble on the corner of his mouth, then brush my jaw across his cheek. Will that suffice? I ask when I let go. For now, he says, a little gravelly. I swat his rear. Get in the limo, now. Yes, sir, he says playfully, then slides in. Here we are, just like last night. And are you hungry? Famished, he says. I ask the driver to take us to the West House, a private club at the edge of the Presidio. The club has poker and billiards, a full bar, and a great menu. And you can also get a fantastic steak, if you like. I like steak. Maybe a game of pool. But have you sent your reports? Do you a memo to deliver? A spreadsheet that must be sent now? He says, finishing in a stern English accent. Laughing, I toy with the ends of his hair. Amazing what a man can do with a little motivation. I was quite efficient today, he murmurs appreciatively. Because you wanted to see me. Yes, that's all I give him, one word. And I believe you wanted to chat about all sorts of things? He asks in a seductive purr, running his hand along my thigh. This man knows how to play me. I have a lot to discuss. With a wicked grin, he says, feed me, and then you can ask me anything you want. The private club. Rafe. The West House caters to new money and to privacy. There's a no-phone policy, so after we check our mobiles with the concierge, we walk down the white hallway, past a game room with poker and pool tables, and into the dining room. The club is so very California, with its blue walls and sleek silver bar, black and white furniture made from vegan leather, and upcycled materials for the tables. This is the private club for Silicon Valley types, for tech money and hedge fund money, for engineer entrepreneurs, for the San Francisco vibe rather than the East Coast one. Other couples are scattered at tables around the dining room, men and men, women and women, men and women, groups too, but it's less than half full as the night unwinds. Gunnar glances around, taking it all in. Then he pats me on the shoulder. Well done, Rafe. Not too shabby. I'm so glad you approve, I say dryly. For the next few hours, we talk pros and cons, and as we're winding down, I ask, how's your father doing? He's better, on the mend, and being a stubborn turkey again, she says with a bemused shake of her head. I smile, pleased at the news. Why don't you take off early and spend time with him? I would love that. Thank you, she says. I spend the rest of the afternoon with blinders on, but still my mind wanders to what I want to do with Gunnar and for Gunnar. I've only spent a short time with the man, and already I'm ravenous for more. That's the allure, and that's the trouble too. I work through the evening, tuning into his baseball game on the radio. I tense when his team's behind, and relax as the Dragons pull ahead in the 7th and stay ahead. I bet winning puts Gunnar in a great mood. I call my driver, and soon I'm in the limo heading to the Dragons' home ground. The fans stream out of the ballpark, so we find a side street and cut the engine while I text Gunnar and tell him where to find me. 20 minutes later, the handsome athlete walks toward my limo. Strong shoulders, chiseled jaw, cocky grin, my pulse races. The things I want to do to him. I step out of the car to lean against it and savor the view. At the same time, his eyes travel up and down my body, taking in my tailored shirt and trousers, my loosened tie, my cuffs rolled up. He whistles when he reaches me. Well, aren't you quite attractive in a suit? I laugh. I don't have on a suit. Bet you did earlier, though. Bet you took your jacket off for me. I fight a grin to no avail. I left it at the office. I knew it. He licks his lips. You gonna kiss me? Or is it up to me to make out with you in public? I close the distance between us, grab his head, and press a possessive kiss to his lips. He murmurs as I nibble on the corner of his mouth, then brush my jaw across. Modern romance lives in authentic emotion and chemistry. Let attraction sound real. But I am happy he likes this escape. Am I showing off to him? Perhaps I am. A redhead in skinny jeans and a black polo strides over to us. Your regular table is ready, Mr. Rodman, she says. Thank you, Bethany, I say. As we follow her through the room, Gunnar mouths, your regular table? I don't respond to him, since Bethany asks a question. And how is your evening so far? Not too shabby, I say. Gunnar snorts. Bethany leads us to a booth in the corner, the cushions a lush shade of sapphire. Let me know when you're ready to order, she says, gesturing to the menus on the table. Of course. And in the meantime, can I get you drinks? Gunnar jumps in. He'll have a scotch, I suspect. Bethany smiles, then turns to me. You're regular? I nod, amused by Gunnar and feeling understood by him too. Well, when it comes to drinks, Macallan would be great. And you? I ask, turning to Gunnar. Bourbon. Maker's Mark. Neat. Wonderful. I'll be back soon, Bethany says. When she leaves, I turn my attention to my companion. Yes, that works. Date feels all wrong, not in the least because it requires so much negotiation. My companion watches me with questions in his eyes and drums his fingers on the tabletop. Your regular table? Do you come here often then? And take a whole team, Rafe? Or just a starting lineup? Anger ignites like dry kindling and burns hot and red in my chest. Don't, I say sternly. Don't even go there. He gulps. Gosh, sorry, he says, lifting his hands in apology. I shouldn't have said that. You're right. You shouldn't have. The insinuation is a sharp knife. I look away, a tick in my jaw, and take a moment to let the anger run its course. But I relent sooner than I expect. I should reassure him. Gunnar might be a rising star on the ball field, but the world I inhabit is still new to him. Private clubs, after-hours parties, the world of the rich. He might well suspect I have a revolving door for young, handsome men who are at my disposal. I am nearly a decade older than he is. With that, I let go of my anger and turn to Gunnar. His blue eyes are wide, guileless, and contrite. He's realized his misstep. There's no one else, I say crisply. Same here, he answers immediately, like he wants to reassure me too. Good. I set a hand possessively on his thigh, squeezing the muscle. There better not be. Then I let go, grab his face, and slide my thumb along his jawline, just hard enough to make my point. If we're going to do anything else, you need to know something about me. Tell me, he says. I like his desperation. Holding his gaze, I take my time, making sure I have his undivided attention. I don't share. He tries to rein in a smile. You better not, he says, lips twitching. I let go of his jaw. With that rule established, I gesture to the club that's a second home for me. I want Gunnar to like it as much as I do. What do you think of the West House? Stroking his chin, he gives the room another appraisal, eyes roaming to the floor-to-ceiling windows with a view of the Pacific Ocean, then coming back to me. I can tell you like it here, he says. I do, I say emphatically. Why? He presses. It must mean something to you. There's so much I keep private, but this is something I can share with him. It's key to who I am. I've struck friendships here, forged business deals, but most importantly, found a place that embraces all humans. I gesture to the dining room. The only membership requirement is the one anyone can attain: money. Nothing else matters. You can be they, he, she, queer, straight, non-binary, Black, Asian, Jewish. Throughout history, private clubs have excluded people based on who they love or who they are. I don't believe in that and don't want to support that ideology with my membership or my business. Here, anyone is welcome, as long as they can turn green into more green. Gunnar hums as he takes in my explanation. Then he smiles, seeming very satisfied. The Rafe file just got a little thicker. You have a file on me? I ask with a laugh. Hell yeah, he says with a full-on smirk. I've been adding details since we met. This latest detail may be my favorite so far. I laugh harder. You're one of a kind, Gunnar. I know, he says, the cocky, beautiful bastard. Then he drops the swagger. But seriously, I really love all that. I'm glad you found this place. And I'm glad you walk the walk and talk the talk. Thank you, I say, probably more pleased than I should be that my reasoning matters to him. Gunnar raises a one more point finger. But I admit I pictured you in more of an East Coast, Yale Club type of place, like a university library, all rich wood, dark oak, high-backed leather chairs. Exactly. I thought that's where you were taking me. So I surprised you? This pleases me a lot too. You sure did. But that's your M.O., isn't it, Rafe? He locks gazes with me. You like to surprise me. Ah, but that's because you like surprises, I say with certainty. You like it when you don't know what's coming next. With a wicked glint in his eyes, Gunnar leans a little closer, covers my hand with his under the table. The touch was intimate and the tension overwhelming. I'd like to be coming next. I think I can make that happen. Good, he says. You better. Ah, but that's not how this works. I'll be the one to decide. I made a subtle, intimate gesture. I think you'll be quite surprised with how soon I intend to make your desire come true. I won't beg unless we're in bed. Rafe, after their intimate encounter last night, he not only deserves a return favor, it will be my pleasure to give him one. But I haven't decided how I plan to make him moan for me, how to drive him wild. These decisions take time and are best made after a drink and a meal. I reach for the paper menu on the table, then hand it to him. First things first, I promised I'd feed you. You sure did. So, what's good here? He asks, perusing the offerings. And dude, don't tell me everything is good, the way people do when they're obsessed with a place. This man does love to knock me down a peg. I believe I mentioned the steak is fantastic, but so is the sashimi and the salmon. You can't go wrong. He sets the menu down with a decisive snap. They all have your seal of approval? My personal guarantee, I say. All right, babes, don't lead me astray, he says. I would never, I say, meeting his eyes. Good, he says, vulnerable for a moment, and I know he gets it. My guard relaxes a bit, and I smile slightly as I enjoy the view of him. His broad frame, his strong jaw, his deep blue eyes. The way he's not afraid to look at me, to challenge me, to stand his ground with me. But before I get too caught up in everything Gunnar, I remind myself that I don't do relationships, that they only lead to pain. The server appears with our drinks and asks for our dinner orders. I choose the salmon, and Gunnar opts for the steak after all. When we're alone again, I reach for my scotch, and he takes his bourbon, tipping his tumbler toward mine. To inclusive clubs and honesty, I'll drink to that. To attractive lips and very determined men, I add. He growls under his breath, a feral sound. Are you determined to keep me on edge all night? I lean back in the booth, savoring his reaction. Are you saying I'm building your anticipation with my words? Absolutely, he says, then knocks back some of his liquor. A crackle of electricity runs through me. Perhaps I'll keep building your anticipation, I say. Gosh, Rafe, he mutters. I affect a smile. Did you mean thank you, Rafe? I guess we'll see if I thank you later, he answers, then takes another swallow of his drink. I chuckle. We've moved past the uncertainty of last night, and I want to reward his faith in me, especially when he hardly knows me and I hardly know him. If we keep up this affair, I'd like to learn more. Not enough to become close, just enough to suit me. I lift my scotch, swirl it, then ask, how does it feel to hit a home run? Gunnar smiles, a boyish sort of grin. There's nothing better in the whole world. Modern romance lives in authentic emotion and chemistry. Let attraction sound real. Describe it for me. How does it feel when you're on the diamond, running the bases? He lights up, eyes gleaming, lips curving. It feels electric. I feel extra alive, like everything in me is vibrating. It's an absolute thrill. Like a roller coaster? I ask, leaning closer. In the dining booth, we're in our own world. Kind of. You like roller coasters, Rafe? The more daring, the better, I say. I'll put that in my Rafe file too, he says, tapping his temple again. It's getting bigger and bigger tonight, that file, I say. That's not the only thing getting more intense, I laugh. I do that a lot with Gunnar, in a way I haven't in a long time. He sets down his glass and sighs contentedly. Let me ask you a question, Rafe. How do you feel when you design a great pair of underwear? That's easy. Like I'm helping people make love, not war. He beams. I like that. You're bringing joy to the world. Exactly. Joy in the bedroom. Or the living room, I add playfully. Or the limo. Or the owner's suite, he offers. Ah, that sounds like a blatant hint. He'd like me to take care of his needs in the limo, but I'm still entertaining all my options. Or an elevator. Or a shower, I say. I could go on and on. Maybe I want you to go on and on, he counters. I know you do, and that's another reason I love what I do. I want people to be turned on. If my designs excite them, I've done the world a service. More sex is a good thing. He waggles a brow. Or so I'm told. I consider that segue as the server brings our food and we tuck in. So, you haven't been with a man before, I say, returning to the discussion last night. But what is it that you want? His brow knits. Like, do I have a list of intimate experiences I want to try? Things I want to do? Yes, Gunnar. Do you? He doesn't answer right away, just sets down his fork and picks up his glass of bourbon. After a pensive pause, he says, I don't have a written list, but I know this much. He's more intense than I've ever seen him. I want to connect intimately. I want to get you naked. I want to learn what turns you on. I want to explore your body intimately. Your chest, your abs, every part. I want to kiss you everywhere. It's the sexiest soliloquy ever. Then he punctuates it by repeating everywhere. Do you know what I mean? I shudder as I imagine all the places where his lips would travel, places I don't usually let lovers go. And I want you, Rafe, to be intimate with me, Gunnar adds. I want you to be deeply intimate with me. I want you to connect with me intensely and make me shout your name. Pleasure twists wildly inside me, wrapped up in lust. My body responded intensely against the zipper of my trousers. I want to have Gunnar tonight, to take him back to my place, tug down his jeans, and connect with him passionately against the wall. But I won't, and I can't. What I imagine happening between the two of us is going to require time. And just like that, I know precisely what I want. I want to seduce Gunnar completely. But does he want to be seduced, or does he want to learn? There's an important distinction. I want all that, I tell him, and you know it. Do I? He tosses back. You really better. I don't mince words. But just to be clear, do you want me to be your teacher? Are you eager to know how to please a man? He seems thrown off by the question. You offering lessons, sweetheart? He asks without sarcasm. I shake my head, not in the mood for games. I want to know if there's someone you want to impress. Occasionally, when one person goes to another for experience in bed, it's because they've set their sights on someone else. My tone has chilled. We're dancing uncomfortably close to Lucas and the things he said and did. No, why would you suggest that? Gunnar sounds offended. It's happened, I say softly, leaving it at that. Gunnar leaves it too, but his gaze has turned dead serious. I wouldn't do that. You need to know that. Good. I hope not, I say, more vulnerable than I like. He turns his body toward me, like he's shielding us from the rest of the dining room. Know this. I'm not trying to woo someone or win someone over. I'm not asking you for instruction. I'm not actually asking you for anything. I blink, suddenly really lost. You're not? No. You assumed I was, he points out, reaching for his fork and returning to his meal. I didn't ask for lessons in seduction, and I'm not going to beg for intimacy unless we're together. He takes a bite of his steak, chews, then finishes. You want to know what I want, Rafe? Desperately. I'm dying to know. His eyes glimmer with heat and want. I want to feel good. I want to feel good with you. I want to feel all the things I've watched in videos. That's what I want. And I want it with you. Just you. He's laid it all on the line, spelling out his desires in a way I can't miss. It's so insanely sexy, it's a struggle not to pounce on him. I want to give this man everything he craves in bed, and I absolutely can. I inch closer to him and set a hand on his thigh. I can give you all of that, but I think there's something you left out. What's that? He asks, intrigued. I raise my fork and take my sweet time savoring my salmon, then I meet his dirty gaze. You want me to bring you to a peak in public. He blinks, but says nothing. I've rendered the mouthy man speechless. Excellent. You have an exhibitionist kink, Gunnar, I add. He swallows roughly, looks at me with heat in his eyes. Do I? His voice is heady, raspy. You do. I set down my fork, push the plate away, and wipe my hands on my napkin. And I'll take care of it right now, under the table. Rafe, I assess the scene at the West House. Servers are in the kitchen, the bartender mixes a drink. A few other couples linger, and they're caught up in their own worlds. maybe their own plans for seduction. But my regular booth affords some privacy, and a tablecloth hangs over the edge of our table, just enough risk. I inch closer to Gunnar and curl a hand tightly around his muscular thigh. His breath hisses, which makes me grin. Gunnar is so responsive. The slightest touch, and he lights up. "I think everything I do around you," I whisper in his ear. "Gee, I wonder how you figured that out." "My astute powers of observation," I say, chuckling at his sarcasm. He won't be able to rely on sardonic quips while he's begging to reach his peak. My hand slides closer to where he wants me. Then, since I'm feeling generous because he was so open tonight, I dip my face to his neck and I bite. He hisses, a sharp, hot sound. He darts his gaze at me, then around the room, as if checking whether anyone heard him. I soothe the bite with the tip of my tongue along his neck, and my hand edges closer to his aroused body. "You're going to have to be so really quiet for what I have planned," I say in a smoky rasp. Then I shrug, or not, depending on your kink. "You're the one telling me what my kink is. I don't hear you arguing," I say, flicking my tongue against his earlobe as I squeeze him. Then I squeeze harder and bite down on his lobe at the same time. My reward is a full-body shudder, a staggered breath, his flush of desire. "I wonder if you can even be quiet," I muse. "I can," he insists. There's not so much sarcasm now, just his desire to please me. In fact, I'd like him to be silent. That's my kink, setting the scene. "One rule," I say, my palm moving up and down along his aroused form. "If you make a noise, I'll stop." His throat rumbles, but he's careful not to let out an accompanying moan. He simply nods, his understanding. Oh, he's going to be so fun to turn all the way on. My fingers travel lazily to the button on his jeans, unsnapping it. He turns his face an inch toward me, awareness fully registering in his eyes. They widen farther as I gently tug down the zipper. "Are you really doing this?" he whispers. "Did you want me to stop?" I ask innocently, taking my hand off him. He shakes his head. Good, because I don't play games when I play games. Then I shove my hand under the waistband of his boxer briefs. Mine, they're really mine with my name on them, and I squeeze him hard. Modern romance lives in authentic emotion and chemistry. Let attractions sound real. He throws his head back, a rough grunt escaping his lips. And I stop. "I can't go on if you're going to be so noisy," I say. "What would happen? I might lose my membership. You wouldn't want that." Again, he silently shakes his head. "Good. Be really quiet now," I instruct. He swallows, nods obediently. Mouths, "I will." "Of course you will," I say, my hand returning to him. "Because you've been reaching a peak to thoughts of me since the night we met. You've wanted me to touch you since the dance floor." A savage nod is his answer. I give him more of what he wants, wrapping my fingers more tightly around him. He's hot and thick, smooth and steely, and he's pulsing with sensation in my hand. And I know how much you want me because of this. I drag my thumb along him, swiping off a drop of moisture. I let go, bring it to his lips. He parts them as I rub the pad of my thumb along his bottom lip. Then I reward my temporary lover with a hard, deep kiss as I set my palm on him again. His entire body shakes as I kiss him while I caress him. He greedily takes my kisses, along with the chance to moan and groan into my mouth. I pick up the pace, using his own arousal to ease the path. He grunts, his right hand gripping the edge of the table, his left scrabbling for a hold on me, finally settling on the waistband of my trousers. As I caress him, savoring the feel of his pulsing form, I reach into my pocket and take out a tin of lip balm. Letting go of him, I smear some onto my hand, then return to caressing him with wicked intent. "You like being watched?" I whisper. "Like when you play baseball. All those eyes on you." He shudders, and I smile against his ear. I'm right. Tell me I'm right. You can speak. You're right, he says, or really, grunts. My hand flies faster. The feel of him in my fist is incredible. And it gives you a bigger thrill that I'm going to bring you to a peak right here, under the table, at my private club, I whisper. So much, he groans, his body jumping in my hand. He digs his teeth into his lip as I work him hard. If I ever connect with you intimately in my home, you can shout, you can growl like an animal, you can call my name. His shoulders shake, and he nods. But right here, don't say a word, I tell him. You'll do as I require, won't you, when you reach your peak in my hand in a few seconds? He nods at rocket speed. Good, you're a fast learner, I tell him, gripping him tight, my hand intensely focused. He shifts, punching his hips a little under the table, asking for more contact, more speed. You want it faster? Harder? Another nod. Both. He wants both. I give it to him. My hand flies under his briefs, the makeshift lube just enough with his own intense sensation helping me along. He's so incredibly aroused, I can bring him to his peak in a few more movements. If we were in my penthouse right now, I'd bite the inside of your thighs. I'd explore your body with more intensity. I'd twist your nipples, I say. Letting go of my waistband, he slams his fist against his mouth, jamming his knuckles against his teeth. Well then, I suppose I should help him out. I bring my lips to his gorgeous, lush mouth, peel off his hand, and whisper, "Reach your peak." I seal my mouth to his, and I kiss him wildly, swallowing all his sounds, all his noises, while he shudders and reaches his peak in my hand. I'm dizzy with pleasure, the pleasure of making him feel incredible. This is another first for Gunnar, and it belongs to me. All mine. Only mine. The thought shocks me. Where did that come from, that desire to possess him? Do I want him to be mine? Mine at night? Or perhaps mine as part of an arrangement, something with limits? Once his breathing starts to slow, I reach for a paper napkin and clean my hand. I tell him I'll return after I clean up, and then he can do the same. A few minutes later, we are both back at the table. Gunnar still looks drunk on lust, but I'm focused on deal-making. As he finishes the last remnant of his meal and I enjoy another drink, I work through exactly how I'm going to make my proposal. Some kind of sex MacGyver Gunnar. The thing about some forms of intimacy is you'd almost always prefer another. That's been my belief ever since, well, hormones, until tonight. As Rafe and I get up from the table and make our way through the dining room of the West House, I tell him, I'm going to mark this day in my calendar. He gives me an eyebrow arch, an invitation to go on. And I will, a lot. Today is the day I discovered there are two types of intimate moments: regular intimate moments and Rafe moments. He laughs, and that rich, deep sound sets off a burst of pride. I'm glad I can make him laugh. I like the occasional smile I see from the serious man. We pass the hostess stand on the way out, and Rafe nods to the woman in skinny jeans. Good night, Bethany. Her expression is cheery and professional, giving nothing away as she says, Good night, Mr. Rodman. How much does she know about the clandestine affairs that go on here? I steal a glance back toward the dining room as we leave. We can't be the only couple to indulge in under-the-table PDA. This night has been a revelation of who I am and what I want when it comes to sex. I feel a rush of appreciation for people like Bethany, discreet and poised, who open doors, help make desires come true. Thanks for everything, Bethany, I say. You're welcome. For a second, I wish she'd add, will we see you again? It would be an excellent question, and one I want to know the answer to. Would Rafe want to bring me back here? And more crucially, what would he do to me on a return visit? Incendiary images flash before my eyes as we leave the club and all its discretion behind. I want another invitation to the West House with Rafe. I want an invitation to everywhere with him. I want to try all the things, in private and sometimes in public. Rafe was right when he stared me in the eyes and told me he knew what turned me on. At the elevator, Rafe presses the call button, then glances my way. "I'm delighted to learn you enjoyed the Rafe moment," he says dryly, so very understated. But there's a hint of a smile on his face, and I want to keep it there. I hope I've got my sea legs back by the time I get on the plane for New York tomorrow. It's kind of a miracle that I can walk right now. "Well, praise the Lord then," he says. I pat his chest. "You're also some kind of intimacy MacGyver. Best life hack ever with that lip balm. Keeps lips soft and has other uses." That it does. Then he turns down the smile and turns up the intensity in his brown eyes. "I wanted to make it good for you," he says. "I wanted to blow your mind." There's an unspoken question there, giving me a glimpse of the man behind the walls he's erected. He truly wants me to be blown away. Mission accomplished, I say. I could blather on about how utterly really amazing it was, but I leave it at that, trying to keep a tiny bit of cool. The elevator arrives, and we step inside. Before the doors even shut, he grabs me, pushes me in the corner, and silences any more conversation with a hot, deep kiss that ends far too soon when we reach the first floor. The kiss is full of his distinct kind of possession. That's what made the intimate moment earth-shattering. I could feel his ownership. On the street, I glance up at the sleek, austere building that houses a decadent private club I never knew existed. I take a moment to admire it, to get my bearings too. I feel a little unlocked. I know why I'm so intensely drawn to certain things. Dancing at edge like I did the night I met Rafe, posting a thirst trap on my social, then sending that very sexy video. Something inside me was urging me on, telling me to go, see, explore. But it's so revealing, so exposing, and I'm not sure I want to linger in this hyper self-aware state around Rafe, a man who's older, wiser, so much more experienced. So I fall back on what I always do when I feel the ground getting shaky under me: swagger and charm. Modern romance lives in authentic emotion and chemistry. Let attraction sound real. Well, I say brightly, I'm going to give the West House 5 stars in my online review. Rafe laughs. "Oh, good. I know they were angling for fresh reviews," he says. I put a hand on his shoulder as we head to where his limo idles at the end of the block. "Don't worry, babes. I know it's a secret thing. When you joined, did they tap on your door at midnight and drag you off blindfolded for an initiation ritual?" "Yes, there was a ritual," Rafe says as we near his limo. "It involved a signature on a big check." The mention of money is another reminder that Rafe comes from another world. I do just fine as a major leaguer, but it's early in my career. I'm not rolling in dough, and a big chunk of what I make goes to college tuition for my brother and sister and to help my mom out here and there. She did so much for us growing up after my dad died far too soon. I work hard and don't take for granted the chance that I have to play ball in the big leagues, but Rafe is in another class. Like private yacht class, some opulent 120-foot thing with a stateroom, a king-sized bed, and a private chef. I can picture him on one so perfectly, all sun-kissed and windswept on the deck, staring grandly at the ocean. I'd ask if he actually has a yacht, but it would sound like I was angling for him to take me on it. He wouldn't like that. It would be almost certainly against one of his rules. I don't need a ride on his yacht anyway. I just want to know the guy and learn more about who he is. And whoa, I need to shut that mess down, stat. When Barrett comes around and opens the limo door, I slap on a smile, draw a deep breath of night air, then gesture vaguely in the direction of my neighborhood. It's a nice night. I think I'll walk home. "Good night, babes," I say. Then I head in the other direction. Caught stealing. Gunnar. As I walk up the block, night cloaking me in a chill, I wish I felt as courageous leaving the limo as I do when stealing second base. On the diamond, I take no prisoners. I calculate, and then I go for it, muscling and hustling out plays. There, the team depends on me. Walking away from Rafe is an act of self-preservation. I swear I'm about to pull it off when I hear leather soles slapping the concrete wingtips, unless I miss my guess, and I won't, coming closer. With a heavy sigh, I hunt for a plan B. At the corner, though, Rafe darts out his arm and grabs mine, tugging me to a stop. Where are you going? I don't turn around. Just walking home, I mutter. You're lying. He says it like it costs him something to control his temper. I scoff. I live in Hayes Valley, I say, gesturing in that direction. I'm literally walking home. That's easily 4 miles away. He doesn't loosen the grip on my wrist. Maybe I don't want him to. Maybe some part of me wanted him to chase me. I shrug, still not facing him. I like exercise. So do I. But you're not walking home for exercise. You're running away from me. This man is no nonsense. I can't get away with anything with him. He has X-ray vision, and it's terrifying. I face him at last, head up, man to man. Look, I appreciate everything you've done for me. The private suite, the club tonight, the dinner, the limo, everything. But I do like to walk, and you don't have to take me home. He sighs, annoyed, and shakes his head. Gunnar, I'm not going to keep chasing you. Yup, X-ray glasses. Gosh. I sigh, shoulders slumping. Look, I don't want to take advantage of your generosity. That is true. I don't want to get caught up in him, and his generosity is part of what makes him so appealing. You're not, he says. I wanted to take you there. I want to take you home. His exhale is too sharp to call a sigh. But if you're going to keep running off into the night, I'm done. I blank. I didn't expect him to be so blunt, but I shouldn't be shocked. Rafe has always laid out the choice and said, take me or leave me. But the choice is still open. I might as well take the second chance, if you insist. I flash a smile, laying on the charm and hoping it lessens his irritation. It does not. He rolls his eyes. Get in the really car, and if you keep this up, I will tie you up and discipline you, he murmurs. And just like that, I've got another fantasy to add to my list. Seems like we'd both win then. Yes, we would. That's my point, Gunnar. We can both win. Now let's go. A minute later, we're in his limo again. As soon as Barrett shuts the door, I apologize to Rafe. With deeds, not words. I climb onto his lap and kiss him. A little deep, a lot passionate. Then I slide off his lap, watching his expression. Thanks for the ride. A knowing flicker of mischief in his eyes acknowledges my apology. Anytime. We're both quiet for a few minutes as the car cruises through the darkened city. I realize I don't know if he meant mine or his when he said he'd take me home. I bite my lip to keep from saying, "Can I go home with you?" Someone who wants a relationship might ask that, but that's not me. Besides, I made a bet with the guys, and I don't want to cough up 100 grand, even for charity. I made that bet figuring there was no chance in hell I'd lose. To lose, I'd have to fall, and that won't happen. I turn to Rafe. Do you need I have a question for you. We blink in sync, just like we'd started our questions, and that makes me laugh. He laughs too. It's the first time I've seen him even slightly flustered. It's really adorable, the crinkle around his eyes, the sweetness in his smile. And it's a relief after my attempted getaway. Rafe gestures towards me. You go first. I shake my head. No way. You. He raises his chin, once more serious and polite. Do you have a car at the ballpark? I wither a little inside. I had hoped for an invitation to his home. Some ravenous, greedy part of me was craving another round with him. But I shrugged that off, acting casual. Nope, I took a lift. I'll give you a ride to your home then. After a pause, he asks, or would you prefer I not know your address? Is that the issue? He says it gently, offering me that boundary as if it wouldn't bother him in the least. Maybe nothing hurts him. Maybe he is made of steel, his resolve and his heart. No, it's fine. I'm overreacting, feeling too much, wanting too much, hoping for too much. Hope is a dangerous thing. Feral, really. I give him my address as if it barely matters, and the car heads that way. As we whoosh through each green light, the limo's clock seems to tick louder. The end of the night is crashing into us. I'm acutely aware that I want another night with him, but I won't ask for it. Rafe speaks next. I have a proposal for you. His voice is smooth and honeyed, in control. Do you now? I ask, intrigued. Yes, I do. I'm listening. Just stay cool and in charge. He locks eyes with me. I told you I don't like lies. I told you too that I want to be honest. Can you handle it? Somehow I don't let on that I'm crawling up the walls inside my head. Sure, I can handle it. I don't do relationships. I've been hurt before. I won't let that happen to me, he says. I growl, wanting to punch Lucas or anyone who hurt Rafe. Who is the jerk? I ask, pretending I don't know. Rafe gives a soft smile that fades quickly. Doesn't matter. Nothing matters, except this. He gestures from him to me. Suddenly, it's like we're in a cocoon of desire and pleasure, of wants and wishes, like nothing exists beyond these tinted windows. I want to see you again, he says. So, I want to strike an arrangement with you. I want to make you an offer. Gunnar's limo swings onto my block as he utters the word arrangement. I sit up straighter, eager to hear the deal he has in mind, but I also want to grab some control. The car stops at the curb, and I gesture to my quiet building. There's a sitting room in the lobby. Let's go inside, I say. Sure. Rafe nods, and we exit the car together. I open the building's door, head up the steps, and punch in the key code, Rafe right behind me. The lobby is sleek chrome and white walls, coolly industrial and eerily quiet. Modern romance lives in authentic emotion and chemistry. Let attraction sound real. A much safer setting than the too sensual vibe of his limo. I claim a spot on the black couch that frames the lobby space, and Rafe sits next to me, but not too close. Business deal distance, I suppose. He's focused and intense, so that fits. I'm listening, I tell him, and he nods. Good, because I want to make it worth your while. Gunnar, you are fascinating and full of the most confident charm I've ever seen. It drives me crazy that you keep trying to walk away from me, especially since I know that's not what you really want. He's not wrong. If you say so, I say, flirting. He growls. I know so, Gunnar. The man digs the chase, whatever he may say, likes a little cat and mouse. He's intrigued. I don't fall to my knees every time I see him. He may think he wants me to serve up my psyche on a silver platter, but he doesn't want that all the time. Rafe is like a great game of baseball. The sport is best when you don't know what's coming and all you can do is react. So then what do I want? I counter. Let him spell it out. His eyes glimmer with heat and passion. You want to feel wicked, mind-blowing pleasure, and I want to give it to you. Yes, I like where this is headed. I peer around him in case anyone's coming down the elevator, but the lobby remains silent. Only his words and mine fill the quiet. Keep going, I say. He is hitting all the right notes. I want to make you writhe and beg and pant. I want to see how you look when you're about to lose your mind. I want you to beg for my touch, my presence, and anything else I want to share with you. It takes all my willpower not to slide closer and crash into him. I want that. 3 words are all I can muster. I want to test your limits, and I want to take risks in public that thrill you more than you ever imagined. Here, right here, where someone could come downstairs and see. Why? My voice wobbles with heat, with lust. He gives a sly, dirty jerk smile. That's what excites me, he explains, so simply, so elegantly, so like a polished, savvy businessman. That's what this is, a business deal he's striking. I do want him to test all my limits. I want to find them with him. But you need to know something, he says, his tone deadly serious. Tell me. Whatever it is, I can handle it, I say, hoping that's true. I can't offer you anything else, Rafe says, resigned but determined. His eyes are sad. That is all that I have. I can be your lover, but I can't be anything more. I wince privately, which is silly. I'm not looking for someone to date. I'm busier than I've ever been in my life. Yeah, that totally works for me too. Except for that family reunion I plan to invite you to, I say with a fatalistic shrug. Sure, I'm putting up a wall, but it matches his. He doesn't laugh, but seems pleased with my answer. Good, then we agree. No strings, no falling in love. When this ends, it ends. And when will it end? I ask. Let's give it a month, he says. A 30-day option. Well, I did ask. Tonight was the most relaxed time I've spent in ages. Learning about the man and chatting with him as we dined made for a truly enjoyable evening. I'd like to do it again, and his terms are clear. This affair can only be one thing, a tryst with an expiration date. But even though I want him, I won't say yes tonight. I need to think about his terms. Make sure I'm not about to lose myself in him. So I call up all my bravado and my best blasé shrug. I'll think about it when I'm in New York destroying the comets. Then I go to the door and open it, inviting him to leave and, in doing so, to wait for my answer. Coolly, Rafe strides across the lobby, stopping inches in front of me, studying me like a puzzle. "Let me convince you," he says. Then he crushes his lips to mine. The kiss is deep, passionate, and dizzying. I hold tight to the open door so I don't fall over, as he takes my return kisses and swallows them down. He breaks the kiss to stare at me fiercely. "I can't bear the thought of anyone else touching you. I'll be waiting for your yes." With that, he slides his hands off me. He turns, takes the steps down to the street, and gets in his car. The stretch limo pulls away, and I realize Rafe managed to get the last word before he left. "This is your warning, Gunnar." In the morning, I don't have an answer to Rafe's proposal, but I have a message waiting for me in my inbox. I'm standing at the kitchen counter, eating scrambled eggs and checking my phone, and I spot the email the Dragons PR guy sent me. In it, Owen lays out details of the one-off sponsorship from Boyfriend Material. The dating app wants me to do a video on how to send a thirst trap. I smile as I read. "As I'm sure this won't surprise you at all, the picture you posted last week was quite popular. It generated a lot of conversation, and Boyfriend Material wants to partner with you. I sent the info to your agent, and I'll let the two of you figure out if it's right for you. But if you get a chance, I'd love to chat with you about this and something else too. Can you meet me for a cup of coffee before the team plane takes off before our New York trip?" Frowning, I read his note again. Owen is usually happy to get things done over email. Does he want to meet about this sponsorship deal or something else he's not telling me yet? I'm curious as hell, so I reply, "I'll be there." I scroll through my email until I find one from my agent, Josh Summers, which spells out the finer details of the sponsorship. If I do a how-to video breaking down the style of my thirst traps, I've got a 5-figure payday coming to me. Josh finishes the note. "This seems right up your alley. Let me know what you think. As your agent and as your friend, I tell you to accept. But, of course, it's up to you." Gosh, yeah, I'm accepting. Every little bit helps. You never know how long you're going to be able to play ball. I need to make and save as much as I can. After breakfast, I lob in a quick call to my little sister, Jamie. She answers right away. "Hey, I'm on my way to class right now, but I had to take a call from the superstar," she says, teasing. I roll my eyes, packing for New York while we chat. "I'm not a superstar." "I'm glad you said that. If you're not famous, I didn't see that image of you in your underwear," she says. "Don't look at my Instagram. I've told you that, Jamie," I chide. "I didn't want to. Everyone was sharing it. Trust me, I averted my eyes," she says. "Good. You've learned well," I say. "How are your classes?" She rattles off what she's studying in her pre-med courses, and her happy excitement is everything. I want to help her achieve her dreams, and if a picture of me in my skivvies can do that, I'll keep snapping. When she reaches the building for her bio class, we wrap up our goodbyes. "Love you, kid," I say. "Love you too," she answers. I hang up and do my best to focus on business, baseball, and family. If I think too much about Rafe's offer, I might become more obsessed with him than I already am. It's a good thing I'm going away. After the last 2 nights, which felt like nonstop Rafe, I need some time apart from him to consider his offer. I weigh the pros and cons as I head to meet Owen. On the one hand, there's my libido. My desire wants an extended ride on the Rafe coaster. But if the man takes up this much space in my mind now, what's my head going to be like after 30 days as his lover? When I reach the coffee shop, I push Rafe and his arrangement out of my mind to concentrate on my meeting with Owen. We grab drinks and a table in the back. We chat a little about the game last night and the one coming up, and then I steer things to the reason we're here. So what's on your mind, O? Your notes seemed unusually clandestine. He laughs softly, then clears his throat, shifting his tone. I want to tell you something, as a friend, someone with your best interests at heart. This sounds serious. What is it? I say this, too, as one queer man to another. I want you to be careful, he says. I bristle. What do you mean? Wild thoughts race in my head, pinging between defensive and alarmed. Modern romance lives in authentic emotion and chemistry. Let attraction sound real. He was at the stadium the other night. Did he walk past the suite when I was in a compromising situation? Owen swallows, as if this is difficult for him to say. He might even be blushing. I never want to police anyone's after-hours activities. Whatever you like, you like. Your choices are your choices. I just don't want to see you in a compromising position, he says. I catch his drift. It's 2 + 2, not higher math. Are you saying you don't want me to get caught with my pants down? He laughs, sounding relieved. Yeah, I am kind of saying that. And are you saying you know what I did the other night? He holds up his hands in surrender. No, but I know who the stationery came from. I know you went to Marlowe's suite afterward. And I think whatever you're doing on your own time is entirely your business. He blows out a breath. I just don't want to see an unscrupulous fan take a photo of you, catch you doing something risque. Doesn't matter if it's with a man or a woman. I don't want you shown in a light that would cause any concern. Do you get my meaning? I go a little cold all over. There are risks to the desires Rafe is unlocking in me. That's what makes him appealing. But Owen's point is a very good one. What if some intrepid photographer with a long-range lens had taken a photo of me in an intimate moment with Rafe in the owner's suite? What if someone at the West House had snuck a cell phone in? How would that affect my sponsorship deals, my reputation, any future partnerships? Even if it didn't hurt my career, it certainly wouldn't help. I appreciate you looking out for me, I say sincerely. It means a lot. Owen's smile is 99% relieved. I hope so. I'm all for the edgy, sexy image you put online, but for your sake, I want to make sure nobody can misinterpret that edgy, sexy image. My phone pings with an alert that I need to get moving if I'm going to board the plane with the rest of the team. We gather our trash and I say goodbye on autopilot. On the way to the airport and onto the team plane, I consider what Owen said. His points are an icy dose of reality. A tryst with Rafe might be too risky. I mull it over as we buckle in and the aircraft taxis for takeoff. By the time we're winging away from San Francisco, I'm convinced that seeing Rafe again would be a very bad idea. It will help to see Mom and my little brother in New York, to reconnect with my priorities. My focus should be on work and family, not on sex. I stare out the window as we fly east. I don't chat with Zane or the other guys on the team. I don't watch the shows I downloaded to my phone. Somewhere over the central time zone line, I open my texts and start a new one, addressed to the man who made me a proposal last night. A little obsessed, Rafe. Normally, business demands my full attention, and I like it that way. Work saw me through the death of my parents in a car crash back in uni. It carried me through those early days of grief. Then, over time, business became everything. The sheer attention my work requires has kept me driven and focused for more than a decade. Lucas was my only wobble. But on Friday, during a marketing meeting, I can't seem to keep my mind in the conference room or on Matthew's pitch for the new You Do You campaign. I wonder if Gunnar has landed in New York, if he's out with friends from his baseball team, if he's thought about my proposed arrangement. And we've enlisted our regular marketing agency for this project, Matthew says, and I realize he's wrapping up his presentation. Right, regular agency. I glance at the last slide still on the screen. It all sounds standard. It shouldn't matter that my attention wandered for a minute. I have talented people who run each division, making the daily decisions. But I like the 30,000-foot view I get by sitting in on these meetings. Do you think it will help our appeal with the broader customer base? I ask. Our designs are for men, and for the longest time, our market was queer men. We've altered our marketing targets over the last few years as more women have bought sexy underwear for their straight partners. We want to continue moving in that direction. It's about time men of all orientations adopting something sexier than tighty-whities or boring boxer briefs. Matthew nods crisply at the head of the conference table, gesturing to the slide with his projected numbers. All of our research shows there are great opportunities in targeting couples. And as men open their minds to a new look in underwear, we want to reach those who buy for themselves as well as the people who buy for them. I think about Marlo saying my designs are her boyfriend's favorites, and I nod. That's a wise direction, I say. This campaign will implement several new tactics to make sure we're reaching consumers in all the places where they live, he says. It's a good plan, so I sign off on it. Then, since the day is winding down, I say goodbye to Matthew and Teresa and return to my office, where I take off my suit, hanging it on the hook behind the door. I change into the running clothes and trainers I keep at work. Moments later, I'm out the door, heading down the elevator. As I exit onto Market Street, I check my phone for a text. Again, nothing. I don't even know if he'll text me. He might call. He might just show up on my doorstep and say yes to my offer. Or say no. I'm not used to this kind of waiting. All I can do is distract myself. Putting one foot in front of the other, I pick up the pace until my light jog turns into a run. I meet Christine as planned at the ferry building, and we take off, flying along the bay. My trainers slap the pavement as Christine pulls ahead. "Catch me if you can," she taunts, but we both know you can't. "Those are fighting words," I shout, all my competitive spirit telling me to catch up. But an uncharacteristic early evening fog wraps around us as we run, and my mind hovers between here and New York. I'm not used to being this obsessed with a person. I'd forgotten what it was like to want someone this intensely, this passionately. Is this how I felt for Lucas? Not even remotely close. You asked him to marry you. This is just sex. I grit my teeth, swat the comparison from my mind, and pump up the pace. Gunnar is simply a man my body craves. That is all. This obsession is only physical. I refuse to let it be more. I move faster, run harder, and catch up to Christine. We race the last half mile, breathing fast, strides lengthening, two ferocious cheetahs trying to best the other. Then Christine pulls ahead on the final stretch of pavement outside the ferry building, finishing mere feet ahead of me. "Nice try," she taunts. I laugh. "You always win." She paces to cool down and nudges me with her elbow. "Does this mean you're still off in La La Land, thinking of your new man?" I groan and roll my eyes. "How do you know me so well?" "It's my special skill." "So, what's the latest? Has he got your heart all twisted up?" I shake my head. This one can't possibly involve my heart. "Good," she nods decisively. "But how is it going?" I wish I knew. I haven't heard from him. I try to sound offhand, but I'm not sure it comes out that way. "When did you last connect with him?" she asks. "Last night." She laughs lightly. "That's not so long ago." "Exactly." I shake my head in frustration with myself. It's too soon to want to hear from him so badly. She smiles sympathetically. "It's not too soon if you like him." "That's the rub," I say with a resigned sigh. "I don't want to like him, Christine. I don't want to develop feelings." She squeezes my arm. "I know, love, but have you considered that you already have?" I scoff. "It's been less than 2 weeks. I'm only out of sorts because I haven't heard from him, so he has the upper hand right now. I don't like giving up control. I made him an offer for sex. I'm simply waiting for his yes." She rolls her eyes. "You're such a romantic." I laugh. "See, I told you I won't develop feelings." Her eyes spark. "Ah, but you said you don't want to develop them, not that you won't." Modern romance lives in authentic emotion and chemistry. Let attraction sound real. You should have been an attorney, I grumble. She reassures me with a pat on my shoulder. Relax. This impatience, the feeling of wanting him, you just want to win him. I laugh. Perhaps she's right, and I simply want a yes. If he agreed, I would make every single second of those 30 nights worth his while. We walk toward her penthouse. So, what's the latest with your fitness empire? She tells me about some new projects she's working on. One of them, unfortunately, involves my ex, she says, her jaw ticking. Why is it that we have such awful exes? Because we give too much of ourselves, she says knowingly. There's good advice in there. Are you saying I shouldn't give so much of myself? I'm saying that if your guy says yes, you need to be careful with your heart. I don't want to see you broken again. The thought chills me. I don't want that either. Nor do I want it for you, I tell her, and drop a kiss to her forehead. I'll keep looking out for you, and you'll keep looking out for me. She kisses my cheek. Always, she says. I walk her home, say goodnight, and head back to mine. Gunnar still hasn't contacted me by the time I return, and I decide if he doesn't, that's all for the best. A little distance has to be a good thing. When I get out of the shower later that night, though, my phone is vibrating across the bathroom counter. I grab it before it goes off the edge and see Gunnar's name blinking at me. Midnight craving. Rough. I stare at my phone, my heart thrumming too quickly, my pulse pounding too hard. All this intense reaction to Gunnar's name on my screen? The bathroom is tiled in black and white, its sleek, modern design hand-selected by me to be a sanctuary, a haven of hot showers and self-care. But instead of reaching for aftershave or my favorite lotion, I clutch the phone like I could break it and stare at my reflection in the mirror. Who have you become? I rasp. Less than 2 weeks, and you are really obsessed with him? I close my eyes. I am obsessed. I give in, unlock the phone, and open his message. Gunnar, I wrote you a long text on the plane a couple hours ago. I hit send over the Midwest, but when we landed in New York, I saw that it had never gone out. It made me wonder if fate was trying to tell me something. Do you believe in fate? Closing my eyes, I pinch the bridge of my nose. What is he trying to ask me? What does he want? I know what I want. Contact. With him. So, with a towel slung around my waist and my body still dripping wet, I write back. Rough. I don't believe in fate. It seems like an excuse to be irresponsible. Life happens. Things don't always go your way. It's not fate. It's just life. I hit send. He replies instantly. Gunnar. Whoa, are you okay? Hope I didn't touch a sore spot. I reread my note. I suppose that was rather intense. He can't possibly know I'm thinking about my parents. I'm not sure now is the time to tell him, but I give him this much. Rough. Just thinking of people I miss, family members I've lost. I don't like to think fate was out to get me. I hit send. Then catch my reflection in the mirror. The tick in my jaw spasms, a vein in my neck throbs. I should get dressed, go sit on the couch, but I can't make myself move. I feel like if I walk away, this conversation will end, and I don't want that. Seconds later, there's a reply. Gunnar, I've lost people I love too. It's hard, man. It's really hard. And I know what you mean. It's not fate. Rough. Sorry about your loss. Or losses. Gunnar, same to you. Also, it's weird to talk about this over text. My heart squeezes. Is he going to call me? I don't know that I want a deep Friday night conversation about missing. I do my best to stave it off with my reply. Rough. It is difficult, true. So why did you ask me about fate? There, I've directed the conversation back to the present, away from the past and the people in it. Gunnar, I wonder if fate was looking out for me. My stomach twists. I wish he'd just be direct, but at least he's being honest, it seems. Rough. What was in this text you didn't send me, since you keep mentioning it? Gunnar. What happens if I say no to you? I grimace as a weight sinks in my gut. Taking the phone, I head to the living room and sink onto my couch, defeated and resigned. I should have prepared for this answer, but I didn't think it would happen. Maybe that makes me a fool. I stare out the window, where the evening is shrouded in fog. It's fitting, really. Rough. If you say no, that will be that. I look at the note. That's really all there is to say. I hit send, and his reply pings back almost immediately. Gunnar, you wouldn't try to convince me? Rough. No. Gunnar, why not? Rough. Because I respect you. My heart hammers painfully. I close my eyes and drop my head back onto the couch cushion. I wish he'd said yes. I had so many delicious plans for him. I need to hear it, read it, to make it official, so I open my eyes and write. Rough. Is this your way of saying no? The message flies into the ether, and I wait, and I wait, and I wait. I can barely stand it. I turn on music on my phone. Play Prince's Purple Rain. I look down at the towel I'm wearing. I should change. I should open up my laptop and dive into work. Yes, that's what I'll do. But as soon as I make that decision, my phone trills in my hand. Gunnar's name flashes beautifully across the screen, followed by his face. I answer the call. The moment the video connects, Gunnar's eyes pop wide. Then they travel up and down, cataloging my frame. Are you wearing only a towel? I smile. I am indeed only wearing a towel. Gosh, babe, he groans, low and raspy. He stares at me from the middle of his hotel room with intense desire. Looks like he's in the Lux in Manhattan. I recognize the low blue lighting as well as the crisp white decor. There's a desk by the window. Gunnar scrubs a hand along his jaw. You look hot, he rasps. I'm smug for a moment, but it doesn't last. My obsession is stronger than my pride. Thanks, but what does it have to do with why you're calling? I don't feel like playing games. I don't think he's toying with me per se, but I want to cut to the chase. Rough. I wrote a whole text on the plane, he says, guileless, unbuttoning his shirt with his free hand as he talks and paces. But I didn't send it. Yes, you told me that. I want to tell you what it said. His voice sounds strained, like this is hard for him. I sit up straighter. This is exactly what I want. His honesty. As much as I crave his yes, I crave the truth. He paces the other way, finishing the buttons as he goes. You said no lies. You don't want to chase me. I hear you. Then he shucks off his shirt. I blink, trying to process both of that he's saying and his state of undress. Go for it, I say, focusing on the conversation rather than his gorgeous golden skin and his outrageous abs. Gunnar stops pacing his hotel room and locks eyes with me. I can't stop thinking about your offer. And I should say no. I need to focus. I have to play well. It's early in my career. I make just above the league minimum, and I take care of tuition for Jamie and Charlie. Who? I ask, intrigued to know more about Gunnar. My little brother and sister. My dad died when I was 12. My mom worked hard to take care of us, and it's my job now to look out for my siblings. It's good that you do that, I say, my heart thundering a little harder with everything he reveals. I love them, he says. I want to be there for them. Mom's flying in to see a few games this weekend, and Charlie's coming from college. They're my reasons for what I do, he says, sounding as desperate as I feel. I don't want to get distracted. You love them. It's wonderful you take care of them. Of course not, I say. I take a beat and turn to what I want to know next. So, the question is then, do I distract you? Tension broke. They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. How do you know I brought it? Because I know you need to relieve tension several times a day. Modern romance lives in authentic emotion and chemistry. Let attraction sound real. Your desire has been sky high since you met me, hasn't it? He steps out of the frame briefly and returns in seconds with a bottle of lube. Less than 3 ounces? He smirks. You know it. Pour it into your palm. Slick yourself up. My mouth waters at the sight of him. His arousal is evident, and it belongs to me. What about you? I'll show you myself when I'm good and ready, I snarl. I want to see how hot you are for me. In front of the window, the gorgeous athlete drizzles lube onto his palm, takes himself in hand, and grips himself firmly. His eyes slam shut, and he lets out a feral groan. This isn't going to take me long, he says. This is why you couldn't send me that message. It's not fate, Gunnar, I tell him, fueled by a rabid desire to show him that I'm not the only one who's obsessed. As his hand moves quickly, my own desire stirs under the towel, eager to get in on the action. I'm dying to connect with his body the next time I see him, to introduce him to the otherworldly pleasure of intimacy with a man who knows how. Open your eyes, I order. He obeys, his jaw going slack as he gazes at my chest, my arms, my face. You need my hand, my presence, my words? I do. I really, really do, he moans. He's already panting, his voice telling me he's close as his hand flies. He moves his hips, connecting with his slick palm. I can get you there in seconds, I tell him. I steal a glance at my own arousal tenting my towel. Get me there, he begs. I rip off the towel, letting him feast his eyes on my aroused form, pulsing with desire. The second Gunnar lays eyes on me through the screen, his groan practically booms across Park Avenue. Oh gosh, babe, I want to feel you. I want to connect with you intimately. Want you everywhere, he says, his hand a blur. I touch myself intimately, stroking a few times. I reach for the lotion on the coffee table and slick myself up quickly. Show me how hard it would be to say no, I say as I indulge in the sight in front of me. Gunnar, standing against the window, skyscrapers watching him, offices across the way able to see him. Anyone walking by who happened to look up could see the back of the man, his hips moving hard and fast. If they only knew what brought him to such a peak. Me, just me, sitting here like a king in my penthouse in San Francisco, telling him what I want. Show me, I tell him, show me right now. I grip myself harder, stroke faster as I record in my mind every second of his beautiful body in self-pleasure. His hips moving quickly, his hand racing, his lips parted. Gosh, he grunts. Babe, I'm going to reach my peak so intensely. Tension broke. They both reached their peaks, breathless. You better, he says. I shudder, basking in the shockwaves. Then I tell him to go clean up and call me back. I'm cleaned up too when the phone rings a few minutes later, his face on the screen again. He's sprawled out on his bed, exhausted. I'm still not saying yes, he says. I know, but I wanted you to know what I could give you. Message received. But do you understand where I'm coming from? His voice is gentle, a little imploring. It works its way into my cold heart. I do, and I respect the way you're thinking. I still want you to say yes, Gunnar. But right now, I'm going to let you go so you have the space to think for yourself. He chuckles. You made me reach my peak so I could think for myself? I made you reach my peak because that's what you want from me, and you can have all of that. I won't distract you from baseball or your family. I know you won't. He shuts his mouth and says nothing more. But I know he's thinking what I am. It's already too late for that. Perhaps it's good that we have some time apart. Gunnar, I'm not going to call you again while you're in New York, and you won't call me either. Do I make myself clear? Yes, you do, Rafe. He loves following orders, and I know he will follow this one. I say goodbye, and I tell myself I won't think of him, but I know it's a lie as I get to work the next day on a new business deal. Do I stay or go? Gunnar, today I'm going to leave it all on the field. After the national anthem, I knock fists with Zane as we trot to the dugout to get ready for our at-bats. Let's do this, I say. No, let's sweep this, he corrects. Well, yeah, obviously. Our left fielder bats first and strikes out. Zane ekes out a single, then steals second. When it's my turn, the announcer warbles, and now, batting third for the San Francisco Dragons, Gunnar Ford. I come to the plate, and 2 pitches later, I send Zane home on an RBI single in the first inning. He gives an extra jump as he crosses home plate, and like that, we fall into the rhythm for the game. For the next few innings, we played tight, tense ball, padding our lead little by little. There are no distractions in my head today or my heart. my focus is solely on the game. That's not hard because this sport lights me up, always has, from the first time my dad and I played in a local park. As I jog to third base at the bottom of the fifth to man the hot corner, I think of the promise I made Dad when he was sick. I was just a kid, barely in middle school, but I told him I'd look out for Mom, for Jamie, and for Charlie, my little brother. This is how I keep my promise. When the Comet's slugger, Tanner Sloan, comes to the plate and sends a scorching line drive my way, I dive for it, slamming into the dirt, my gloves stretched out and my leather victorious. Yep, leave it all on the field. When it's my turn at the plate at the top of the seventh, I foul off fastball after curveball, tire out the reliever. I work the count full, and still I keep fighting. I give this at-bat everything until I launch a hard double that caroms in the left field corner. Yes, I pull up on second, where I'm a friendly person. Tanner's wandered over from short, so I slap him on the arm. Nice game, isn't it? He rolls his eyes. Would be nicer if I saw you less, he says drolly. Aw, you'd miss me if I didn't get on base so often. The Comet's infielder snorts. I wouldn't exactly call it missing, he says, as the next batter comes to the box, and he returns to short. When I slide home a few pitches later, we're ahead by 3 runs. All we have to do is hold on to that lead, and it shouldn't be too hard. We have one of the best closers in the league in Shane Walker. 1, 2, 3, and Shane closes down the New York Comets, sealing a sweet victory for us. Shakespeare, I shout to the badass blonde British relief pitcher as I run off the field. I clap him on the back in congratulations. You are the be-all and end-all. He tosses his head back, laughing. Are you quoting Macbeth to me? Brains and firepower, you've got it all, I say with a grin. And you, sir, have a very nice bat. That was pure Shane Walker, by the way. No Bard there. I bet the Bard would like my bat. I waggle my eyebrows as Zane jogs over and joins us. You showboating again, Gunnar? Of course, I say. And I am impressed, Shane says. The 3 of us chat as we head to the dugout. It feels like proof that Rafe won't distract me from doing my job. Well, not any more than he did last night. That was some top-notch distraction, what he did to me on the phone. But still, I haven't said yes to his 30-day proposal. I held my own when that man worked his dark and sexy magic on me, demanding I engage in self-pleasure in front of the window. I gave New York quite a show, and it thrilled me. Rafe was right when he said I was an exhibitionist. Maybe Owen was right too when he warned me to be careful. I am. I'm being cautious. I'm taking my time. And no one could tell it was me last night unless all of New York can identify my form. If they can, I hope they enjoyed themselves too. But today, baseball is the only stage for me. A little later, I zip back into Manhattan in a Lyft with Zane, and we stop at our favorite late-night diner, where I order a chicken sandwich and a kale salad, and he opts for egg whites, no butter, no oil, and spinach. Modern romance lives in authentic emotion and chemistry. Let attraction sound real. Dude is a health nut of the highest order. As we wait for the food, Zane smirks. So? I frown. So what? What's the deal with you and Rafe? Gosh, am I going to tell him? Dude, you really love gossip, I taunt. Zane shakes his head. Nah, I just want to know what's going on with my bud. So, Mr. Tall, Sexy, and Hot, tell me everything. What is the deal with me and Rafe? I'm torn. The more time I spend with him, the more I want to see him, talk to him, touch him. Maybe the distance of this away series will get him out of my system. There's nothing to tell, I say as casually as possible. Zane rolls his eyes. I mean it. Nothing is going on, I insist. Come on, you were in Marlowe's suite with him the other night. I'm not stupid. There's not nothing going on. I heave a sigh. I love Zane. He's a good bud. But we have a bet going, and the more I talk about Rafe, the more likely it is I'll admit I don't have my act together with Mr. Tall, Sexy, and Hot. He's not interested in relationships, and I'm not either. Because of what I told you? Zane asks. Sure, the story of Rafe's past wasn't pretty, but he basically just said the guy's been hurt, which explains why Rafe doesn't want anything more than a casual arrangement. Because my focus is on the game, not a man, I say with exaggerated patience. Zane studies me a moment longer and then says, fair enough. But when I pick up my phone while we're waiting for our food, Zane points at me and laughs. Caught you looking. I groan. Am I that obvious? You just love busting my chops, don't you? I really gosh do, Zane says gleefully. And you're really gosh good at it, I grumble. He nudges my foot under the table. Why don't you just admit you want him? I sigh. I do want him, but that doesn't mean anything more is going to happen. Something might, Zane needles. I lean back in the booth, spreading my arms wide over the back of the seat. You must really want to win the bet. But his expression is unusually serious. Gosh, the bet. I give you hell because you think you're so cool and calm. He leans forward, seeming intent on his message. But you're only fooling yourself if you believe there's nothing there but fun and games. Yeah? An ominous prickle runs down my spine. Why's that? Zane shrugs knowingly. This man makes you do things you've never done. Blow a kiss to the camera, disappear into a suite, send a thirst trap, and then go all quiet on a plane? This guy is under your skin, no mistake. I gulp. You noticed. I didn't realize my introspective mood on the plane yesterday was so apparent. He smiles. I'm your friend. Of course I noticed. I have no comeback for that. You were quiet, dude, Zane continues, speaking with genuine concern. You're never quiet. You love to shoot the mess or watch TV or hang out, but yesterday you were all up in your head. I sigh and drop my forehead into my hand. My body is full of tension and my mind is full of questions. I don't know, I mutter, then look up with a grimace. I think I'm a little obsessed with him. It's a relief to say it, like I've been carrying around this secret. Listen, can I tell you something? Of course you can. I'm not embarrassed about my lack of experience per se. Still, only Rafe knows what I'm about to say, and I need to talk to a friend right now more than I need to talk to a lover. I've never been with a guy. I've just made out. And with Rafe, I kind of want to do everything. Zane's smile is electric. You picked the underwear king for your first intimate experience? That's going to be hard to resist. Trust me, I know. He's hard to walk away from. Then why walk away? Zane asks. I swallow and bite off the next bit of truth. The more I have of him, the more I want. The server arrives with our food, and I thank her. Enjoy, she replies. Before we tuck in, Zane says in a serious tone, Dude, no shade from me. I'm a lover. You know I didn't expect to fall hard and fast for my agent, but I did, and now I can't imagine a life without Maddox. So I get that you're falling for Rafe whether you want to or not, but I can't let that happen. I just can't. As we eat and talk, the conversation swings back to sports, and I welcome the break. He tells me he and his dude are going to hang out with Tanner when the Comets come to town next month. Does Maddox rep Tanner now? Zane squares his shoulders. He reps all the best players and all the best queer players. I snort. You wish. When I duck into my room after we return to the hotel, I feel a little lighter. Maybe I can handle this storm of new sensations. Maybe I am only obsessed with the physical and the way Rafe makes me want to do things I haven't done before. I can stave off those deeper feelings. Gosh, I have to. But when I get into bed and check my phone, I feel a bit empty because there's no note from Rafe. If I say no, there won't be any ever again. The twist. Gunnar. I have 2 special guests at the ballpark on Sunday. My mom flew up from Virginia, and my little brother took the train from Connecticut, where he goes to college. Owen meets my family and me by the first baseline and gives them a tour of the Comets ballpark, along with the Comets PR guy. Don't even think about changing allegiances and becoming a Comets fan, I tell my mom when we return to her section of the stands. She gives me a sneaky grin, her eyes crinkling at the corners. But this is such a nice ballpark. Charlie adopts a serious expression. Much nicer than yours, Gun, he says. Owen clears his throat. I'm so sorry I arranged for that tour, he deadpans. Mom smiles and then brings Owen in for a hug. That was lovely, thank you. Once he takes off to do PR things, I sit with Mom and Charlie for a few minutes, catching up. Mom shows me pics of the new screened-in pool she enjoys in the summers. "You're living the life, Mom," I say, proud that I could do this for her. She still lives modestly in a standard 3-bedroom house, but she owns it outright and doesn't have to worry about bills. That's all that matters. "And loving it, sweetheart," she says, patting my thigh, currently covered by my baseball pants. I give her a hug, then turn to Charlie. "I'll hit you a homer, kid." He laughs. "Yeah, right. You doubt me?" Yeah, just a little bit," he says, the way little brothers do. I jump up, ruffle his hair, and head to the steps to get ready for the game. Just watch me. In the 7th inning, I make good on my promise to Charlie, going deep and sending 2 runners home. When I hit home plate, I turn toward the first baseline and blow a kiss to my family. After the game, when a local sports reporter pulls me aside by the dugout and asks who the kiss was for, I answer, "Mom and my little bro. Love them to the ends of the earth and back." We finish her questions and I leave the field. But I do a double take when I spot Finn Michaels. The sharp-dressed sports journalist rarely hits the field. He's not a beat reporter. He's basically the most powerful reporter in sports. He knows about every trade, deal, and contract before it happens. He's uncovered cheating scandals, steroid use, gambling rings, and probably who killed JFK. He's revered and feared. Decked out in tailored slacks and a crisp salmon shirt, the good-looking man makes his way to the Comets dugout, then disappears in it. Interesting. I tuck the oddity away in my brain. I'll have to ask Tanner what that's about. In the morning, I take my family out for breakfast. Then we go full tourist and visit Central Park and the Met. The latter was Mom's idea. "I always wanted to study art," she says as we wander past the Impressionists. "Then you should take a class." She laughs. "Or maybe I'll just get a book." I buy her one in the gift shop. Then we take Charlie to Grand Central Terminal and put him on a train back to school. That night, Mom comes to my game, and once more, we win. "Sweep, sweep, sweep," I chant in the locker room to Shane, Zane, and the rest of the team. The guys get in on the chant too. Mom and I grab a late dinner, and in the morning, I take her to the airport. Modern romance lives in authentic emotion and chemistry. Let attraction sound real. It was a good weekend. I spent time with my family, I spent time with my sport, and I racked up some of my best stats so far this season. Thoughts of Rafe didn't distract me a bit, and I think that maybe, just maybe, I can have it all. The man for 30 days and the life I want. Mom boards her flight, and I head to the team plane, still buoyed by the winds. I drop into a seat next to Zane and slap his thigh. "We are the champions." I can smell the postseason. Can you? He lifts his nose and inhales deep. "Oh, yeah. And it smells like recirculated air and victory." I crack up. During the flight home, I chat with the guys, catch up with them on their families and friends, and then Zane and I watch a British comedy we love. Shane joins us for a critique of the accents. In my head, though, I hear my favorite British voice. The flight home is a stark contrast to my flight there. I didn't do it intentionally, but I proved I can balance the intensity of Rafe with my devotion to baseball and my family. Somewhere over Utah, most of the guys have fallen asleep and the plane is quiet. But Zane's up, so I turn to him and say quietly, "I think I'm going to see Rafe again." And wow, a weight lifts from my shoulders at having made a decision and voicing it to my trusted friend. Zane smiles slyly. "Nice. I knew you couldn't resist him." I lean back in the seat feeling confident and more like myself. "I'm not going to fall in love, just so you know," I declare. "I'm going to win the bet, and I'm going to share intimacy. That is all." Zane pats me on the shoulder, like, "Whatever you say. Sure, sure. I'm just glad you're going to experience intimacy. Me, gosh, too." When the plane lands, I send a text to Rafe. One word. "Gunnar." Yes. Then I follow it up with a request. "Gunnar, can I see you tonight?" His reply comes in 2 minutes. It includes only his address and a time. I head to my car, walking on air, and my phone rings. I figure it'll be Rafe, all alluring and bold, maybe giving me orders in advance. I'm about to answer with a "Hey, babe," when I see my agents calling. I pick up. "Hey, Josh, what's up?" You. Me. Drinks. I have deals to discuss with you, deals that will make you very, very happy. Could this day get any better? Thank you, universe, for rewarding me. I am no distractions Gunnar. That evening, I meet Josh for drinks at the Spotted Zebra, a bar near my home. I spot him outside the watering hole, and he's all smiles and swagger as I stride up to join him. You definitely look like you have all the sweet deals for me, I say. Yes, I do, Josh says, then claps my shoulder. We go inside and order drinks, then I can't wait any longer. Bring it on, I say, beckoning for him to tell me the news. Josh holds up one finger. First, boyfriend material sent me the terms of the deal today, he says. When he rattles them off, I whistle. Hot, very. That'll cover pretty much a year of medical school. Josh looks pleased. And you want to know why they were so keen on it? Why they wanted to lock it in? The server brings our drinks, and I thank her. Then Josh and I clink glasses. Because of the provocative image I sent? I ask, answering him as I take a drink of my bourbon. Yes, exactly. But also because boyfriend material is the exclusive dating app partner for Rafe Rodman, he says. I freeze, the glass mid-air, the condensation sliding down the side. What? Why the hell did he just mention my lover's company? Rafe Rodman, the underwear you modeled in the provocative image. You were flirting with the owner online, Josh says, like he needs to jog my memory. Yeah, I know who he is, thank you very much. But what does his company have to do with boyfriend material? I ask heavily, an anchor sinking in my gut. Boyfriend material is a corporate partner of Rafe Rodman, and they use the same marketing agency. Not only does boyfriend material want you to create some fun content on making a provocative image, but the agency wants you for a new marketing campaign for the underwear. He punctuates his deal-making with a rocker salute. Boom! Who looks out for you, Gun? I gulp, the heat draining from my face. Rafe Rodman wants me? The double meaning. Oh, the really double meaning. Yes, Josh says. Still, something doesn't add up. Are you sure? Josh grins, wide and proud. I got you 2 deals, man. Who's the best agent ever? You are, I say, but I'm not feeling it. I should be jumping up and dancing on the bar. Sponsorship deals pay mortgages. They fund retirements. They pay tuition. They totally want you. Apparently, Rafe's company is launching a whole new marketing campaign, and they want you to be the face of the You Do You campaign. Josh scratches his chin. Oh wait, is it the face? Do they want you to be the face of it, or the core of it? I can't even laugh. My head spins with questions like, is this really happening? And did my agent seriously just offer me a deal to partner with my lover's company? Rafe's obsessed with honesty, but he's been working a deal for me without letting on. Is he trying to buy me? Is this for real? I press, are you sure? Josh laughs. I am this sure, he says, then gives me the dollar amount. This double offer is real indeed, to the tune of a great deal of money. But something else will collapse, I know it, because there's no way I can have it all. Josh and I leave the bar, and when he takes off, I stand on the street corner in a daze, trying to figure out where I'm going next. My phone buzzes, and I check it with a sense of foreboding. Rafe. Here's the code to my building, 5512. I stare at it for endless minutes, debating where to go, what to do, and how much to say to the man who's trying to buy me. The price of me, Gunnar. I am not for sale. I can't be bought for 30 days or for even one night, but it sure looks like that's what Rafe is trying to do. What other explanation is there for the timing of this deal to be the face or essence of his brand? I march back toward my house, building up a new head of steam as I go. The man made such a song and dance about honesty, and then this deal that makes it seem as if he'd own me. I huff out a breath. I want to hit the treadmill. I want to lift weights. I want to move. I need to burn off this annoyance with a run that makes my thighs scream. But I also need to see Rafe and get to the bottom of this latest move in his game. I stop by my place for my car, then peel away from Hayes Valley and cut across town. The route takes me toward the ballpark, my home away from home, the place where I feel most like myself. Rafe lives near there, and when his building comes into view, I let out a long exhale of begrudging admiration. The dude is loaded, no doubt. He lives in the most exclusive skyscraper in the city. In the penthouse, of course. I drive into the parking garage, pull into a visitor spot, and cut the engine. In the elevator, I punch in Rafe's key code, 5512. Part of me feels victorious that I've earned his key code, but another part wonders if this was always part of his plan. Lure me, tease me, toy with me, then own me. On the way up, I sort through what I want to say, how to handle this. I don't have a plan because I'm moving through a haze of anger and shock. When I step out on his floor, I can practically smell the greenbacks. Everything here is sleek, chrome, white. The decor screams, if you have to ask the price, you can't afford it. Rafe can afford anything. He's all about money and honesty. That's why he has that stupid Really membership to his private club. Because he has more money than he knows what to do with. When I reach his door, I rap loudly. Even my knock sounds irritated. Rafe doesn't make me wait. A few seconds later, he opens the door, and I catch my breath with a hiss. I missed him, and that makes me even madder. He's so stunning, with those dark eyes and the chiseled cut of his jaw. He's wearing blue jeans, something I've never seen him in, but I'm sure they cost $1,000 and they're designer. Modern romance lives in authentic emotion and chemistry. Let attraction sound real. He's barefoot, and there's something so appealing about that, as well as the crisp, charcoal-colored button-down that I want to rip off him. My desire is not helping, nor is Rafe. The jerk didn't shave this week. Rafe with stubble might be my favorite Rafe look. He's seductive Rafe tonight, because it seems he's got a whole plan for me. Sexy music floats through an expensive sound system, a mix that sounds like D'Angelo or Sam Smith. The man who wants me at any price holds a tumbler of scotch, the picture of cool. "You're here," he says, so smooth and appealing. As if he knew all along I'd say yes to his arrangement. Of course he did. He tried to buy my yes. He leans in close like he's going to give me a welcome home kiss. I jerk my face away and step inside, kicking off my shoes. I don't wait for him to tell me to take them off. Rafe is the type of guy who doesn't let you walk around his home in your shoes. In the living room, a stunning view pulls me toward the floor-to-ceiling windows, showing off the night beyond, the stars winking in the sky, the ballpark below. I whistle. Nice view. It is. I rather enjoy being near the ballpark. He says it like it's an insider secret. He has so many secrets. Yeah? You're not really a baseball fan, though. I toss it out, like I've caught him in a lie. "I think I'm becoming more of one," he says, and strides over to me. I find I have quite an interest in the game these days. The game. That's what I've always been to him. A really game. He who has the most money wins. "Can I get you a drink, Gunnar? You seem tense." "No, gosh, Rafe." "Yes," I say crisply. "I definitely need a drink for tonight." He arches an inquisitive brow, but he doesn't follow it up. He has his plan of seduction, knowing I'm here and assuming I'll just give in to him. I follow him to a liquor cart in the corner of the open living room, a bottle of expensive libation resting on a mirrored surface. He lifts the decanter, full of bourbon, I presume, and pours some for me. "Woodford Reserve, Baccarat," he says. "I thought you might like it, so I got it for you." He hands me the dark liquid, another sign he's trying to buy me. I'm not for sale, but I'm not turning down the bourbon. I take the glass and he lifts his. "A toast?" he asks. "This will be good." "What are we toasting to?" "To our arrangement." That's when I crack, hissing through gritted teeth. "Yeah, let's talk about our arrangement. How you arranged for me." He blinks and steps back. "Excuse me?" "You know what I mean," I bite out. "I don't think I do, Gunnar." He sounds genuinely flummoxed. I'll make it easy for him. First, I down the bourbon in my glass. The liquor scorches my throat and pushes me closer to my mission. Then, I set the tumbler on the liquor cart with a clink. Why are you trying to buy me? His baffled frown deepens. How am I trying to buy you? I scoff. Give me a break. I'm not stupid. Gunnar, he says, his clipped tone on the edge of confusion and frustration. I have no idea what you're talking about, but maybe you'd like to tell me. Maybe you'd like to tell me why your company just made me an offer to be the spokesperson for the You Do You campaign? I've never seen Rafe Rodman caught completely off guard, wide-eyed and speechless. They made you an offer? He asks when he recovers his voice and sets his glass down. You expect me to believe you're in the dark about this? Everything I know about him says that's impossible. We stand in front of his windows, the entire city at our feet. I met with my agent an hour ago, I explain crisply. Your marketing agency just offered me a deal to represent the You Do You campaign because of my provocative image. The one for you. The one we really flirted over, I point to him. The one that got you to come to the very ballpark. The one that started everything. My voice rises with every line. Passion and emotion storm inside me. What the hell is going on with me? I feel so much for this man that it's consuming me. And it's a great offer, but I feel like you're trying to buy my yes. There, I've put it all out there. I expect Rafe's cool reserve to slip into place, but he only looks mystified. I had no idea, he says, as if he's doing a lightning-fast scan of his brain for some clue. I didn't know a thing about this. None of this makes any sense. I shake my head, trying to sort out which is more likely, that Rafe is that good an actor or that he didn't know the marketing plan. It's your company. You love your business. How could you miss that they offered me a deal? Rafe's dark gaze pops with some realization. Then he drops his head into his hands and says, because I made a mistake. One night or nothing. Rafe, I can't believe I did something so utterly uncharacteristic of me. Wouldn't believe it if I weren't so sure what had happened. Matthew set the campaign proposal in front of me at the marketing meeting the other day, and I signed off on it. His briefing must have included the celebrities he'd booked or hoped to book, and I'd missed it. How could I have been so careless? I set down my glass, cross to Gunnar, and take his shoulders. Let me tell you what happened. I want to beg him to understand, even though admitting my mistake feels like ripping out a piece of my black heart. But the truth matters, no matter how embarrassing, and I need to tell him. Then elaborate, he says, still caustic. I despise being vulnerable. I hate letting people see my flaws. But in his shoes, I'd feel bought too. When I look into those gorgeous blue eyes and see the hurt, I'd do anything to win his trust again. I would never do that to you. I respect you too much, I begin. You have to know that. I didn't think so. His tone says I owe him a lot more than a vague explanation. But seriously, Rafe, what the hell? With a surge of regret, I grip him tighter. Let me check my facts. I want to tell you the truth, but I have to see if my suspicions are right. I go to my couch and flip open my laptop on the table. I put my phone on Do Not to Disturb tonight, I explain, still a little flustered. Okay, Gunnar says, clearly needing more details. I set it so only your texts and calls would come through, I say, hoping this insight helps Gunnar see my intentions. I wanted to only focus on him tonight. But Matthew, he's my marketing director, said he was going to send me final papers this evening for our new marketing campaign, and I didn't want to deal with it, knowing you were coming over. Except, I fear, I know the answer to Gunnar's what the hell happened question, and it lies in my obsession. I click over to my email, ignoring Teresa's note about the upcoming meetings in London with Bespoke, a company we're trying to acquire. Instead, I open the note from Matthew, then click on the PDF for the You Do You contract. All I have to do is search for the name Gunnar Ford, and it comes up immediately. I close my eyes, drop my head into my hand, and groan in utter frustration. Over myself. I missed this key detail of him. What the hell is going on, Rafe? Matthew sent this over to me. It's the final contract for the You Do You campaign. The one that I signed, I say, meeting his gaze. He's wary. Of course he is. I haven't even begun to explain myself fully. But I hope my face and the anguish I feel is a beginning. Please, stay. He walks from the window to the couch, but doesn't sit. Tell me what's going on. Some of the anger is stripped from his tone, but I want to remove it all. He deserves that much for the trust he has given me in our nights together. Please, I implore, reaching for his hand. I want to explain it fully. Gunnar takes my hand. So, talk, Rafe. Tell me what happened, he says softly, then sits next to me. I flash back to the other day, when I was driven mad in the conference room with thoughts of him. I had a meeting last week, the day you left, and I was distracted. No distractions, Gunnar says gently, reminding me of our motto. Exactly. But I was so consumed with thoughts of you. What kind of thoughts? All of them. You, pleasing you. Modern romance lives in authentic emotion and chemistry. Let attraction sound real. My voice turns smoky at the thought of what I want to do to him. Things that will make him shout my name, that will drive him wild. Don't you want me to please you? He asks. It's such a relief to hear him tease me. I've missed it, the flirting and the sarcasm and all of his utter Gunnarness. I missed him too much while he was away. It comes down to the same thing, I say, then return to my explanation. And I drifted off in the meeting. I lost focus. All I could think about was you and the offer. So then what? He asks, urging me to keep going. I stopped paying attention to anything but your face, your body, and you. His lips twitch in a grin. Yeah? Yes, I say, then lift my hand and graze the corner of his lips with my thumb. He bites down on it, and I ask, "This delights you?" Gunnar gives a very cocky shrug, his signature move. It sure does. Tell me more, Rafe. What were you thinking about? Where you were? Whether you were contemplating what it would be like to be with me for 30 days. Whether you would say yes? I was obsessed. When my team asked me if I approved of the marketing campaign, I simply said yes. You faked it, he points out. I grimace. I trusted them to put together a good campaign. I hire smart people so I don't have to be involved in every decision. But this time, apparently, the details involved you. Seems they did, he says, sounding resigned. What would you have preferred me to do if I had been paying attention? Call you and ask whether you wanted to be part of it? If there's a way I could have handled this better, I want to know it. He doesn't answer immediately, then says quietly, I suppose so. I wish I'd been on the ball, that I'd heard your name and reached out right away to discuss it with you. I swallow roughly. Please know that. After a suspenseful pause, he nods. I sigh in relief, but this is only one obstacle. Are you worried how it would look if you did a deal with my company? He scoffs, shaking his head. No, your company will be lucky to have me as a spokesperson. I grin wickedly. There's that cocky charm I adore, I say, because he said will, and I do adore it. I adore him, and that's truly terrifying. Gunnar squares his shoulders. I bring value to Rafe Rodman because I'm me. You do, I agree. But Gunnar's still holding back, judging from the set of his jaw. He exhales, then tells me, I just don't want to be blindsided or hoodwinked. I don't want to be tricked. My heart squeezes. I like so much that he knows who he is and what he will and won't tolerate. I know that. I wouldn't trick you. And I definitely don't want to be bought, he adds. That's what bothered me the most, the idea that you dangle this sweet deal so I say yes to your other offer. I would never do that to you, I say adamantly. If it makes you feel any better, my marketing agency selected you for the campaign. Everyone loves you for it. Aw, but maybe I want you to love me, he teases. I flinch. It's a reflex. He's joking. Or is he thinking about the future? Would he want me to love him someday? That's impossible. I won't let myself love again. I shake off the thought and focus on the moment, on 30 flirty days and nights. I swear I had nothing to do with it. Does that make you happy? His grin is sky high. Incredibly. I don't want a sweetheart deal. I never want to be offered a contract because I know somebody or because I'm intimate with the CEO. I release his hand. In my sternest tone, I say, "But I'm going to be with you intimately." He smirks. "Are you?" I'm tired of gamesmanship right now, and I choose the path of brutal honesty. I want to. I'm a little obsessed with you. Admitting this lifts a weight from my chest, but a new one takes its place. The strength of my obsession is its own risk. I'm a little obsessed too, Gunnar says, husky and needy as he opens up to me. Gosh, there's no a little obsessed. I can't stop thinking about you, Gunnar. I can't get you out of my head, I confessed as I slide my hands up his chest, playing with the buttons on his shirt. He leans close, like he's compelled to be near me, like he has to breathe me in. Good. It's like that for me, he says, looking drunk on me already. This is dangerous. I run my fingers through his hair. I want to touch him everywhere, and once I do, I don't think I'll be able to stop. I know, he whispers against my neck, then kisses my stubble. I really love that you didn't shave, he rasps near my ear. I thought you might like the look, I whisper. I can't get enough of it, just like I can't get enough of you. We meet each other's eyes, and I sigh. I can't be obsessed. I'll make worse mistakes, ones that hurt the company, my employees. I'm thinking about the upcoming bespoke deal and the focus I'll need for that. And yet, I can't stand the thought of another man touching you. Gunnar slides closer, his lips inches from mine, his breath on my face. So touch me once. Be with me once. Give me one night, and then we'll walk away. One night is better than nothing. Showtime, lover boy, Rafe. If one night is all we have, I want to make each second count. I spent this evening getting ready for my man, setting the mood. From the music, to the drinks, to the fresh sheets on the bed, to the gift for him waiting on the coffee table. Well, a gift for both of us. I also plan to ask him to give me a show, and, greedy person that I am, I still want it. The timetable, though, will now require some finesse, so I don't scare him away. Fortunately, I'm really fantastic at finesse. As I compose myself, returning to the cool, in-control man I have to be, I run the backs of my fingers along his jaw. Gunnar moans, low and guttural. His eyes flutter closed as he leans into my touch. I have a question for you, I begin. Gunnar opens his eyes. They're hazy, already rimmed with desire. What is it? I run my finger over his lower lip. He darts out his tongue, flicks it against my fingertip, letting me know what his beautiful mouth craves. Perhaps it's more like a request, I say, low and sensual, warming him up and turning him on. Name it. His gravelly tone, the way it rumbles with desire, floods my senses with lust. I dip my face to his neck, inhaling his freshly showered scent, which feeds my plans for tonight. But first, this. I run my thumb along his jaw, needing him to know my request is only for me, not a part of the sponsorship deal. But this is where I'll need to be careful. There's something I want you to do for me. I try to concentrate on the details of my request, but focus is hard when he slides his hand up my thigh. Yet I'm determined to get what I want. I've wanted this since we met. This isn't for the deal. I don't want him lunging for the hills again. Gunnar is a man who has no problem walking away. It's for me. What I'm going to ask for comes from the greedy, possessive depths of my soul. He presses a hand to my chest. You mean your true heart? He asks, full of swagger. I laugh. You know me so well. He holds my gaze with intent. I do, he says, stripped of sarcasm and entirely earnest. So tell me, what does your greedy, possessive, wicked soul want? Besides me. I push my thumb between his lips, giving him a reminder of our past intimacy. You enticed me with an invitation, remember? Come and get me. And I did. I wanted you then, and I've wanted to see you in my designs ever since. He gazes at me, heat in his eyes, waiting for me to finish. I want to see you in my new styles before we share intimacy and connect deeply. Gunnar pulls away, removing his hand from my thigh. I should remember that suspicion is his natural state, and it's definitely not for a deal. It's not, I say. I drop the seduction, cup his face gently, and meet his gaze. No games between us. Trust me. His hands slide down my chest, playing with the buttons on my shirt. I do trust you, Rafe. I trust you entirely. I stroke his cheek with my thumb, the possessive beast in me roaring louder with every touch. Then know this is only for me. I plant a hard, hot kiss on his lips. Modern romance lives in authentic emotion and chemistry. Let attraction sound real. It feels like a promise, even though I can offer him nothing beyond tonight. When I break the kiss, his eyes spark with dirty deeds. Then I'll give you a show, lover boy. I point to the box on the coffee table. Those are my new designs. Show me how they look on the sexiest man I've ever known. He stands, and I sink deeper into the couch, legs spread as I watch him. He saunters to the edge of the table, a glint in his eyes. "These are all for me, Mr. Rodman?" he asks, seeming to savor how my name feels on his tongue. I run my hand along the front of my desire. "You've shown the world how you looked in my designs. Why don't you show me?" In a heartbeat, he whips off his polo shirt and drops it on the floor. Next, he unsnaps the top button on his jeans, shoves them down, and kicks off his socks. He stands in my home in only his tight, teal boxer briefs, the Rafe Rodman logo at the waistline. In that color, he's a blank canvas for passion. Gunnar runs a hand over the fabric. "You like these? You want them on a little longer?" I groan as pleasure trips through my veins. "Take them off. Let me see how much it turns you on to wear my designs." He slides the briefs down his legs, his body revealed. My desire grew at the sight of him. He leans over, grabs a pair of my new designs from the coffee table, then slides them on. The devil on the front is big, and it's perfect for the man I want to do all sorts of wicked things to. "You want to sin with me, Rafe?" he asks, raising his eyebrows, a smile twisting his lush lips. All night long. Filthy sincerity shines in his blue irises. "I'm holding you to it. But first, model them for me," I command. He spins around, giving me a fantastic view of his firm backside, then smacks a hand on one cheek, then the other, glancing back at me with mischief in his eyes. Dear God, he will be the death of me tonight. And then again when I let him go. "Now another," I tell him. He slides off the devil pair, grabs another, then tugs them on. He's slow and sexy, teasing, taunting as he shows off the cherry red briefs with a heart design. He rubs his hand over the fabric. "How do I look, Mr. Rodman?" So good. I stand, closing the distance between us, and pull them off him. I reach between his legs, and our touch became intimate, my eyes floating closed in pleasure. It's been too long since our intimate touch. Gunnar groans. I know, and it feels incredible. Bet it'll feel better when we connect deeply. I rasp, then squeeze him tight. "And you're going to beg me for more passion." "I'll beg you now, babe," he says, leaning into my touch. "Gunnar, do you know what my biggest sin is?" "I don't, but I'm dying for your confession." I squeeze him again. His desire was palpable, pulsing with vitality. This beautiful, hungry, needy man. "It's a terrible sin that we haven't shared that intimacy yet," I say. "But you can find forgiveness in our connection," he says. He struts to the couch, sinks onto the fine cushion, spreads his muscular legs, and puts on another show. Moving his hands down his chest, he plays with his nipples, teasing the peaks. My throat rumbles as his hands travel along the ladder of his carved abs. Lust has me in its clutches. It nearly consumes me when Gunnar's desire became evident and he leaned toward me. I'm ready to pounce, to give in to the overwhelming desire. He seems to know it as he growls, "I'm ready to make amends, Rafe." But I don't lose control that easily. I shake my head. That's not how I intend for our intimacy to begin. How exactly are we going to connect then? I point to the bedroom. Go to my bed now. He scrambles to his feet and takes off. Palace for sin. Gunnar. I walk into Rafe's bedroom. I stop in the doorway and drink in the palace for sin. The sheets on the man's king-size bed are pristine white. The padded headboard is a silver gray fabric framed by slats. The duvet is all white too, and there's something amusing about the color. Nothing innocent is going to take place in this bedroom tonight. Rafe comes up behind me, presses his chest to my back, and drops his lips to my neck. His mouth travels along my skin and up to nip on my earlobe. Get on your hands and knees and present yourself for me. I get on all fours, lust charging down my spine. Rafe climbs behind me on the bed, slides his hands down my back, curls one strong hand over my shoulder, kneading the flesh like he owns me. In one swift move, he shoves me down to the bed, pushing my arms out in front of me. "Stay there," he hisses. I comply, shuddering as dirty, delicious images flicker before my eyes. I don't know what he has in store for me, but seconds later, he moves down my body, kissing my spine all the way to my lower back. He bestows carnal kisses in a promise of what he plans, how he'll own me. He bites my cheek, then stops, flips me over to my back. My arms and legs are jelly. Since the night I met you, I've wanted you spread out, full of desire and begging, he says, a soliloquy to all my desires. Well, you're getting what you want then, babe, I toss out, and I am not above begging. He slides off the bed, stands to his full height, and lifts his chin, a dirty look in his dark eyes. "I think I'll give you a show now," he says, in that rich voice that drips with desire. Slowly, sensually, like only a filthy rich billionaire can, the man undresses, button by button, until his shirt is all the way open. He slides it off his shoulders and tosses the expensive fabric carelessly to the floor. I groan obscenely loudly as I stare at his lean muscles, the grooves of his abs. I'm made of bulk for hitting home runs, but he's designed for bedroom deeds. And, as I'm learning, for exquisite really torture. I tip my forehead towards his jeans. "Come on, take those off." "Are you sure?" "Stop teasing me," I beg as my body twitches. "You like being teased," he says. "Tease me with your touch," I say, my eyes drifting to him. "Ask me nicely," he says. "Please, Rafe, please take your pants off and share intimacy with me." He undoes them, lets them fall to the floor. "Yes," I murmur as I admire a pair of tight red boxer briefs, the ones with the rooster design on them. "Do you like these? I thought you might." "Love them," I say in a husky voice that gives away all my desires. Then my ruthless tease of a lover strips naked too, climbs on the bed, and slides his palms up my thighs. Desire burns inside me like jet fuel. I don't know how long I can last. His hands on my thighs are a prelude to passion. "Rafe, I'm going to reach my peak really soon," I tell him. I'm that aroused. Tension broke. They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. Afterwards, breathless, he pulls back, lust in his irises. "Then tell me what you want. Tell me exactly what I want me to do to you. Connect with me so deeply I never forget this night." He pins me down, their bodies pressed close, and annihilates all my senses with a possessive kiss. His lips consume mine, and I don't want this night to ever end. But I will take what I can get. Him, just him, for one night only. A very filthy game. Gunnar. I walk into Rafe's bedroom. I stop in the doorway and drink in the palace for sin. The sheets on the man's king-size bed are pristine white. The padded headboard is a silver gray fabric framed by slats. The duvet is all white too, and there's something amusing about the color. Nothing innocent is going to take place in this bedroom tonight. Rafe comes up behind me, presses his chest to my back, and drops his lips to my neck. His mouth travels along my skin and up to nip on my earlobe. Get on your hands and knees and present yourself for me. I get on all fours, lust charging down my spine. Rafe climbs behind me on the bed, slides his hands down my back, curls one strong hand over my shoulder, kneading the flesh like he owns me. In one swift move, he shoves me down to the bed, pushing my arms out in front of me. "Stay there," he hisses. I comply, shuddering as dirty, delicious images flicker before my eyes. I don't know what he has in store for me. But seconds later, he moves down my body, kissing my spine all the way to my lower back. He bestows carnal kisses in a promise of what he plans, how he'll own me. He bites my cheek, then stops, flips me over to my back. My arms and legs are jelly. Since the night I met you, I've wanted you spread out, full of desire and begging, he says, a soliloquy to all my desires. "Well, you're getting what you want then, babe," I toss out. And I am not above begging. He slides off the bed, stands to his full height, and lifts his chin, a dirty look in his dark eyes. "I think I'll give you a show now," he says, in that rich voice that drips with desire. Slowly, sensually, like only a filthy rich billionaire can, the man undresses, button by button, until his shirt is all the way open. He slides it off his shoulders, and modern romance lives in authentic emotion and chemistry. Let attraction sound real. You explored intimacy with a personal massager? I really did, I say, Rafe. Deepened the intimate touch, letting me know this pleases him. I opened myself further to the welcome connection. "Did you like it?" he asks. "It felt good, but not as good as you right now." His eyes flickered darkly. "Good," he murmurs. "I would love to watch you explore intimacy." I want to do that for him, see his face as he watches me. "You want me to engage in self-pleasure while exploring intimacy?" "I do," he says in a gravelly tone, his control fraying. "Yes." I really love that I can push him with words and images. This man worships his control, but I'm the one who makes him bend. "Gimme more," I beg. He rumbles yes as he deepened the intimate connection. Wow, that's a lot. I wince at the stretch. "Does it hurt?" Concern laces his tone. I shake my head. "Just intense." I breathe out, then moved intimately against his hand. As he continued the intimate touch, he dips his face to my thigh and kisses my leg softly, then my hip, then intimately touched me. Delicious heat spreads through my chest, curls in my belly. Slowly, ever so slowly, he deepened the connection, opening me up. When he moved his hand just so, my vision blurs. Everything is incendiary. Then he moved his hands intimately inside me, and I go blind with desire. My body quakes, and I push up on my elbows and stare into his dark eyes rimmed with wild desire. "I'm so ready for you." "Why do you really think I prepared myself on my road trip? For me?" He sounds wickedly delighted. "Yes, I've been prepping for you so I could fully connect with you. So less talking, more intimacy," I demand. He laughs, a sexy purr, as he eased the intimate touch. Then he pressed another kiss to me. Letting go, he moved my hips and repositioned me for deeper connection. Dragging a hand down my spine, he lets out a low murmur of admiration. "This perfect body is all mine," he says. "That's right," I say, as I offered myself to him. He touched me intimately with both hands. "I own this body," he says in his deep, intense voice. "It's yours. Just connect with me," I say, a desperate plea for relief. Rafe drops his hands from me. I crane my neck to watch him as he prepared for our intimacy. Gosh, that's intense. Him preparing for me? He drizzles more lube, then touched himself intimately. My body ached. My whole body throbs with need as Rafe positioned himself behind me, nudging my knees farther apart. "Did this excite you?" He moved intimately against me. Sparks shoot down my spine. "Yes," I groan. Did you reach your peak for me? He asks as he moved intimately against me. Always you, I murmur. Good. Now connect with me, he growls. Really connect with me. He connected with me, pushing in without mercy. Yes, I don't want him to go easy on me. I want to be deeply connected and stretched. He pushes in more, and it hurts. He's pushing me to limits I didn't know I had. The pressure is intense. I grit my teeth. Does it hurt? Don't care, I bite out. His demeanor shifts instantly. A gentle hand roams over my back. I care, he says in a tender tone that's so unlike him. I bow my back. Don't stop. Please, I beg. I can take it. Gunnar, I want it to be good for you. His voice is a gentle reassurance as his hand slides around me and he runs his fingers across my abs, then up my chest. It melts me, slow and easy, as he skates his knowing touch over my nipples. My legs tremble. Then, as he makes me feel so very good, he deepened the connection further, and my brain pops. I surrender to the feelings raging through me, to the pressure. My body belongs to this man. But I brace myself as he moved almost all the way out. The drag back hurts, but on the next movement, the tension finally abates. Then it disappears, and he feels so good inside my body. I am caught up in the heat, the burn, the intense arousal. He groans, a dark and possessive sound, then curls a hand around my shoulder. Soon he's picking up the pace, connecting with me with long, deep, intense movements that fry my brain and send my heart into overdrive. I am overwhelmed, sizzling with excitement, feeling like he's breaking me from the inside out, ripping through me. Rafe, I groan. His name is everything I want. He is everything I want. Say my name again, he demands. Rafe, I say, sensual and carnal, like the man who owns me. He connected with me harder. His other hand wrapped tightly around me and gripped me so possessively, he'll leave marks. Mine, he growls. You're really mine, Gunnar. I'm yours, I grunt. My body twitches and an electric charge ricochets through all my cells, tripping my wires. Wanna reach my peak? I grunt. I reached for myself, but he bats my hand away. I'll get you there, Rafe tells me in a stern and terribly sexy voice, then lets go of his shoulder and strokes me. He connected with me fearlessly, moved me mercilessly, and destroyed my hold on reality. My body surged with sensation. My brain short circuits, and I reached a peak more intensely than I ever have before. I spin out, my world blurring into nothing but him and me and bliss, as sensation seized my senses. Then, with a deep movement, Rafe twitched with me. He shudders and grunts, yes, gosh, you. The way he says it is savage and sexy, and makes me feel like I'm his. But I'm not. Not really. We're just playing a very filthy game. My shameless confession. Gunnar, I thought baseball wrung out my body, but baseball has nothing on this man. After my first, and sadly my last intimate encounter with Rafe Rodman, I'm exhausted in all new ways. I'm sore all over, but I'm also tremendously hungry. We take a luxurious shower in his temple of a bathroom, then I pull on the purple briefs with the red devil on the crotch, and I'm about to make a dinner plan when I decide to tease Rafe. I stride into the bedroom where he's grabbing clothes from the top drawer of his bureau. Bonus show for you, I say to the man, then give him a sultry look and show off my barely there clothes. He hums his approval. Yes, those were indeed made for you, he says. I think that's literal. Does that mean I get to take them home as a keepsake? They're yours, Gunnar. Of course I want you to have them. He sounds so earnest and poignant too. It stings my heart. On the one hand, it's a sexy memento. On the other hand, it's really underwear. I'd actually rather have something besides underwear to remember you by, I say dryly. He closes the distance, comes up to me, and cups my chin. I care deeply about what I do. You inspired me. You inspired these. Please know when I say I had them made for you that it means something to me, he says, vulnerable in new ways. Well, gosh, I was a jerk. Rafe's a designer. This is his passion, making people look good and sexy. Sorry, I sounded callous. I glance down at the design and add, I love them. Feeling daring, I press a kiss to those lush lips of his. When the kiss ends, he pulls on a pair of soft black pants. And wow, Rafe should be a model for low-slung pajama pants. This pair hangs seductively on his hips, showing off his V and his abs. I think those pants are my new obsession, I say, licking my lips as I stare wantonly. Just look at you. I'm glad you approve, he says. My stomach rumbles. I'd approve of food, too. He stares sharply at me. Did you think I wouldn't feed you after our intimacy? Better after than before, I say with a wink, as we head out of his bedroom. I haven't eaten all day and I'm hungry as anything. He tips his forehead to the living room. Let's order something, he says. Then, with a curious look on his face, he asks, unless you want to go out, in your briefs? His eyes roam up and down my body, the real flirt. Nah, let's stay in, and I'll torture you by wearing next to nothing. Oh, trust me, it is only incredibly sexy torture seeing you walk around my home wearing hardly anything. But as I walk away from him, I'm acutely aware that his fantasy of me and his designs doesn't have an encore. Modern romance lives in authentic emotion and chemistry. Let attraction sound real. After midnight, we sit at the island counter in his sleek, modern kitchen, polishing off banchan and bibimbap from a Korean place he loves. I indulge in a beer, and we talk, the topic turning to our families after I tell him Mom and Charlie came to the game with the Comets. How did she enjoy New York? Rafe asks. Loved it. It was perfect food, baseball, and the Met, I reply. He raises an eyebrow skeptically, and I confess sheepishly, well, Mom likes art, and I like making her happy. Sounds as though you did, he says. I'm comfortable enough to ask about his parents, and he's comfortable enough to answer. They've been gone a decade now, Rafe says, which doesn't seem possible. You still miss them? I ask, though I can see that he does. All the time. He sips his drink and sets it down. I wish I could have taken care of them in their retirement like you've done for your mother. That's a true gift. For her and me, both, I say. I don't take for granted that I'm able to provide a modest but comfortable life for Mom. But I love taking care of my employees, Rafe says, with passion that shows he gets it. They're family in a way. I can tell, I say, smiling gently. I want to do right by them. Something in his voice seems to implore me to understand why he focuses so much on work. What helps his business helps his people. Rafe, trust me, I get it. I can support his choice, even if it sucks. My teammates are like family too, and my family is family. I understand putting them first, even though it's hard. He reaches across the counter to squeeze my hand. It's so really hard, he says, eyes dark and sad. But then he clears his expression, like we silently agree not to linger in the inevitable place where this obsession with each other has led, to the morning when we end. By the time we finish our meal, I'm full and exhausted. I stretch my arms overhead, then a yawn overcomes me. Rafe grins, looking smug. What? I ask, a little defensively. Did you want to wear me out? With a sly grin, he says, of course. I don't want to be tired, I whine. I want to go all night. That might be a little difficult. I can continue, I insist, mostly on bravado. Rafe seems doubtful. Are you tired? I shift uncomfortably on the metal stool. Yes, but guess what? I'm tired after every baseball game. He chuckles, hopefully not in a way that causes discomfort. Oh, I've been hit on the rear with a baseball. On the rear, not in that way, he says, like he wants to remind me of their recent intimacy. As if I could forget. I laugh. Fine. Prepositions are important, I say as we clean up the dishes, then crush the cardboard from the restaurant and set it in the recycling bin. But I'll still try to convince you. I playfully touch his rear, and whoa, he has a nice, firm rear. Gunnar, Rafe chides. Is that tone because of the playful touch or the suggestion we could continue? It was about intimacy. He turns to me in the galley of the kitchen, looking serious. He's cute when he's being intense. We're not being intimate again. I'd be a terrible partner if I did that. That's not what a partner does. I know that, but I gotta give him a hard time. Shame on you, Rafe. Don't you know intimacy can be more than just one type? Oh, he says, chastened. I slide up to him, chest to chest. Did you know there are so many different things we can do? He rolls his eyes, then yanks me close for a kiss. I do know, but I thought you meant you wanted me to be passionate with you again. He says it in a deep, sexy rumble, like if he won't be intimate with his body, he'll be intimate with his voice. Bet you'd like that, I say, taunting him. Bet you'd like to be with me another night, then another, then another. He groans and drops his forehead to mine, holding me tight. I want that so badly, but we can't. I don't want to stay in a funk, so I slip out of his embrace and walk to the floor-to-ceiling windows. I drink in the midnight view of the ballpark, savoring the lights of the city. It's a king's view, and so fitting for Rafe. But my eyes return to the ballpark. Only days ago, I went to a coffee shop near there with Owen, and he warned me to be careful when I'm with a lover in public. I chew on that advice for a bit, and then part my lips to speak. Rafe, my PR guy met with me right before I left for New York. He told me to be careful, that somebody might take a picture of me. His brow lifts. With me? Not you, per se, but if I'm doing intimate things I like to do with you. Ah, smart man. It's good to be cautious. I don't think I've been very careful with you, I admit. This feels important to share, but I hardly want to. He tilts his head. What do you mean? I drop my voice to a bedroom whisper. I was so deeply affected when you showed me such passion at the West House under the table. I was on fire when you told me I enjoyed being seen. Everything clicked. Everything made sense. That's what I want. Those kinds of thrilling encounters. It's a freely given confession as I share my desires with him, my deepest, truest ones. And sometimes I do want to be private, like tonight. But I also get intensely thrilled when I'm doing something with you where I could be caught and seen. He rubs the back of his knuckles against my cheek as the stars wink beyond us in the night sky. That's why it's your particular desire. It thrills you and it scares you, and that excites you. But it feels good, doesn't it? So really good, Rafe. I'm bold from the intimacy we shared, saying, I have so many fantasies. His eyes glimmer with heat. Tell them to me. I close my eyes for a moment, seeing all the thrilling scenarios I imagine. I imagined once that you had a yacht, some opulent thing. I open my eyes and meet his dark brown ones. To be clear, I don't want you for your money, but I could see you on a yacht, Rafe, and on this yacht, I pictured you being intimate with me out on the open water. He groans and slides his hand over the front of his pants where a noticeable bulge tents the fabric. Or outside somewhere, I say, encouraged in my quest to excite him. But if it weren't for you, all of New York would have seen me in a compromising situation a few nights ago. He drops his hand from his front and cups my jaw fiercely. I'd always protect you. I've always wanted to make it so you could experiment safely. I think back to New York when he had me turn my back to the window so no one could see me, to the West House where there are no phones. He has given me space to freely explore my fantasies with him. He's made certain I'm safe. Even the private suite at the ballpark was thrilling but controlled. I look deep into his eyes and drop the sarcasm. I'm going to miss you so really much. I'm going to miss you more, he says, and then grabs my face and kisses me roughly, making me moan into his mouth. When he breaks away, it's to take my hand and we return to the bedroom. There are clean sheets on the bed. He must have changed them when I stepped into the shower before him. They came together in passion. Last time, Rafe. The clock ticks painfully loud in the morning, a stark reminder that I won't see Gunnar again once he leaves. As I get dressed, pulling on the pants I left by the bed, panic creeps over me. This is ending. I'm choosing the end. My chest tightens as I head into the closet to grab a shirt. This uncomfortable sensation promises to gnaw at me as I let Gunnar get away. I distract myself by focusing on my responsibilities, the acquisition plans waiting for me on my laptop for Bespoke, the upcoming campaign with boyfriend material, which Gunnar is part of. I ball my hands into fists and remind myself to stay strong. I can't give in to what my heart wants. My head has to win this game. I grab a crisp burgundy button-up and slide it on. When I'm dressed, I go out to the living room and find Gunnar relaxing on the couch, laughing at something on his phone. My breath catches at the sight of him at ease in my home. This is the first time I've seen him in the light of morning. Modern romance lives in authentic emotion and chemistry. Let attraction sound real. All our encounters have been after dark, shrouded by midnight and moonlight. Now, sun streaks across the room and his golden hair shines in the light. I head over to him and I can't resist. I drop a soft kiss to the top of his head, then ask, "What's so amusing?" It's just my teammate giving me a hard time," he says, then sets his phone down on the couch cushion and stares up at me, still smiling, as he does. "Is that Zane?" I ask. I can barely let go of Gunnar. I want to gobble up everything there is to know about him. Gunnar nods, still looking over his shoulder at me as I stand behind the couch. "Yeah, we're just planning to work out before the game tonight. We start a new series against the LA Bandits here. You only had yesterday off. Baseball is so intense," I say, a little amazed at the relentless pace. "You know it, babes. We aren't football players, going at it once a week. We're working men, playing 6 or 7 days a week, and it's hard and awesome." That schedule is also a reminder of his goals. He had a great series in New York over the weekend, but if he were to keep coming over late at night, staying up past midnight, enjoying the pleasures of our nightly encounters, and all the clever ways I'd fulfill his particular desires, he'd be worn out and exhausted, which would affect his game. I can't let that happen to him. But as I glance at the clock on the living room wall, the shrinking time weighs on me once more. We have 1 more hour, and I've never gone out with him in daytime. I want a last taste of what I'm giving up. "I bet you're hungry. Can I take you out to breakfast?" Gunnar murmurs his approval of the idea, then stretches up and grabs my face. He pulls me over the back of the couch to give me a kiss, whispering against my lips, "I'm always hungry, for food, passion, or baseball. Let's do it." I take him to a nearby cafe in the ferry building, grabbing a picnic table outside where we can watch the ferries dock. He orders egg whites and potatoes without butter, and I opt for granola and yogurt. When the server leaves, I draw a deep breath of the sea air and gaze at the bay. "You got a boat fascination, Rafe?" he asks. I laugh. "Maybe you do, as I observed last night. I love the water. We always took beach vacations when I was a kid. I was a fish, spent the whole time in the water." "That's not surprising, you being so active," I say. "What about you? Were you a fish?" he asks. A fish watcher. I grew up in London, used to spend many afternoons walking along the River Thames and dreaming about the life I wanted. Gunnar squints like that concerns him. "You weren't happy growing up?" I was happy. We didn't have much. I wanted more, to build something, make something, do big things for my family. I'd walk along the water and talk to the river. He sets his chin in his hand. "That's very European." "I suppose," I say with a laugh. I always loved the water. Staring at it, imagining the stories of the people on the boats moving down it. Where were they going to? Where were they coming from? "Is that what you think about when you're sketching something new?" he asks. "Do you imagine the people wearing your designs as you create?" It's like he has a view into my brain. Those are all questions I ask myself when I'm working on new concepts. Where would a man wear these? How would he feel in them? How would he want to feel? I suppose all of that started when I used to wander along the water and imagine what the people were up to. Gunnar's smile widens, lighting up his blue eyes. "I'm learning so many fascinating things about you this morning. And I'm learning things about him too. He's intuitive. He's an excellent listener, paying attention to what I say. The last man I fell in love with wasn't like that. It took me too long to see the truth about Lucas. Foolishly, I thought we were a perfect match because we worked in the same industry. Wait, why in the bloody hell am I thinking about love? Love isn't in the cards with Gunnar. We are not in the cards. But breakfast is. The server brings our food and we tuck in. I let myself enjoy this one perfect moment with my obsession. Only Gunnar is proving to be so much more than an obsession. When we've finished eating and leave the cafe, I work up the will to say goodbye. In front of the ferry building, as crowds slip past us onto boats or into the financial district or out to the cable cars, I hold Gunnar's face and bring him close for a kiss. I almost wish I didn't go into Edge that night, I say, full of regret and longing. His eyes burn. Don't say that. Don't wish me away. I wish this were easier then. Nothing good is easy. But you don't wish we never happened, he says. You wish we could keep happening, just like I do. Then he grabs the back of my head, claims my mouth, and delivers the most searing kiss in the span of human existence. My brain melts and my bones liquefy. His kiss tempts me more than anything ever has. I want to say, really, my one-night plans, let's do every night instead. But Gunnar is stronger than I am. When we break the kiss, he lifts his hand in a simple wave and walks away like he's leaving the field at the end of a game. And I watch him go. Dangerous temptations, Rafe. A week later, I meet with Matthew, Teresa, and some of my other senior VPs in our conference room to review plans for the new campaign. This time, I'm focused and listen to every detail. We want to launch the campaign in New York with a fantastic event. We'll invite influencers, fashion bloggers, and the media, Matthew says. He clicks a button on his laptop and spins the screen my way. I stifle a growl. It's an image of Gunnar's thirst trap set against the new branding materials. Are they trying to kill me? Why are you using that one? I bite out. We'll have fresh shots. This is just a mock-up. Gunnar's busy with the baseball season, but we've secured time next week for promo photos. I wince, imagining the photo shoot. I could see myself walking into that shoot, telling everyone to leave, closing the door, and stealing a few minutes alone with the model. Pressing him against the wall, holding him close, kissing him until we're both intoxicated. I shake those thoughts away. That all sounds fantastic. We have some projections on how we think the campaign will grow the new line, Matthew says. After he shares those, Teresa jumps in. These trends align with the market research supporting the bespoke acquisition. Matthew hums, twirling a pen in his fingers. If the deal goes through, when the deal goes through, I correct. He smiles. When it does, we'll have everything in our portfolio for a man's wardrobe. We can develop a marketing campaign around that. Matthew's eyes light up. Everything a man needs, he muses. Teresa smiles a little devilishly. Or, perhaps, we dress men all the way. Matthew points at her with a smile. That's better. I smile. Yes, that's a winner. At last, the meeting ends, and I go to my office, slam the door, and lock it. Then I flip open my laptop, feverishly call up the calendar, and check for details for the photo shoot next week. I stare at the calendar square. It's a slice of chocolate cake, a glass of fine scotch, a pair of front-row tickets to my favorite concert. Gunnar will be at the warehouse studio a few miles from here, wearing Rafe Rodman underwear, smiling that sultry smile for the camera, looking all sexy and mine. I let out a tight breath. I could find an excuse. Hell, I'm the CEO. I don't need an excuse. I could walk into the studio, say hello, drink in the sight of him. Really, I mutter, sinking into my chair and spinning to stare out the window. Would I seriously do any of those things? I grit my teeth and shove every scenario away. For the rest of the day, I bury myself in phone calls with business partners and investors. I don't look at the calendar again until evening rolls around, and even then, it's only to check my schedule. I'm due in London in a few weeks to see my bankers, who will be overseeing the bespoke acquisition. Modern romance lives in authentic emotion and chemistry. Let attraction sound real. Christine needs to go to London soon, too. I have promised her some introductions to business associates. With a harsh breath, I check the dates once more. I don't have any meetings on the day of the proposed shoot. I'll just be in the office, thinking of things to inspire me. I could pull it off. Just nip in, see him, then leave. My hungry heart clicks open the thirst trap image once more, the first one he sent. The invitation. Come and get me. Desire claws at me like it did the first time I saw it. But now I feel so much more than red-hot physical desire for Gunnar. More than lust. That's the problem. I care too deeply for him, and I don't know what to do about it. Surprise me, Gunnar. A week later, on a warm, late September night in San Francisco, the Dragons destroy the San Diego Devils, putting us one win away from a playoff spot. I trot off the field with my teammates, high on possibility as I strut into the clubhouse, high-fiving Zane at his stall. Tomorrow, I say to my buddy, we're gonna bring it. He fist bumps back. Let's do it. I strip out of my dirt-streaked uniform, toss it into the laundry bin, then make my way to the showers, washing off the game. As I'm getting dressed, Zane wanders over to my stall, buttoning his shirt. You want to grab a bite to eat? Holden and Declan are in too, he says as he finishes the last button. I do love hanging out with my teammates, but it's 11 o'clock. I have my first photo shoot for Rafe Rodman tomorrow before the game. We'll be taking shots that will be in the pre-production materials, teasers for the big campaign. Nah, I need my beauty sleep, I tell him. Zane's eyes flicker with curiosity. You think he's going to be there? You never know. I wish I could strip the hope out of my voice, but I can't because I'm dying for him to show up tomorrow. I shouldn't want to see him, I confess. Zane knows all the details. When I walked away from Rafe at the San Francisco Ferry Building 2 weeks ago, I grabbed lunch with my friend and told him what went down. I asked him to be my accountability partner, to help me stay strong. He said yes, but that it would be very hard for him because, in his words, he's a love supporter, not a breakup supporter. But he's been nothing but helpful, especially when I was tempted to text Rafe. Instead, I'd turn to Zane, and he'd say something funny or amuse me with a stat about baseball I didn't even realize existed, or he'd find a fun new restaurant for us to try on the road, courtesy of Maddox's foodie knowledge. But I'm not sure what to do about tomorrow, and I need his help. As I pull on my polo shirt, I ask, I don't want him there, right? I definitely don't want to see him, right? Zane sighs, then claps me on the shoulder. But you do. I roll my eyes. Dude, aren't you supposed to tell me to be strong? He laughs. Be strong, man. But I want him to be there so you two can figure this gosh out. Hell, I figured it out with Maddox, and he was my very agent. Fair point. A player and agent romance is the definition of off-limits. But Zane and Maddox found a way to navigate that speed bump. Now they are goals. Maybe Rafe and I just have too many obstacles. I don't think there's anything to figure out. I should be totally good with this. I'm going to pep talk myself if he won't. Well, you've been playing baseball like a god. You should be good with that. Zane thumps his chest. How's that for an amazing accountability partner? That's true. I have been on a hell of a tear. My stats, RBIs, and on-base percentage are through the roof. I've put everything into this postseason run, and it's paying off, knock on wood. Thanks for reminding me. Thanks for everything, Zane. I couldn't get through this without you. I'll see you tomorrow. I say goodnight and head home. Because, what if Rafe is there in the morning? I need my beauty sleep and a little time to prepare. I shave before bed so I'll have the perfect morning scruff. Then I pick just the right outfit to wear when I walk in the door. If he's there, I both want him to miss me and be eager to see me. I'm selfish like that and greedy too. I'm antsy as I leave my place the next morning and drive to the Dogpatch district, where I expend some of that nervous energy bounding up the steps to the studio warehouse. I considered texting Rafe to see if he's here or will be here, but I've resisted contact so far, and he has too. I want the man to succeed in his business plans as much as I succeed on the diamond. Still, it'd be a classic Rafe move for him to show up. My heart skitters in anticipation. I bet he's in the studio waiting for me, sitting like a king in a black leather chair, all smooth and casual, licking his lips when he sees me, his eyes traveling up and down my body. Powered by adrenaline and hope, I head inside and give my name to the receptionist, who waves me in. I turn down the hall, yank open the door to Studio 5, cranked up and ready. But as I scan the white room, outfitted with changing rooms, a few chaise lounges, and many bright lights, only disappointment waits for me. Well, no, there's also a statuesque woman with a friendly, warm smile. She was at edge with Rafe the night I met him. She approaches me and sticks out her hand. "Hi, Gunnar. I'm Teresa, the executive VP at Rafe Rodman. I'll introduce you to the photographer when she arrives in a minute, and we have all the designs for you as well as a changing room." My heart sinks. But then, the shoot hasn't even started. Rafe would come at the end. That's his style, to surprise me and devastate me, then leave me wanting more. Getaway jet. Rafe. I sink into the cushy leather chair in the first row of the British Airways jet. Christine makes a production of settling in next to me, setting down her book, then her tablet, then her mobile. Her sharp eyes don't leave me the entire time while she arranges herself. The flight attendant stops by and asks if we want coffee or tea or champagne. "I'll take an English breakfast, please," I tell her. "Same for me," Christine says. "Thank you so much. I'll be back in a jiff then." The cheery woman wheels around and heads to the galley, and Christine returns to staring at me with pursed lips and eyes brimming with curiosity. Finally, I turn to her and ask, "What is it, woman? You're staring at me like my hair is sticking up or I've got something on my face." She laughs, swiping her dark hair off her shoulder. "I was just wondering when you were going to start scrolling through Instagram." I close my eyes and push my head back against the seat. "Why would you think I'd do that?" "Oh, gee, I don't know. Maybe because the photo shoot is this morning." "I'm not even thinking about it," I say tightly. "It's all I'm thinking about." "Oh, please, lie to somebody else," she says. "What?" I ask, my eyes flying open. "It's not a lie." She pulls a don't be daft face. "You think I don't know why you wanted to move our trip to London forward? Or that I bought the song and dance about arranging meetings and introducing me to people? I've been meaning to introduce you to some of my contacts for months," I insist. "This will help with your global expansion. You've supported me so much over the years. It just made sense. So we could have the meetings." "Meetings, schmeetings," she says with a scoff, crossing her long, lean legs. "It didn't have to be the day of the photo shoot." Then she reaches for my hand and squeezes it, her voice softening. "Rafe, I've been trying to reach out to you. But every time I do, you're busy. You're negotiating a deal, you're working late, you're studying a contract. We haven't had a chance to talk." Yet another reason I can't remain so caught up in Gunnar. I lose sight of other things and people that matter, which apparently I already did. I sigh. "Forgive me, I've been crazed. I should be a better friend." "Oh, please, I don't expect you to jump every time I check in. This is not about me. It's about you. After Lucas left, you buried yourself in work, like work will never hurt you." Modern romance lives in authentic emotion and chemistry. Let attraction sound real. So, are you going to tell me what happened with your man? Am I? I worry that if I talk about Gunnar, I'll just miss him more. Although that doesn't seem possible, really. And we're trapped in this steel tube for the next 10.5 hours, so I might as well. The flight attendant brings us our drinks, and we thank her as she sets them down. I sip my tea and scald myself. I'm sure I deserve that. I put the cup down carefully. I sensed I was losing my focus. I've wanted an acquisition like Bespoke for a long time, and I can't risk being distracted. I lower my voice, guilt weighing it down. I won't do that to my employees. I won't let down the people I work with. She frowns at my confession. "Was that happening?" I nod, a little embarrassed. "The more you got involved with Gunnar?" I nod again. "I can't afford that. You know how important this is to me." "I do," she says sympathetically. "I can't mess it up. And it seems I have a propensity for obsession," I say wryly, as if I can make light of my all-consuming feelings for the man. "No," she corrects. You have a big capacity for caring. Don't confuse the two. Christine's words are not quite an indictment, but they're close. It's for the best, I say. I've been down this path before. I just, I lack the energy for more denial. Meeting her gaze, I shrug helplessly. I don't want to get hurt again, Christine, I say in a voice too close to breaking. She slides an arm around my shoulders and squeezes tightly. Now we're getting somewhere. Is that the true reason you broke things off? At the time, my feelings for Gunnar felt like an obsession, and the distraction was the reason to worry. Those things are true, but more than that, I'm terrified of my heart being broken, and Gunnar could slash it in two. I suppose it is, I say, but recognizing the truth doesn't change my reality. Soon, we buckle in and take off, and he's even farther behind me. Smile for the camera, Gunnar. The whole time I model the new designs, I give the camera my best smolder. And the whole time I hope that when we're done, the door will open, Rafe will ask everyone to leave, then he'll walk up and tell me he's been fighting like hell to resist me, but it's impossible. But when the shoot ends and the photographer thanks me, there's no surprise appearance from the tall, lean, dark-haired man who looks like sex in a suit. With heaviness in my bones, I put on my street clothes, leave the studio, and give the proverbial middle finger to my foolish hope. Teresa waits for me outside the door, then escorts me down the hallway. "That went so well," she says, full of enthusiasm. "It was a fun shoot," I say, trying to muster some of that energy. Mostly, I love doing these gigs, and I did enjoy this one, but not as much as I wanted to. And I'm so glad you're doing work for us. Personally, I love the dragons. Good luck tonight. Thanks. I'm psyched to hear that you're a fan. It's easier to find the passion for the game, so I focus on that. Only the game. She smiles, a little giddy. A big one. I love when you blow kisses for the fans. I'll do what I can to hit a home run for you then. I add a wink, because I love my fans, and I am very grateful to have them. I wouldn't say no to that, she says with a laugh. We stop near the exit and tie up loose ends. A few details. We have the New York kickoff next month, but we'll be sure to schedule it around your baseball games. Excellent. I'm looking forward to that. We're so excited to show you off. It's going to be a fantastic event. But I stop myself from asking if Rafe will be there. If he wanted to see me, he'd reach out. He hasn't. I'm not going to fish for intel. I glance around the mostly empty warehouse. Besides, if Rafe isn't here today, he probably won't be at the New York event. Rafe is my past. Baseball is my future. That night at the ballpark, I put everything into the game. It pays off with a home run in the 7th. When I touch home plate, I blow a kiss to the stands. A few innings later, we finished with a glorious W, clinching a playoff spot, and I rush the mound to pile into a hug with the pitcher, the catcher, and the rest of the team. I am raring to go and celebrate with my teammates, but before I can hit the clubhouse, Aaron, the sports reporter, pulls me aside for a quick interview on the sidelines. Congratulations on making the postseason. I know our viewers would love to know who the kiss was for tonight. This time, it wasn't for a secret lover. For a friend and a fan, I say from the bottom of my heart. I go inside the clubhouse with my teammates, high-fiving them and putting Rafe all the way behind me. I'm sure he's working hard as he works his new deal, just like I'm working hard here on the field. Life is good. It's so really good. I don't miss him. I don't miss him at all. I don't miss him one bit. But when I get home and my phone flashes with a text, my insides jump with excitement. Maybe I do miss him a whole hell of a lot. Running from him. Rafe. I run along the River Thames, fog chasing me, tiny raindrops nicking my skin. My mobile is getting wet, but I'm not putting it away for anything. The San Francisco Dragons are 1 out away from clinching a playoff spot, and I'm streaming the game. Gunnar said radio is better, but some things you need to see with your own eyes, like how he plays. Gunnar mans third base, fierce concentration in his stance and the set of his jaw. Come on, I mutter, desperately hoping they win. When the devil's batter delivers a sharp line drive Gunnar's way, he lunges for it, sticking out his glove and claiming that ball tight in the leather. Yes! I shout into the early dawn as Gunnar runs to embrace the pitcher, then the catcher, then the rest of the team. I beam at the melee on the mound. Really, yes. Another 5 a.m. runner smiles and gives me a nod, then cruises on by. I keep running, watching the jubilation on the field. He must be ecstatic. I'm so very happy for him, but devastated I can't be a part of his celebration. A reporter pulls Gunnar aside and asks about his home run in the 7th. When he answers that he blew that kiss for a friend, I nearly stumble. It's as if a fist reached into my chest and ruthlessly squeezed my heart. Who is this friend? He first blew a kiss for me, gosh, it was a secret sign, and here I am, thousands of miles away as he does it for a friend. I'm so ridiculously far away, and still I can't escape my feelings. I'm stupidly jealous and terribly empty when I should be happy. I slow my pace to a jog, tuck the phone into my pocket, and gaze at the boats that cruise along the murky brown river that cuts through my hometown. Where are they going? Where are they coming from? What are they doing? What am I doing? I have meetings day and night while I'm here, and a deal to finalize. But afterward, in the larger sense, I don't know how to navigate this empty ache in my chest when I return to San Francisco. I thought I was safe from my obsession. I've put an ocean between Gunnar and me, yet he still occupies my head and my whole very heart. I take out my phone, click on my texts, and set my jealousy aside. Whether he's with someone or not, I do want to congratulate him. Rafe, congratulations on winning your division. The postseason looks good on you. Also, that was quite a catch. I peel off another mile as I wait for any response. It's late in San Francisco, and surely he's celebrating. 30 minutes later, he replies, Gunnar. Thanks, man. Not gonna lie, I am seriously stoked. I laugh. His excitement is endearing, but I'm a little sad that he slipped so quickly into buddy mode, calling me man. What did I expect, though? I designed my own situation. If we were together, he would have written back saying, I am quite a catch, and I'd have laughed and said, you are, and you're my catch. Instead, I reply with something friendly. I hate being just friends with Gunnar Ford. I want more, but I'm clutching at the crumbs I have. Rafe, I am certain you'll have an amazing postseason. Gosh, I sound so businesslike when I miss him fiercely. Modern romance lives in authentic emotion and chemistry. Let attraction sound real. Gunnar, wait, did you watch it at 5 a.m.? Teresa mentioned you were in London. I smile at his deduction and how he sounds like he's busting me for being a fan. Or perhaps he's simply delighted to know that I'd still tune in. Rafe, it's 6 a.m. now, but yes, I watched it while I was running. I wouldn't have missed it for the world. Gunnar, and you didn't trip and fall from epic excitement? Very. You got game on your sneakered feet. Now I laugh for real. Gunnar is so very Gunnar. Fun, outgoing, bold, always teasing me. My gosh, he loved to knock me down a peg or two. And I loved when he did it. I'm glad I reached out, even though I know I can't survive on crumbs. This is the extent of my athletic prowess, running solo while watching my new favorite sport. That feels a little like a big confession, but I think it's one hell I enjoy. Yes, I knew you'd become a baseball fan. Greatest sport ever. As I pass Big Ben, I stare at the note, a little hollow. That's all I am now, just a fan. He's friendly to me, like he is to all the fans. So when I ask myself where I am going, I now know the answer. I am going into this stage of connection with Gunnar, being a fan. That is all. That empty feeling grows like a cavern inside me. I put on a brave face as I type out a reply. I'm definitely a fan, and yet I'm still a horribly jealous man, a hungry man, a man consumed. My banked jealousy ignites, and I can't stop myself. Who was the kiss for? He's quiet. There are no dots to tell me he's typing. I've gone too far. I probably don't deserve an answer. My phone is quiet as I turn away from the river, slow to a walk, and head to my penthouse suite at the luxury hotel where I'm staying. But at last, he replies. A friend, like I said to the reporter. That friend's name is Teresa. At the photo shoot today, we talked baseball and playoff hopes. She didn't know it, but that conversation lifted my spirits. I'd been pretty. Modern romance lives in authentic emotion and chemistry. Let attraction sound real. I invite Christine to my hotel suite to play midnight poker and watch the Dragons game. We nosh on crisps and drink beer while I pace because his team is losing. I hate it, but hell, hate it more. When the final pitch is thrown and Holden strikes out, my heart plummets. I have to say something. I have to do something, even if it's to send one simple note. Rafe, are you doing okay? I'm thinking of you. You played great. Many hours later, he responds, Gunnar, thanks for checking in. Not gonna lie, I'm really sad. But there's always next year, and this just gives us another chance to go all the way. Besides, I just made plans to take Jamie and Charlie and my mom on a trip soon, and I'm seeing them for Mom's birthday too, after the campaign kickoff. I already can't wait to see them. It'll give me something to focus on besides this sucky loss. How are you? I stare at that question. How am I? I am torn. I am pulled, and I miss you terribly. Rafe, I've been better. It's true enough. Over the next week, the lie I told by the river eats away at my conscience, gnawing at me as I go from meeting to meeting. I need to come clean. A week later, I make plans to get on a plane to New York. I promised I'd always be honest with him, and I haven't been honest about this. I have to fix that, and I have to fix it as soon as possible. I'm so over you. With a contented sigh, I raise a glass at the Spotted Zebra, toasting towards Zane and Declan. I hate to say I told you so, I begin, lifting my bourbon neat high. Declan rolls his eyes. You don't hate saying that at all. You love it. You relish it. Zane keeps quiet. He knows the truth, that I wish I'd been wrong. I wish I'd lost the bet. I wish I had a boyfriend. Okay, fine. I'm delighted that Declan and Zane are each donating $100,000 to the charities of my choice. I picked a couple of local animal rescues that help senior dogs find homes, and I chose a homeless shelter because my mom is passionate about volunteer work with the homeless. May dogs and people find homes, I say. Then I clink my tumbler to theirs, and I knock back some bourbon that burns my chest. I was so sure you'd be locked up, Declan says, shaking his head. Yeah, for a while there, I was pretty sure too. But here I am, single AF at the end of the season, and my buds are making good on the bet. Win some, lose some. We drink, play a round of pool, and chat about next season. I can't wait for spring training to start, and for another shot at the World Series, I say, taking a shot at the 8-ball. I sink it and win the game. It's a victory, but it's not the one I want. I go home alone, where my suitcase waits by the door because I leave first thing tomorrow morning for Rafe's kickoff event in New York. The next night, I give Charlie a video tour of the plush luxury suite where Rafe's company put me up at the Lux on Park Avenue. Standing in the middle of a suite that's probably bigger than most New York apartments, I pan the phone screen to the right, then to the left. Charlie gawks back at me over FaceTime. Dude, does your room actually have 2 king-size beds? I grin at the ridiculousness of this place. Yes, apparently fancy people need 2 beds, I say, then shrug. Who knew? You can wake up every hour and switch, he suggests. I flop down on one mattress, pop up, and jump to the other one. Yep, great idea, I say. Take me to the John, Charlie says. I bet it's one of those crazy rich people's bathrooms, he says, like Rafe has at his home. Rafe's rainfall shower made me feel a strong attraction to him. But forget the shower images. I've spent the last month or so swatting images of Rafe out of my mind, the bedroom ones, but also all the other ones. Our breakfast at the Ferry Building, our dinner at his place, our conversation at the West House, the phone calls we had, intimate dancing with him. How is it possible that I fell for the guy in a few very weeks? Entirely possible. He opened up to me and demanded honesty in return. I gave it to him and fell for him. Once again, I try to stay in the moment as I show Charlie the luxurious bathroom with a sunken tub and shower the size of a bedroom. He whistles in appreciation, then I return to the living room and sink down on a plush, ruby red couch. Dude, I want to grow up to be an underwear model, he says. Hey, I'm a ball player who happens to model underwear. He scoffs. Semantics. Anyway, this company loves you. You're telling me they're flying me to Richmond tomorrow on a private jet so I don't miss Mom's birthday. I blow on my fingers, too hot to handle. Can I join you? I laugh. I thought you were taking off today. I will take the train to New York tomorrow if I can hop on the private jet with you. I can ask if you want. His grin lights up. Pretty please. Also, you're not doing anything to dissuade me from my ambition to be an underwear model. Nope, you're going to stay in school and study engineering. I could be an engineer who happens to model underwear, he deadpans. Smart aleck. Can't think where he picked that up. Anyway, he says, enjoy the suite, Gun. But instead of hanging up, he stares at me thoughtfully, tilting his head. You doing okay? You still bummed about the playoffs? I sit up and try to shed my general malaise. I didn't realize it was so obvious. No, I'm over it. I'm already focused on next season, working out already. I'm glad to hear it's not getting you down. You just seem a little pensive. Indeed, but I don't want to burden my brother with what's on my mind. He needs to focus on school, not on his big brother's man trouble. I'm all good. But I better put on my charm for the party, I say. I can't wait to see you tomorrow, and then for our big trip. I'm ridiculously excited to take my family on a vacation. We leave in a little over a week. I rented a bungalow on the beach, treating them to the kind of family vacation we never had growing up. I'll have to work while I'm there, just a photo shoot, but then I can spend time kicking back and relaxing with those I love. Thanks to Boyfriend Material and Rafe Rodman for making it all possible. We hang up and I check out my reflection in the mirror. Black slacks, a deep wine red shirt, black wingtips. I look sharp, but Charlie's right. I'm too very pensive. I wish I could stop thinking about Rafe and our texts and the way he checked in during the playoffs. Most of all, I wish I could stop wondering if those texts from London meant anything. I sigh, annoyed that I'm wondering again. He won't even show up tonight. I've been down this tantalizing path before at the photo shoot. Fool me once and all. I'll focus on what I have, not what I lost. I've got a family to take care of, friends I cherish, and a good gig with a great ball club. For a few weeks, I had an intense and passionate connection with a brilliant, caring, and strong man. I learned a lot about myself during that time. The game is over. This is my life now without him. The event is at the nearby Invitation Hotel in Gramercy Park. From the street, I crane my neck to drink in the sleek, understated elegance of the black and white skyscraper. Inside, I snap mental pics of the lobby with its plush, jewel-colored divans and Piet Mondrian-style artwork on the walls. Mom would love this place. I head for the elevator and push the call button. As the doors open and I step in, someone comes behind me to catch the same lift. I turn to see Finn Michaels, the sports journalist, dressed to the nines in black slacks, a crisp dark blue shirt, a tailored jacket, and no tie. Gunnar Ford, he says, in a cool, smooth voice. Good to see you. I squint. I didn't realize Finn knew me. We've never talked, but he's the kind of guy who knows everyone. I'm also not sure where he's from. Is that a hint of an English accent, or is he just Park Avenue posh? Hi, Finn, I say, a little wary. He must sense it, because when the elevator doors close, he quips. Don't worry, this elevator ride will be off the record. Modern romance lives in authentic emotion and chemistry. Let attraction sound real. I laugh, but I'm not sure what to say to someone who breaks the biggest, most important stories in the biz. Are you going to the Rafe Rodman kickoff event? I ask. I am. I find it's good to be where the key players are, he says. Does that mean you're crashing it? I ask in the same light tone. Me? Never. I'm always invited, he says, then winks. Sometime soon, we'll need to chat about the business. I doubt that'll happen, but I say sure. And when the doors slide open on the 8th floor, I let him exit first. He's fast, walking ahead of me at a determined pace down a long, carpeted hallway. I turn into the event ballroom, and whoa, I'm everywhere, projected onto the walls, and very good. I look good in Rafe's designs, but I'm just one model. Images cover the room. Wow, Rafe's company has got it going on. This is one amazing body-positive campaign, and I had no idea. There's a model with plenty of padding around the waist, a guy who's a beanpole, a dude with a dad bod. Sweet. They're every color and kind of man with one thing in common. They look very sexy in Rafe Rodman underwear. You do you, indeed. As I admire the display, I catch sight of a familiar face. My buddy Tanner is here, and he strides over to me and claps my back. "We meet again," he says. I glance at the walls. "Why are you not up there?" "Oh, wait, they wanted me," I say. He rolls his dark eyes. "Don't you worry about me. I have plenty of partnerships." "So you're here to see my hotness. I get it." He laughs. "I came here because it's the place to be," he says, and the comment strikes me as similar to what Finn said. I spot the intrepid reporter chatting with a gray-haired man in a suit, probably a front office type. Tanner follows my gaze, and I can tell when he reaches Finn by the way the air rushes out of him. "What's the story with Finn Michaels?" I ask, narrowing my eyes at my friend. Tanner tenses for a few seconds, then shrugs. "No idea. That guy is intense. There is a story there, I'm sure, but no one's sharing it tonight." Teresa sails over to me, decked out in a gold sequin dress that shows off her toned arms. "Let's have a drink next time I'm here," I tell Tanner, "so I can focus on Teresa." "Sounds like a plan," he answers, then circulates through the crowd. I turn to the lady, dropping a kiss onto her cheek. "You look gorgeous," I tell her, giving her an approving look from head to toe. She squeezes my arm. "And you look fantastic. I have some bloggers and influencers I want to introduce you to." "I can't wait," I say with a smile. "But quick question. I wondered if there's any chance my little brother can hitch a ride on the plane with me tomorrow? If that's too much, no biggie." She smiles. "That shouldn't be a problem. There's room. I won't be there, but I'll send along the details. I'm catching a flight to Miami in the morning to finalize our shoot plans with Matthew," she says. "Oh, great," I reply. "So you'll enjoy a working vacation too?" Sadly not. After that, I'm off to London as soon as the camera starts rolling." She gestures to her peep-toe shoes. "I'll barely have time to get my feet in the ocean before I'll be heading across the ocean for work." Ah, the bespoke deal. I remember reading in the news that Rafe Steel won't close until the end of next month. Then she guides me through the affair, introducing me to people. No surprise, I glimpse Tanner chatting with Finn. After all, Tanner holds a beer, Finn a tumbler of liquor, but their glasses look full, almost like the drinks are props. What is up with the two of them? But I let the question go as Teresa makes intros for me, and pop music plays, and waiters serve sushi appetizers. I told myself not to expect to see Rafe, but the entire time I'm making small talk, I can't shake a foolish hope that I will. Then, as the event winds down, the hair on the back of my neck stands on end. My throat goes dry. I turn my head toward the door, and just like that, my pulse rockets to the stratosphere. Rafe walks into the ballroom and sweeps the crowd with his gaze. He wears a tailored suit, no tie, and a 9 o'clock stubble I want to rub my cheek against until my skin sizzles. He weaves through the guests, nodding hello here, setting a hand on a shoulder there, flashing a smile. And I stand staring at him stupidly, hoping he's coming for me. Get a grip, Gunnar. He's the CEO. He owns the company. Of course he's here. But he's moving through the room with purpose, crossing through the crowds like he's here for a reason. My skin goes hot, but my heart goes cold. I'm so not over him. The view from the balcony. Gunnar, Rafe is unstoppable. In that black suit, purple shirt, and no tie, he's coming for me. And I hate that I'm vibrating at the thought of being near him. I will myself to feel nothing. I can't let myself fall for the guy again. He's unavailable. He made that crystal clear. But in 3 more seconds, he'll be right in front of me. 3, 2, 1. He stops. Gunnar. Rafe. His brown eyes are hard as they lock with mine. I need to talk to you. What the hell? He disappears to another continent and then demands an audience? Really? That? Really the way my skin is buzzing? Really the way my cells are humming? But the man is one of my sponsors, so I better be professional. Somewhat professional. I cross my arms and lift my chin. About what? About something I said, he bites out, like he's angry at himself. But I still don't like his attitude. He broke things off. I took it like a champ because I care about him. I hated seeing him torn up over doing the right thing. I let him go because it's what he needed. He doesn't get to show up and order me around. I pretend to smile at someone in the distance. Gotta do this later, Rafe. I need to say hi to Tanner. Then I step away, heading for my bud. Rafe darts out a hand and grabs my wrist, gripping me tight. The man is strong. What is it? I ask, trying to stay impervious. He steps close enough that I can smell his cologne, and I hazard a glance at his gorgeous face. His eyes are shells. He's devastated. My heart thaws a degree or two, maybe more. Please, Gunnar, he says, pleading like a broken man. I'm so sorry. I'm half pissed, half intrigued. I scan the room. The ballroom is swimming with guests, and the entryway is packed. But not far from us, there are doors to the balcony. I head that way, weaving through the glittery crowd, and he follows. I slide open the door and step onto the terrace, 8 floors above the New York street. He steps out behind me and closes the door behind him. It's just us out here on a balcony, and I'm free to let out what I'm truly feeling in my shattered heart. What that? Really, Rafe? You come in? You demand an audience with me? He stares at me like I'm the first food he's seen in weeks. I lied, he confesses, like it's a mortal sin, and I'm sorry. Curiosity edges out my other emotions. What did you lie about? I said I had to go to London early for meetings. Wait, whoa, that was a lie? He nods, contrition etched across his face. I had to escape you, Gunnar, and then I lied, and I came here tonight to tell you. I reel at his words. Why would he have to escape me? Why did he want to admit he lied? We were already broken up. He grimaces. Good. Saying it hurts me too. Seeing him hurts. Wanting him hurts. I knew the date of the photo shoot, and I wanted to see you desperately. I didn't know if I could stay away, he says grimly. I stared at the calendar and pictured showing up at the shoot, asking everyone to leave, then pushing you against the wall to show you how much I'd missed you. Each word sounds scraped and rough. I didn't know if I could be in the same city and stay away. You were in the same city with me the whole time before the shoot, I point out. I mean, logic matters. He drags a hand through his hair, his eyes pinched. It was the idea that I knew where you were, where I could find you at a particular moment, someplace I'd have an excuse to be. I wanted to tell you that I missed you. That's why I got on a plane. I'm crackling. Modern romance lives in authentic emotion and chemistry. Let attraction sound real. I am dynamite, and he's lit the fuse. And now, I ask breathlessly. He curls his hands in fists as if he's fighting not to touch me. This time, I flew across the ocean to tell you I lied when I promised you I wouldn't. He takes a big breath as if to fuel his final words. I came because I miss you so much, it's driving me mad. I close my eyes, fighting with the anger and desire tearing through me. When I open them again, I set a hand on his chest and grab onto his purple silk shirt. Very you for showing up, Rafe. Very you for confessing that. I was getting over you, and you just came here to destroy me. His eyes flare with heat, and he licks his lips. Do you want me to walk away? Really, you? I yank him against me, and I kiss him ruthlessly. My lips smash into his, and I consume his greedy mouth. I pour my soul into the kiss, biting his lip, sucking on his tongue, making him moan. After their night, they were breathless. I lift my hand. He spits in it. Pleasure yourself, he demands. I'm going to watch you find release while you help me find mine. Oh, hell yes. My body is already responding. I grip myself, using his saliva and my own arousal to slick up. As he takes me intimately, I pleasure myself. He growls and continues without mercy. Saliva runs down my chin. I nearly choke. All he does is grunt out a quick, "You okay?" I nod and I continue. My body responds intensely. My thighs shake. My movements fly faster and faster as my peak marches through me and then ignites all my senses. I find release all over my hand as Rafe's intimate presence floods my throat. I take him in, and then he moves away. He drops to his knees and gently but purposefully takes my hand, bringing it to his mouth. Then, with his eyes locked on mine, he cleanses my palm and from between my fingers, murmuring as he goes. I shudder at the sheer eroticism of it and the tender, possessive care he's taking with me. When he's thoroughly cleansed the evidence of our balcony tryst, he brings his mouth to mine and kisses me so softly, so gently, that I could dissolve into his arms. We sigh into each other's mouths, tasting our shared intimacy, tasting our longing. Finally, he presses his forehead to mine and says, "Please come back to my room with me. Spend the night. I miss you so really much. I want that more than anything." But his bespoke deal isn't done. He's still not available, and I don't want only one night. I stand and adjust my clothing, then I zip and button my pants as Rafe gets to his feet as well. At last, I answer him, the words ripping me apart. "There's nothing in the world I want more than to go back to your place. But I made you a promise in San Francisco that I wouldn't get in the way of your work, and I care about you too much to go back on it. Look me up when your deal is done, and if I'm still single, I'll let you know." And then I walk away from the man I'm in love with. Very him. The man on his knees. Gunnar. Intimate moments end, but photos last forever. The next morning, the picture is everywhere. It winks up at me from my phone as the town car whisks me from my hotel to the private airport. It flies past me on my social media feed. It flashes at me on Instagram. It's in my DMs too, in the form of a note from Zane. "Dude, that better be you in that photo with Rafe." In the back seat, I groan, covering my face with my hands. Owen warned me to be careful. I should have listened. Instead, I gave in to instinct, and the result? Someone snapped a photo of Rafe Rodman in an intimate moment, and that image has been splashed across social media and gossip blogs. My pulse hammers as I attempt to reply to Zane. But what is there to say? Am I defending myself? Telling my buddy, yeah, it was me? I shut my eyes and take a few deep, calming breaths as the car nears the private airport. My brother is meeting me there, and I need to get my act together. But my heart will not settle down. Focus, man. I need to think about my brother, my sister, my mom. I've been playing with fire since I met Rafe. It was only a matter of time before my fantasies got me into trouble. Of course there was a photographer somewhere last night. Of course someone took a picture of us. And of course it's everywhere online this morning. The press were at the party, but this style of image is more the realm of the soulless paparazzi than any sports journalist respected enough to be invited to the event. I dismiss Finn Michaels because he's after clandestine board meetings, not clandestine intimate encounters. And judging by the angle, the photo wasn't taken by anyone at the party, just some rando in New York. I want to crawl out of my own skin. I want to jump back in time and find just 1 ounce of self-control. But all I can do is wait anxiously for the fallout. I don't look at my phone anymore and tuck it in my pocket. At the airport, Charlie waits inside the terminal, wearing a broad smile or a knowing grin, I can't tell which, but after we hug, he drapes an arm around me. We walk past a luxury rental car kiosk, and he whispers, "Dude, did you see that picture of your boss? It's everywhere." "He's not my boss," I snap, a knee-jerk reaction. "Whoa," Charlie holds up his hands as if backing off. "Didn't know that was a sore spot." He studies me a moment. You okay? I drag a hand through my hair in frustration. Sorry, it's not you. But Rafe's not my boss. His company is just a sponsor. Why are you so bothered then? I mean, the dude's a really billionaire. He can do whatever he wants. Like, engage in an intimate act with a ball player who's just trying to be a good guy, maintain a good reputation, and fight the urge to act on his big, complicated desires. Charlie arches a brow as we stride across the plush carpeting of the private airport, past a tiny booth peddling magazines like Golf Digest and Travel and Leisure. I mean, good for him, right? Charlie pushes. I take a breath, part my lips, but I'm unable to speak. I'm shaking, thinking that somebody, somewhere, must be putting two and two together in a race to figure out who is the man in the photo. I'm barely visible and very blurry, but is it that hard to figure out? Does Charlie know it's me in the photo? I don't think so from the oblivious way he continues the subject. Rafe should have a good time at his own party, right? Too good a time. But I lost control, and I'm going to lose sponsors. And I hate lying to my brother. As I'm about to tell him the truth, my phone rattles, bleats, and buzzes in my pocket. Gosh, has my ringer always been that loud? My agent's name flashes across the screen. This just keeps getting worse. Hold on a sec, Charlie. We stop near our gate, and I take a few steps away as I answer the call. Josh, what's up? I'm all business, but all nerves too. Hey, I don't have a ton of time, but I need to talk to you, my agent says crisply. Panic spikes and my stomach drops. This is it. He's figured out I'm the guy in the picture. Maybe Owen contacted him. Possibly Marlo is already talking to him about the dragons dropping me. I am such a fool for giving in to my lust. What is it? I blurt, not suspiciously at all. Did you hear? I grimace, and my gut twists into knots. Yeah, I did. Yeah, the kickoff event was huge. I'm rushing to a meeting, but it's all over social, trending everywhere. He's so businesslike. I can't get a read on him. I only know I'm terribly embarrassed. I should have had more control. Just because you want something intimately doesn't mean you get to do it wherever you really want. I'm sorry, I say, still reeling. What? Why? Aren't you calling to tell me Marlo released me? That Rafe Rodman dropped me? That boyfriend material no longer wants to work with me? Maybe seductive cologne is backing out too? I say, spiraling, as I name my sponsors. Hang on, where is this coming from? Josh sounds baffled. Now I'm confused too. Because of the picture? That's why I'm calling, he says, slowing down to explain. Modern romance lives in authentic emotion and chemistry. Let attraction sound real. I'm rushing to a meeting, but those promo shots from the campaign are all over social media today. Everyone is loving them. The You Do You shot. The buzz is incredible. But it's not just you, it's all the models. This whole body positive campaign has tongues wagging. That's why he called. Not over the salacious photo of me with Rafe, but the promo ones? It has? I ask, just to be sure. Yeah, word from influencers, the whole fashion industry, is that this is a very forward-thinking campaign. Everyone's talking about Rafe's designs and how the company is embarking on this huge campaign with you and the other models, that you're going to travel all over Central America next week to take photos. And don't forget, you still have to shoot another how to do a thirst trap video for boyfriend material. The first one was fire. You are going to be so freaking busy after your mom's birthday party. Now I can read him. He sounds thrilled. But my head spins with whatever turnaround is happening here, and I have to get to the bottom of it before I board that plane. So everything is okay? I ask. Josh laughs. Dude, everything is not okay. Everything is extraordinary. Sales are way up for Rafe Rodman, and the buzz is incredible. You're gold. I sigh, long, deep, and relieved, as if I've never let out a breath like this before. You're not letting me go then? I ask, just to be sure. He laughs. Why would I? I'm so wrapped up in this mystery that I don't notice anyone behind me until there's a hand on my shoulder. I jump, spinning around, and stare at the familiar face. Rafe's eyes blaze into mine, and I gulp. I need to talk to you, he whispers, then glances at his watch. I didn't even know he'd be at the airport today, but he's the only one I want to see. I go on autopilot. Telling my agent, Josh, I need to take off. Yeah, me too, bud. But everything is great, he assures me. Thanks, good to know. I hang up without taking my eyes from Ruff. I'm in a trance, hypnotized, but I find my brother, earbuds in, head bobbing, seeming happy, and I motion that I'll join him in a moment. Ruff guides me into a room nearby, and quickly he shuts the door. It's a small room, maybe 8 by 8 feet, with a conference table and uncomfortable-looking chairs. Once Rafe meets my gaze, though, I don't see anything else. Are you okay? He asks, with so much compassion that my heart aches. I'm still frazzled. Then I amend that to the truth. Actually, I'm kind of a wreck. He steps closer and smooths my hair. I was worried you might be. I can barely catch my breath, he says softly, running a thumb over the top of my ear. It's a caring gesture, and it melts away some of my worries. My phone has been lit up all morning. I must have missed it. I freaked out over the picture. I was so sure everyone would figure out it was me on the floor. No one can tell it was you, he says, calm and certain. Are you sure? He nods decisively, positive. Look for yourself. He pulls his phone from his pants pocket and clicks on the photo of him. You can't see the other person. It's all my face. God, Rafe looks so blissed out. I look at the image with fresh eyes, and he's right. It's all rough. His eyes are squeezed shut, his lips fallen open, and his face twisted on the brink of exquisite agony. His hands are clearly on another person, but the rest of the scene is obscured. You can't even see the color of the man's hair or the shape of his shoulders. That's all. When I saw the snap this morning, my panicking mind filled in everything I knew was there. Now that I look at it again, I see the picture tells only a sliver of a story. The rest is only for Rafe and me to know. I'm unseen, unidentifiable, and he made sure of it when he swapped our positions last night. But what about you? Aren't you worried? Everyone can see it's you. Your name is all over social media. A small smile shifts his lips, and I don't care. You don't? There's more buzz about the campaign than there is this photo. Rafe shakes his head. And besides, what I care about is you. He runs a hand through my hair, and I want to sigh and step into his arms. I told you I would look after you, Gunnar. All our trysts were designed to protect you. I wanted you to explore everything you were starting to feel and to do it safely, he tells me. He hinted at this in his San Francisco penthouse when I confessed what I wanted. But I need more. What do you mean? The suite at the ballpark? It was risky, but ultimately safe, because it was just you and me. You weren't visible. Then, at the West House, they are strict about no cell phones, and no one could have seen under the table anyway. Rafe could teach a masterclass in planning perfect exhibitionist trysts. My heart thumps harder. And in New York, on the phone, you made sure my back was to the window. I didn't think it was possible to fall for him any harder. But what am I supposed to do with all these powerful feelings for him? They're going nowhere. He made that clear. Rafe inches closer until there's barely any space between us, and his thumb strokes my jaw possessively. I knew somebody would want to take a picture of you. I'd looked up the ballroom online, knew the balcony, and knew we could get away with intimacy in that setting if your back was to the world. I don't want your reputation compromised. But what about yours? I ask. I care about you, and you're letting your picture be seen everywhere? He just shrugs and smiles. I'm not a ball player. I don't cater to all ages. I sell to adults. I'm just a man peddling sex appeal. But your deal, your employees, I point out, since he'll beat himself up if he loses focus. Like I said, the press is mostly talking about the success of the diverse campaign, but that's not even the point, he says, in that rich, smooth, sensual voice. What's the point? He clasps my cheek, his touch sending a rush of blazing heat through me. You're worth it, he says. It's all worth it for you. If he's saying what I think he's saying, but no, I have to stay in the moment. Rafe, I chide, he'll have none of my worries. Gunnar, he commands, stopping to look at his watch. You go wheels up in 30 minutes. I leave for London in 15. Let me have my fantasy now. Let me finish what I couldn't start last night. Who am I to deny him? They came together in passion. Rafe stares at me with longing and pain. I have to go to London, but I don't want to, he admits. It's like he's laying his heart in my hands. You have to go, I say. Tell me to stay, he implores. He sounds so desperate and lost, desperate for me. I set a hand on his chest and say again, you have to go. You need to finish your deal, I say. He rests his forehead against mine for a moment, then gives me one more kiss. This one is tender, possessive, and full of promise. I want you, he whispers. I slide my hands over his chest. I want the same, but I push him away. I keep my promises. You need to get on that plane. He groans in misery. I'll be thinking of you the entire time. I smirk, then shake my head, borderline amused. Welcome to my hell. He cracks a smile, but he doesn't move. Well, someone has to do the hard part. Get on your plane, I tell him. He growls. I open the door. We both duck into the men's room to wash our hands, and when we're presentable, he walks me to my gate, then stops, locking eyes with my brother. You must be Charlie. My brother beams. Yes, Charlie Ford. Pleasure to meet you. Rafe shakes my brother's hand. It's lovely to meet you too. Gunnar speaks highly of you. Rafe's eyes turn more serious. Will you look out for him for me? Charlie blinks. Of course. Then Rafe turns to me. He makes a move to step closer, but must think better of it. He won't want to reveal in public who we are to each other. Instead, he says, I'll see you soon. Then he turns on his heel, heads to his gate, and takes off for the other side of the ocean. On the plane, Charlie asks me what's going on. Modern romance lives in authentic emotion and chemistry. Let attraction sound real. I think I'm kind of in love with Rafe Rodman, I say, which feels terrifying and wonderful. Charlie offers me a fist for knocking, but as I sink back in the chair, I don't know what the hell I'm going to do about Rafe. A little magic. Rafe Priam is a careful, detailed man, and the paperwork for Bespoke feels endless. I might as well put a cot in my attorney's Covent Garden office and camp out for days. But details are critical, so I once again read the documents Anne slides in front of me. Just a few more pages, she says, and moves to stand by the window overlooking the river below. It's a lovely view, but I'd rather it be the Golden Gate Bridge. Lately, I've been missing San Francisco. Lately, as in since I left New York and Gunnar a little more than a week ago. It feels like forever. The deal still isn't closed and won't be for another few weeks. But I read, sign, then thank my ace attorney. We can send the rest of the papers digitally, you know, Anne offers. It's a thoughtful reminder that I don't have to be here in person. I'll think on it, I say. As I leave, I do just that. I've met with Priam, toured his facilities in London, and visited the factories nearby, since he's locally based. I've met with the banks. All in all, I've spent a month in this city working all day and most of the night. Do I need to be here, or am I hanging on in my hometown for other reasons? I exit a building and head past the Savoy, making my way to meet Christine for a beer. The air is chilly, and I tighten the scarf around my neck. It's mid-November now. Baseball season is over. London is gray, and the river is quieter than usual. Fewer boats, fewer people. As I walk along the River Thames, I check my email. I must stay focused on work and on the deal. If I spend too much time staring at boats, I'll keep asking myself questions about where I should be and if I'm supposed to return to San Francisco. The first email I click on is from Matthew. The subject line says, "You'll love these." He sent me shots from the You Do You shoot in Central America. I brace myself for an onslaught of feelings as I open the images. Bloody hell, I am not prepared. I stop in front of a Thai restaurant to catch my breath. There's a shot of Gunnar on the beach, clear blue waters behind him, looking smoldering and entirely too far away from me. What am I doing? I scroll to the next one. A shot of him in a luxurious bathroom, shaving while wearing just a pair of the red devil briefs. My throat goes dry as my gaze roams over the picture. But I'm both aroused and sad. My heart aches as memories taunt me. Showering in my bathroom that night, brushing our teeth together before bed, getting breakfast together the next morning. Very. I didn't get enough of him at all during our brief time together. I wanted 30 days. I got one terrific night. I chose only one night. Should I have chosen 30 instead? The question gnaws at me. I click on another shot. Gunnar lounges at a table on a balcony, drinking a coffee, wearing reading glasses, perusing a book. He wears only basic white briefs that are snug and tight. That image is just exquisite. The ache in my heart intensifies. I want the mornings too. I want the 30 days and 30 nights that I stupidly denied myself. Putting my mobile away, I cross the street, needing distance from the pang the photos bring, but then I do a double take when I spot a poster of Lucas at a bus stop. It's an advert for his fragrance. I scan it clinically. A few months ago, the image might have smacked me square in the solar plexus, radiating through me painfully. But this time, I feel nothing, not even the ghost of the past hurt. Now, I just see him as somebody from long ago. He's not the one who can hurt me anymore. I'm the one who's hurting me. I am the architect of my misery. I pick up the pace, suddenly more impatient to see Christine. I have too many questions to handle myself. Is Anne right? Should I go back to San Francisco? If I came to London to get away, has my self-imposed exile run its course? Well, I do live in San Francisco, and I was always going to return. But I've avoided it. I suppose I've stayed here to avoid Gunnar, to avoid my own response to him, my own obsession. When I reach the pub, I quickly find Christine at the bar. I kiss her cheek, then I blurt out, "I'm tired of being afraid. I'm tired of fear holding me back. I think I need to make a change, a big change." Her lips crook up into a grin. "Rafe, what are you saying?" I gird myself to dig down deep. When I return to San Francisco, I need to figure out something, don't I? She rolls her eyes and laughs. Figure out something? Your big decision is to decide something? I sit up straighter, slightly chastened. Yes, with Gunnar, I say, in case it's not clear. I knew you were talking about Gunnar. Well, do you think I should figure something out? I ask again. She levels at me the most serious look she's ever given. Rafe, why don't you aim a little higher than figuring out? She's right. Figuring something out isn't enough. As she hails the bartender to order me a drink, I click over to Gunnar's social media. I don't want one night with him. I don't want 30 nights with him. I want all the days and nights. I want more than an obsession. When I reach the feed's most recent photo, I smile, and it feels like it comes from deep within me. Gunnar stands in front of the ocean, wearing board shorts and a smile. One arm is draped around his sister, the other around his mother, and her arm links around Charlie. The picture of Gunnar enjoying his family makes me the happiest I've been in a long, long time. I think I've just figured out more than something. I've figured out everything. Now I have to work out how to get it. When Gunnar wanted to find me after the dance club, he threw out a lure on social media, posting an image of himself in Rafe Rodman briefs and an invitation to come and get him. He posted a thirst trap to get my attention. He has it now, along with all of my heart. I click on his post and hit reply, writing, "This makes me want to get into the bathing suit business." Seconds later, there's a response. "Well, what's stopping you?" That's an excellent question. What the really is stopping me? I ask myself aloud. Christine smiles as she asks, "Is that what you've decided to figure out?" I don't have to. The only thing in the way of my heart is me. I'm what's stopping me. I am a daft idiot. I thought I was obsessed with him, but the only thing I'm obsessed with is work. Christine lifts her glass in a toast. By George, I think he's got it. I've had a good rationale for pouring myself into my business. But work doesn't look at me the way Gunnar does. Work doesn't make my heart thunder. Work doesn't make me happy. It's fulfilling, but I have wildly intelligent people like Matthew and Teresa on my team, people who can keep things humming, who will help me with anything if I only ask. I can say the same about my best friend, and I turn to her and ask for the help I need. Would you come back to my hotel to help me with something? Of course I will. That's why I'm here. I pay the bill and we take off. At the hotel, we head straight for Teresa's suite, and I rap on the door. When she sees us, she sweeps open the door with an invocation. Come in. Can you handle the rest of our business here? I ask. Closing the bespoke deal, managing the paperwork, the attorneys, the bankers. You can get in touch with me for my signature digitally. It's like we're living in the 21st century, Christine remarks, and Teresa laughs, ganging up on me. Laugh if you want, I say. I know I'm tragically unhip, that e-signatures aren't sorcery. But for me, deviating from business requires a little magic. A mirage or not, Gunnar. A sapphire fish swims past me in the cool, clear waters, shimmering under the sea. I point it out to Mom, and even with a snorkel in her mouth, she beams. Modern romance lives in authentic emotion and chemistry. Let attraction sound real. Jamie flips her way closer, checking out a school of jewel-like fish, and I swim past a cove, then some coral, but soon I hit my snorkeling limit. The off-season is wonderful and tiring. I signal to the fam that I'm taking off. They signal that they're going to stay a little longer. Another day in paradise. I return to shore, tow off my flippers, remove my snorkel, and walk through the soft, sugary sand on Playa Conchal, a serene stretch of beach on the coast of Costa Rica. I flop into the lounge chair next to Charlie's, spent, but it's the good kind of tired, a blissful vacation tired, born from sun and sea and surf, from good food and family and laughter. The last few days of this trip have been fantastic, and I've treasured every minute with them. There's only one thing missing, but I don't want to linger on what isn't here. Costa Rica is heaven, and it is a treat to share it with the people I love. I could sleep all afternoon, I say to Charlie. Definitely do it, he says, but he's jittery, shaking a knee, stealing peeks from his book back to the hotel 100 feet away. You okay? You waiting for something? Yeah, I just ordered a drink, he says. Cool. He's been drinking virgin pina coladas like hell never see another. I'm going to soak in some sun. You do that, he says. I fold my hands across my stomach, close my eyes, and let the tropical sun warm me from head to toe until my body is heavy with drowsy, almost contentment. The sound of footsteps on the sand barely reach me through my doze. Must be the guy bringing Charlie a drink. Only the footfalls come closer to my lounge. I open my eyes, squinting in the sun, and holy mirage, I'm still asleep. This is a dream. A gorgeous man with blazing brown eyes stands almost in reach, dressed in a white linen shirt, khaki shorts, and sandals. Rafe in beachwear is an unexpected fantasy. I sit up and rub my eyes, and he's still there, even though Charlie's disappeared. Rafe takes a step toward me, then another. He's smiling and carrying a canvas bag, and I'm too overwhelmed to ask what's in it. He reaches me, and I jump to my feet, so we're eye to eye. What are you doing here? I ask, stunned that he's not a figment of my imagination. I have something for you, he says, as if that explains everything. I can barely form words while I process the magnitude of Rafe Rodman here in Costa Rica instead of London. Something for me? You asked me on social media what was stopping me from making you a bathing suit, and I figured out what it was. And what's that? He points to his chest. Me. Seems I'm the only one stopping myself from a lot of things. He takes the canvas bag from under his arm. So, with that out of the way, I ran you up a suit in London so I could bring it here. I run my hand over my sea-stiff hair and try to wrap my head around what the really is happening in my life. You came from London to bring me swim trunks? His grin is wicked and beautiful. Yes, reaching into the bag, he takes out a pair of light blue board shorts and hands them to me. The color of your eyes, he says, low and sensual, but loving too. I take them, and this feels so surreal, from the fabric to the shorts to the man. You came here to give me a bathing suit, I say again, because I want this to be so much more than a bathing suit. I see potential, and I hope I'm not imagining things. Rafe erases the remaining distance between us, reaches for my face, and drags his thumb along my jaw. Mostly, I came here to tell you that I love you. You do? My heart stops, then takes off galloping wildly. He nods, and he looks so different than before, radiant in a whole new way, vulnerable and happy. I love you madly. I fell in love with you during all the time we spent together, the evenings and the phone calls and the conversations. And I was such a fool to try to stay away, and such an idiot to let you go. I don't know what the gosh I was thinking. I set the suit on the chair. I'm shaking with happiness, but I don't want to get hurt again. Rafe, I can't handle the back and forth, I say, laying my heart on the line. He's gotta be all in. I can't do a 30-day arrangement. I love you too, and I want all of you, all the days. He grins, wider than the sea behind us. I want all of you, Gunnar. No limits, no timelines, no stopping. This is a dream come true. Except, what if it's not? But what about work? But what about you and me? That's what I've been asking myself since I left you. I had to tear myself away from you like I was ripping off a piece of myself. I want an us more than I want the next deal. He's full of passion and certainty, and I want to believe he's thought this through. I swallow roughly. But you're employees. You said they're like family. They are. And fortunately, I don't have to do all the work. I have amazing people I work with, incredible people I've hired. They're going to finish the deal in London. I don't ever want to let you get away again. You mean the world to me. Then he smiles hopefully. I'm yours, if you'll have me. I'm in shock, but I'm in heaven too. My skin is buzzing. My heart is jumping for joy. You're mine? For real? No, Gunnar, he says. We are ours. Sounds pretty really good to me. I kiss the heck out of this man who flew to Costa Rica to bring me a bathing suit and himself. Nothing matters more in the whole very world than this chance at love and happiness. Rafe came into my life one random night at a dance club, and he was everything I never knew I needed. I never want to let him go. When we break the kiss, I'm lust-drunk and love-struck, and my brother is standing nearby. I laugh, then I scowl at Charlie. Did you have something to do with this? I sure did, Charlie crows. Rafe cuts in. I contacted your brother, and he told me where to find you. There are a lot of beaches in Costa Rica, and I would have trekked across all of them, but I wanted to find you as fast as I could. I had a feeling you'd be good with me telling him your longitude and latitude, Charlie says, with a smile. I smile at the two of them, so very grateful. I am good with it. I am so good with it. I turn back to Rafe, and I am so good with you. He presses his forehead to mine and stays like that, breathing in and out, leaning against me for long seconds that I never want to end. Then he whispers, I don't want to intrude on a family vacation. Oh, babes, intrude all you want. You're not slipping away from me now. Can I stay with you at least one night? You can stay with me as long as you want. I step back to look into his eyes as an idea takes hold. An exciting, delicious one. They're surfing tomorrow, and my contract forbids it, so I have an entire day all by myself. His eyes flickered with heat. Rafe ran the tip of his tongue along his teeth. The promise of their time together hung in the air. Rafe, I clear the lower deck of the yacht. I tell the crew we're going to need some privacy for the next hour. They're discreet, and they vanish. That's the kind of service worth paying a premium for. As the sun shines overhead, I go down the steps of the opulent 120-foot yacht, bobbing gently in clear blue waters. Gunnar and I make our way to a table by the railing and the bottle of champagne there. I open it, pour 2 flutes, then hand one to the man who waited for me, who showed me his heart and his truth. To the man I love, taking me back, I say. Gunnar smiles in pure Gunnar style, flirty and cocky. I want to keep making him smile like that forever. To my man coming for me, he says, then clinks his glass to mine and takes a drink. I swallow some bubbly, then set the glass on the table. He does the same. I glance at the railing, the ocean beyond. What do you think of the view? Tension broke. They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. Later, after they had spent time together and put on shorts, they curled up together on a lounge chair under the sun. Whoa, is this Rafe Rodman relaxing? Gunnar teases. Well, stranger things have happened. I laugh. Modern romance lives in authentic emotion and chemistry. Like what? He presses a kiss to my jaw. Like me falling in love, he says plainly. My heart soars. Glad that strange thing happened. And I want to keep giving you all your dreams too. He turns to me, propping his head in his hand. You're my dream. I smile. And his mine. All mine. I close my eyes and relax with my man. It's a wonderful way to skip out of work, and so very worth it. We are worth it. Here.